Boys, what is up? Today is going to be a very fun day. We have a lot of things planned. We are going to be leveling an Infernalist and checking out Avatar of Fire Thorns. I have a cracked leveling set that is going to be really fun, but before we get into that, it will be the main course of this stream, but at the beginning of every one of my streams, I like to do a build update for all the people who have not I don't stream every single day, but sometimes I play PoE every day, right? So there's been changes and stuff. I want to show people where I'm at with the Thorns Warbringer, so whenever anyone checks out the VOD, they can quickly see where I'm at, and it is a bit different from the last update I did. I am using maces currently with Thorns Warbringer. I'm just going to quickly run through all of the changes. I'm going to do a map with Thorns Warbringer just to show you all the lightning stuff. There will be a build update in a day or two that has all of the lightning update stuff. I'm really having fun with lightning. I don't know if it's the best way to play it, but I'm having fun with it. So let's quickly talk about the changes. I'm using Mace Strike as my primary just DPS option right now. I do very much miss Rake for mapping, but it doesn't feel awful. But I have Quill Burst, Unabating, Barbs, Martial Temple, and Culling Strike in it. And then everything else is about the same, except I'm using Leap Slam and Voltaic Mark, excuse me, for the lightning. Because again, I am doing lightning thorns. Here are my stats, still capped on everything. I'm actually way over on fire cap and lightning cap. I gotta re-itemize around this. This is my Warbringer. I'm doing Ignite on my Infernalist. I'm just showing my where I'm at with my other character right now, President. But yeah, here we go. Lightning Thorns, my Thorns damage is at 9496 top end right now, with 7,164 of that being lightning damage. So, my Lightning Thorns damage is pretty cracked right now, with a 94% crit and 318% chance, or increased extra damage. It gets up to about 18k Thorns with Scavenge Plating stacks, which is awesome. Now, one of the big downsides of Lightning Thorns is this range here. Lightning Thorns damage, 72 to 7,164. What happens if you roll 72? That sucks. Well, that is why I have Anointed Lightning Rod. 30% chance of lightning damage to be lucky, which will take the higher of the two rolls, essentially, making you more likely to do good lightning damage. Excuse me, I'm going to mute really quick the cough. Sorry about that. So yeah, it's Lightning Thorns. I'm trying out this Alro Vasara shield, or axe, mace, whatever it is. It looks like an axe, but it's a mace. I don't know how this scales with all the lightning stuff I have, but I am just trying it out. The best thing about it really is it's got a high accuracy rating and 30% attack speed, so it's got two attacks per second. So it's just a really fast weapon. I'm not sure if this is the best mace for this. It's still possible that spears are just the best option. Rake feels really good for mapping. All the other gear is virtually the same, except I'm not using the 5-link Moriors anymore. I found a 4-link with a 50% increased Thorns damage. I'm using increased global defenses of the third roll right now. This is not a Bish chest by any means. I think there could be better rolls and like better options for the 3 things on the Moriors, but the 50% Thorns damage roll seems really nice. So it was a damage increase. I think everything else is the same, except I've just gotten every single one of my runes now with the Thorns damage. But yeah, it feels really good. I'll do a map real quick. Just again, this is just to show where we're at with the Lightning Thorns for those who are just wanting a quick in-between look at where I'm at with this build. I will probably be streaming this build a lot tomorrow and then doing a video update Saturday or Sunday. Today will be a lot of the Infernalist for trying out Fire Thorns and leveling the campaign with it. But yeah, just wanted to show you guys where this is at. Let me find a map to do. Here we can do this crypt. Again, it's not as fast as a clear as Rake was, but I feel like it's better damage in a lot of scenarios. Like, I won the 2-shot most rares, and because I attack fast, when I 2-shot rares, I'm killing them pretty fast. So, oh, I didn't really show the passive tree. Hold on. I need to show the passive tree. Here's the passive tree before I do the map. So right now, I am pathing all the way through here to get all this crit chance stuff. I've taken all of this elemental damage stuff and lightning damage stuff. So I've got Sigil of Lightning, Electrifying Nature, and then I did take these elemental damage spots. I dropped a lot of the physical damage stuff just to try leaning heavier into elemental stuff. Everything else is virtually the same. It's just, again, I dropped the physical damage nodes here. I dropped the physical damage nodes here. I think there was a couple other things I dropped. I can't remember. I don't think so, actually. I think it was just those physical damage stuff, and then I added the elemental damage stuff here. But yeah, this is where the passes are at right now. Again, this is very much the work in progress, but wanted to try out Lightning Thorns. Again, it's not as fast for mapping because you're not using a spear. You can still probably do lightnings. I'm only wanting to try out maces because of this mace here. It's got the lightning damage proc. I don't know how good it is for the build, if it's bad or not. It's possible spears are just still better. I'm only trying out maces just to try out this mace specifically to see how it feels. But I imagine when I do the video update, I will still be using spears. Let me try and get to the boss, though, so you guys can see. Oh, here's an acceleration shrine. This will make it look cool. Let me find some rares, because rares is where this really shines. Basically, everything gets one shot because of the lucky hit lightning, though. Like, everything just gets evaporated. It just doesn't have as fast as clear as the rake does. So it might be like you swap to the mace for bossing and you use the spear and rake for mapping. Look how fast this rare is going to die. Oh, I don't have stacks of thorns right now. I need to get a stack real quick. There we go. It's just such a fast attack rate with the mace, and then the lightning is just... That guy was lightning resistant. These guys are lightning resistant, and they're still dying this fast. Like, that's how much damage the lightning thorns does, dude. Like, it feels like it's a really... Like, I'm deleting these rares in a couple seconds. Like, DPS-wise, it feels really good. It's just, like, slightly worse. Clear, but as you can see here, like, everything's just evaporating. Where's this boss at? I'm really wanting to just show the boss, so... Hopefully he's not down there. I bet he is, though, based off the path we're going. But when you have shock up with Voltaic Mark, you do a lot of single target DPS. The lightning rod anoint is so big for the setup. It really is. It really is, Anders. It makes a huge difference. Like, the DPS difference is insane without lightning rod. Like, oh, there's the boss. Cool. I'm glad he showed up because I was about to leave this area. Alright, let's see how fast we can kill him. This is with +4. This is full map boss modifier, so... Will he one-shot me? Nope. This is full map boss modifiers, and he's dying this fast. Damn it. I didn't get any of that Thorns proc there. That shot sometimes one-shots me, so I'm dodging. Watch this. And this is map boss modifiers here. So he's like +4 or +5, whatever. So you're just spamming Mace Strike and then Volatic Mark whenever it falls. But yeah, Lightning Thorns feels really good. I don't know if it's like the best option, but I'm having fun with it so far, and I'm not even doing like the mana stacking channeler stuff. Again, not sold on maces. More testing needs to be done there. I literally just bought this and only played like 3 or 4 maps with it so far. I'm probably going to go back to Spears, but yeah, this is where Lightning Thorns is at. I think it's really cool. Its single target DPS is really good. I mean, if, like, you're not one-shotting mobs, it's gonna mean you're dying, but... Zevon, but, it depends on, like, your reses and stuff. Like, are you Chaos Cap? Are you Res Cap? Like, where are you at with that? I don't know what the Artan Itch shield is. Yeah, I've got the Sculpted Suffering in my leveling stash right now. I'm gonna try out different stuff while leveling. I wanted to see like how this on-hit... Like, one, this mace has a high attack speed. It's got 30% increased attack speed, and then with the 2 runes I put in it, it does 2 attacks per second, which is awesome, right? You want to get as many Quill Bursts or Barbed attacks off per second as you can. And then on hitting enemy, gain maximum added lightning damage equal to the enemy's power up for 6 seconds, up to 500. I don't know how this is working with Thorns or not. I don't know if it's, like, impacting Quill Bursts or not. Like, I'm not smart enough to test these mechanics or not. It does feel like I'm shredding bosses, though. But, like, I need to do more testing to see it. I don't know if the interaction's working or not. Like, I haven't actually sat there at, like, a boss and, like, really tried to test the interaction. But if that interaction does work with the build, it just makes this even better for Lightning Thorns. But I think we're going back to, spears, just for the mobility. Like, like, maybe we do a weapon swap macro, so we have a shield or a spear for mapping and a mace for bossing. But the problem is you can't only swap your weapon. Like, if you could lock your shield in place and then swap the one-hander, that would be awesome, right? But we don't have that option right now. So I need 2 shields to be able to have a mapping setup and then a bossing setup, which I might have to do. So, yeah, I am going to be leveling the Infernalist today. We're going to be trying Ignite Thorns, Crit Ignite Thorns. We're just going to be trying stuff out. We're going to be leveling every class in the game, probably, just to see how Thorns feels with each of them. I'm not going to be doing a Giga leveling setup on all of them, but for this one, because they added the new runes, and I didn't level up the new runes for the campaign yet, I just want to see how silly it can be with the new runes. So, we are going through the campaign with a Juice leveling set. I'm going to do a quick little, like, YouTube intro thing in a minute. I'm going to read some chat for a minute, and I'm going to respond to your questions. But then I'm going to do a little YouTube intro. I plan on, like, uploading this to YouTube, and I'm going to do a breakdown of all this stuff. And then I'm just going to dive into the build. Have I planned out the pathing? I have a light mobilytic set up. It is very rough. I have not, like, this is just going to be on the fly, but you can take a look at that. For the Infernalist, this is just what I've thought of. I'm not sure which route I'm going to go yet. At op points, I have, I have Vengeance anointed on these leveling amulets right now. Vengeance is the lifesteal on Thorns. I don't know if I need that on leveling, but because it's so far in the passive tree, I just wanted to have it anointed just to see like what it's like. I imagine I don't need the lifesteal while leveling with how much Thorns damage I'm going to be doing, but yeah, I'll save all that for when we do the intro. Just let me make sure I responded to everyone because there was a lot of messages. Yeah, I thought about doing, now that I've tested Lightning Thorns on my Warbringer, Stormweaver's pretty high on my list. For Lightning Thorns. But yeah, this is a pretty nasty chest I got. Again, it's the 4 slots. I don't know if, like, the 7% increased global defenses per socket filled is BIS or not. Like, there's, like, I think you can also get, like, +7 attributes per socketed or something in there. Like, I don't know what the best one to be in that slot is. It's not a bad roll. These are all, like, relatively good rolls. And then, of course, the best part is the 50% increase to Thorns damage. I think I bought this for 2 Divine. It was more DPS than my 5 socket without the enchant. So, this is just a ring to fix my resistances, and this actually put me way over. I had bought this before I got this Morior's, because I was trying to get my lightning res cap as high as I could, so I could get, like, a lightning thorn thing into all of my sockets. Oh, look at this, by the way. I bought a, someone was selling a, whatever it's called, a foil briar patch. I bought it. I'm going to be wearing that on my leveling character. But yeah, I wanted to make sure, like, a lot of these items have been replaced. Like, if you look at my Thorns tab, you can see a lot of my old items. Like, here's my old Aziris that had the higher crit rolls and stuff. I traded the higher corruptions for those to get the 2 sockets. Like, I'm not a math guy, and I don't know if Path of Building has been fully updated for all the new Thorn stuff and whatnot yet. It's possible that this, like the 1 socket with the higher crit shit or whatever, is more mathematical numbers than 2 sockets, but I'm just assuming that you want 2 sockets in all spots for now. But yeah. Still a lot of progress to go. You think this is better? I don't know if Bleed is actually the best style or not. I really like Lightning so far for single target. Again, like, I have my, like, I'm always, like, upward progressing lately. Like, every day or two, I'm, like, adding new map passives. So, like, now my map bossing is, like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, so +4. So it's like, I need to go back and test Bleed and Normal and Lightning all on +4 to see what they feel. Because, like, most of my original testing was, like, on 0 or +1. Most of my Bleed testing was on +2 or +3. And now everything I've been testing is +4. So it's like, I need to go test their DPS right now. But Lightning feels great right now, so I don't know if it's better than Bleed. Like, Bleed just felt so good on mapping, but this feels really good on bossing. It's super expensive, though. This Anoint was very expensive. Lightning Rod was like, what is it, 2 isolations and something? Yeah, 2 isolations and a suffering. That's like 3 to 4 divines for that Anoint. So it's like Lightning Thorns, at least the way I'm playing it with the Lucky. Especially when you're like, because all of my Lightning Thorns damage is 1 to 100 stats. So it's like, if you keep rolling all those 1 rolls, it's going to be a bad damage, right? So the Lucky really, it's better than you would think. It's like really freaking good. Have you thought about Trample Toe for mapping? Right now, I have not thought about anything because, like, crit is so good for all of the styles that, like, getting rid of... Like, I have not taken off Briar Patch since I first went Thorns. I do not know what it's like to not play crit yet, so I have not thought about any boot option replacement yet, so I'm not ready to move from crit Thorns yet. Because just in my head, when I think of crit Thorns and leeching and how crit damage scales things like Ignite and stuff like that, I feel like crit just better. But I will be testing stuff like Trample Toe. It's a good idea. The Devoted Protector route? I don't know what that is. Are you talking about from my Warbringer or my Infernalist? Yeah, I've seen Beetlebite. Beetlebite aren't better than the crit boots. What about Poison with a New Herald? Yeah, I'll be doing... New Herald? What New Herald? You mean the old Herald? Or Poison in Herald of Blood? I mean, I don't, like, care. I don't think that too heavily about my routes, you know? Oh, why not go this route? Because at some point, I want to... If I go from above, I can path easier to get the crit nodes without having to get those area of effect nodes, is my logic. And then, like, if I go from above, when I dip down to get all those crit nodes, I get the aura skill stuff, which will help if I'm running flammability, which I'm thinking of running with the Fire Infernalist. I don't know which one's better. I mean, I like your route, because your route makes it easier to also snag Burn Away, because my route was going, like, higher up to just go straight for Thornhide, but your route, like, makes it easier to go Burn Away. So, like, what's better, I'm not sure, but that was my logic there. Is because at one point, like, mid-game, I wanted to get the aura stuff for flammability, and then when I get the aura stuff for flammability, also just dip down and get that crit stuff. That was my logic there. Blood Mage and Thorns build. Yep, Blood Mage was on my list of doing. Blood Mage was almost what I was going to do for my next Thorns build, but I decided I wanted to try Avatar Fire Ignite. And I went with Infernalist for that. Infernalist has a lot of good defensive stuff. I don't know if it's going to be good. There's a lot of weird friction with Infernalist. I've never done, like, the self-ignite stuff before. But you have, like, that one thing where, like, where you're at high mana of the thing. You do more damage. I don't know how that'll scale Thorns damage. And then you get more crit damage multi, I think, right? As Infernalist. And then, of course, you had the Altered Flesh or whatever. That made you super defensive. So, like, I'm going to try every class, but for some reason, going like I want to see if I can get, like, some Giga Ignites rolling on Infernalist. Like, for some reason, I just want to, like, get, like, a Thorns hit, and the hit does damage, and then there's this Ignite that just ticks really fast. And, I don't know if it's going to be possible with Infernalist. It might have been smarter to do that on Blood Mage. Might have been smarter to do that on other classes, but yeah, that's why we're going Infernalist. Who knows? Exactly, Joe. I like your route, though. It's not wrong. It's not like there's 18 ways to skin a cat, and I might end up rerouting that way. I might end up committing that way, like, initially while leveling. Because, like, yeah, you just path through here, and then it lets you grab Burn Away, which is damage penetrates, fire res, more fire damage, and it's more Ignite magnitude. But then it's like... Then you can also still just, like, path up through here, right? To get this stuff. Versus, like, this route where you probably forego Burn Away. Like, you know, you gotta figure it out. You gotta figure it out. Oh, hey, my Nightbot chip command's working. Cool. I wanted it to be posting what I was leveling as. And I haven't set the level as maces right now. I wanted to try out this mace because... It says inflicts fire exposure when the weapon fully breaks armor. So it could be really good while leveling. It's just I don't know how much value it'll have in late game. Like, will I be breaking armor with this weapon much for it to be inflicting fire exposure? I don't think so. But it just seemed like, yeah, I just wanted to test it out. Again, I have spears to test out. Okay, I'm just going to do my little YouTube intro. I want to, because I do want to, like, post, like daily, maybe not daily videos, but, like, this is Act 1 normal, or not Act 1 normal, this is, like, the normal campaign, so Act 1 through 3 montage of me going through it, just highlighting the leveling, and then, the second update would be, like, the Cruel or whatever. Yeah. Let me get a drink. Yeah, I'm really hyped for this character. Like, let me just, I'll show you guys the video when I do the intro. Alright, so guys, I am going to be leveling my second Thorns character. This is the second time I'm going through the campaign, but it'll be the first time I'm going through with the new Tithing runes. They have 1 to 100 lightning damage, and if you saw the YouTube short I posted the other day, it is hilarious what, having these in your set can do. So I just want to see what we can do with it through the campaign. And I'm also very interested in trying out a Fire Thorns build with Infernalist. So I'm going to be leveling Infernalist and checking that out. Let's just quickly go through the gear I am using. So for the leveling, again, in all of these pieces, I have the Runes of Tithing. I got as many sockets as I could with them while leveling. I'm not going to be replacing pieces at every tier. But I will just be trying to just get through the campaign with everything you see here. For the early parts of leveling, I'm going to be using Painter Servant's Gloves. They have the gain elemental damage as extra lightning damage, and gain elemental damage as extra fire damage. It ends up actually being a damage boost to your Thorns, so it won't be actually just be converting my lightning Thorns into all 3 elements. It's a damage boost to the Thorns as well. And I'll be using these for a while until I probably get to the level to use my series, which I'll be using this one specifically. I'm just going to use the one I'm using on my Warbringer. The swap might happen then. It might not happen until later in the campaign when I have more crit. I'm not sure, but we'll be using Painters for the first 33 levels. I'm using these boots initially. They're just move speed boots with 2 sockets until I get to use my foil Briar Patch Lace boots. The foil does nothing, it just makes the picture look cool. And yes, I did spend 2 divine on this. Don't judge me. But yeah, then we'll be using these for a majority of the campaign. I will probably be playing Crit Thorns with the Infernalist. I just assume Crit Thorns is going to be the best way to get big ignites. My goal with the Infernalist is just to have, like, my Thorns hit, and there's just this massive ticking ignite. And that's the fantasy I'm going for with this character. Will it be better than the Warbringer, or will it be good enough to clear 15 maps? We'll have to find out, but I'm pretty excited for it. Got some other weapons to try out here. I'm going to be trying out maces initially since I mainly play spears on my Warbringer. I imagine I will be swapping to spears at some point, though. The mobility Rake provides, which I put my Rake and Rapid Assault in here just because I assume I am swapping to them at some point. It just makes leveling in the campaign better. If you want to play maces, you can, and I'll probably showcase maces for a bit of the leveling process, but at some point, if you're really wanting to zoom, you're going to want Rake. It just really helps with you moving around the map. So yeah, the low-level gear, it's just whatever gear you want with as much sockets as possible. I just took gear I had in my stash with the sockets. There's probably a better way to min-max this. Like, there's the yellow gear with, like, stats on it and Thorns rolls on it. Like, that stuff's okay, but yeah, I really want to just do an Elemental Thorns build, so that's what we're doing here. But here's where the cool stuff happens. That's the real change up from how I'm playing my Warbringer. The first thing is, at level 22, we'll be using Cloak of Flame. Again, we're doing the Infernalist, who has, I think it's Altered Flesh, where, like, percentage of, like, your damage taken gets converted to fire damage and stuff. Like, all of this really helps. We have the reduced ignite duration, the extra fire resistance, and then the additional fire damage. I don't know if I'll be using Cloak of Flame at, like, level 80 and 90. It might be a Morior's swap at that point, just because Morior's is just so much defensives and it has the extra sockets. But I did get a Cloak of Flame with a 49% increased damage enchant. And again, yeah, whenever I get the ascendancies where I end up self-igniting myself, the extra fire res and the reduced ignite duration will help a lot. And this is where I am extra excited. Now, this could have 2 sockets in it. It's only got 1. That's fine. It has a 50% increased Thorns damage enchant, though. Is why it only has 1 socket. So I have 2 enchants that I'll be leveling with. I can't put this on until 26. But once I have both of these, I will have 2 enchants with Thorns increased damage, which will be huge for leveling. But why this shield is awesome is no movement speed penalty while shield is raised. Let me see if I still have it on my bars. Resonating shield? No, let me get resonating shield out. Just to show you how cool it is. If I don't know how much I'm going to be using Resonating Shield on this character. I have not needed to use Resonating Shield at all on my Warbringer because of the Ascendancy. But I am preparing for having to use Resonating Shield and it sucking, so I will be leveling with Feathered Fortress Crescent Targe. No move speed penalty while shield is raised. So let me just show you what Resonating Shield looks like normally. My god, isn't this awful? Can you imagine trying to level with this shit? There is no fucking way I'm doing that. So we're going to be doing this instead. And this is way more manageable. This is fine, right? So I feel like this is just a really good leveling item. Because low-level items don't have the highest thorn rolls and we're utilizing the new tithings, I think it'll be okay to not have a bunch of, like, really good thorns rolls on all of my gear. But that's the plan. And then all the other stuff, I have Vengeance Anointed early on, just so I can get the leech as early as possible. This is not needed. I imagine I'm going to be one-shotting most stuff and not even getting close to dying. But I did anoint it on 2 necklaces. And then eventually, this was one of my old necklaces I had that had heart stopping on it. It was sitting in my stash. It has increased critical hit chance and intellect. So whenever I hit sometime in the campaign, I'll swap that on. And then I just have some rings here set up with resistances. And I have some belts set up here with resistances. Since all of my other slots are spoken for, I wanted to make sure, since I was doing the Infernalist fire damage style, I had enough fire res to be able to survive that. So, yeah, this is the gear. I don't think any of this gear... Oh, I needed to bring over this helmet. Yep, I wanted to swap over this. I knew I wanted to swap over one other thing. And yeah, at level 16, I will be using the Crown of the Pale King, which has 2 sockets with the Runes of Teething. And yeah, This is what I think the Infernals is going to be. I will have a mobalytics down below that you can try and follow along with. I'll be updating it throughout the process, and I'm going to have tabs set up for the normal leveling process and the cruel leveling process. Again, this is like a twink setup, so if you're going in it with a super budget, you might not be able to afford all of this, but you don't need all of this. This is just silly overkill. Okay. Thanks for bearing with that little intro, guys. We're going to not be doing that again for the rest of the stream. We're just going to go level the character now. Infernalist is witch, right?
Foul witch. Your very own coven casts
Right?
you out for your forbidden
Yeah,
pursuits.
Infernalist is witch.
Your twisted necromancy ends here, at the end of a noose. Speak your last. The witch is escaping. Kill her.
Okay. Let's see how this goes, boys. This is going to be fun. This is going to be so fun. My last Thorn character was hilarious, but this one is going to do so much damage.
I will not join the dead today.
Also, one thing I didn't talk about in the intro, by the way, is that wands, they have the roll that's like, adds elemental damage % or something. Like added damage is fire or something and lightning. I forget what they're called, but if you have elemental thorns damage, those boost your thorns damage. So it's possible that there's like a wand version where you're running like a resonating shield with a wand and you're like only resonating shield to just get giga thorns elemental damage. So at some point, like during Cruel, I might end up trying to buy a really good wand and seeing what the elemental thorns looks like. But I imagine for bossing, because you can't proc barbs with resonating shields. So for bossing, I imagine you're still going to want a melee weapon, which will probably not make the wand style super viable outside of like maybe silly mapping. Oh, I guess I should have put that on my bars. Oh, I didn't even pick up the skill gem. I just walked past a nerf. I was too busy talking. It's okay, we can wand this guy dead. We should be fine. Oh no, I don't have clear for the zombs. This is what a nerf is usually for. Why did I pick up a nerf? The no skills challenge. Oh my god, he's gonna have so many guys up now. Woo! Thorns players love making stuff harder on themselves. I don't need whatever he drops. Let me in! Let me in, the zombies are coming! Help! Oh, damn. Yeah, I forgot that if I were to go try Last Epoch, I would have to get used to mouse moving again. I'll try Last Epoch at some point. I guess I should take the skill gem, though. Alrighty here. Thorn Infernalist, so painter's gloves, boots, helmet, chest. Why can't I use this mace? I don't have the strength for it. And we can't wear it yet. Okay. I didn't think that far ahead. Maybe I gamble for a strength ring?
Yes, feeling lucky. Bye then.
goes. Okay, so I get new rings at level 9. A new neck at level 9. New belt at 9. This is 22. We'll hold off on the spears for now. I'm going to test maces. I know I'm going to get, like, very early. I'm going to start bitching really early on about the lack of mobility from having not using rake. But I'm gonna stick it out as long as I can. This is 22. This is 26. This is 16. This is 11. 33. Oh, I need to go get... I have a jewel that I'm wearing on my Warbringer. Let me go grab it before I forget. I'm not talking about my scavenge plating one, but I should probably take that one out too. In case I get 2 jewel sockets early. I don't think I will, though. Actually, I will get 2 early. So I might as well just use the scavenge plating one. Actually, you know what? I'll just use 2 Thorns one. I won't level with scavenge plating. This one, I think... Yeah, it's got 17% increased chance to ignite, increase elemental damage, and increase Thorns damage. Perfect. So that will be really good for me, and then I'll just use this other one for the block chance when I get there. Where's my KallTorak Infernalist? Which one was it? Where is it ending up in the list? There, it's right below my Warbringer. Perfect. Oh, that's perfect timing for that buff to come out, sad. Does wand level matter? I mean, the higher the level it is, the better rolls it can get, right? So, you would want as much added elemental damage as it can get, but I don't know if that's actually good. They included WASD into last epoch? Oh, cool. Maybe Ekdos. Hey, Mr. Ginger, I'm glad you like the content, man. Alright, so Infernalist. Let me just vendor this crap.
Yes. None of it. Not sure what I'm gonna do with it. But cheers.
Alright, so mace skills. I don't care about any of these. So we're just gonna use Mace Strike for now. I'm really bad with my tabs, I'm sorry. So in Mace Strike we want Thorn. So Barbs and Quill Burst. I'm not going to be using them a lot right now. We're going to be trying to do as much like AoE Thorn damage as we can right now. What's my Thorns damage at? So we are level 2 right now. With 21 to 1,389 Thorns damage. Currently using Wyland's Stake, Crown of Thorns, Elchem Era, and Folding Dawn. This is just a whatever. It's a 3-socket I had. The Luminous Pace, and Painter's Gloves. As you can see here, the Painter's Gloves is a significant damage increase. I go from 914 Thorns damage to 1,389. The elemental damage and conversion, it really does matter.
Can't do that here.
Alright, we're gonna blast this campaign. That's more damage in your level 50? Oh boy. We're gonna have some fun. Alright. Yeah. 1 down, boys. 1 down. We're going to do every boss, by the way. We're not going to skip any of the optional bosses. If you see me skipping an optional boss, it's because I'm in a habit of skipping them. So be like, hey, Kal, you skipped this one. Go get it. First boss one-shot. How many more are we going to one-shot, you guys? When does the first one-shot... Now, obviously, if you get a low roll on the roll, right? Like, it's 21 to 1389, so if I somehow only did 21 Thorns damage, I'm not one-shotting it, right? But I don't know what the odds of that happening are. So... This is gonna be a fun video. I love this game. Show yourself, heathen. Boss? Hey, dude. See ya! Did that hurt? I am sorry.
Outsmarts the worm.
I have no idea, Joe. Most of the block builds I've done are either Thorns or Magma Barrier, so that's what makes the most sense to me, but I'm sure there are other builds that work well. I guess I should take the waste point. I have not played with Edgenating Shield at all. This is my first time going to be leveling with it in this patch. Not I played with it in the last patch, but yeah, and that's like we're getting plenty of new skills with like swords, fist weapons, or daggers. You know, who knows what gets enabled over time. Why Infernalist? Because demons are hot. And I'm doing fire thorns, get it? Hot. I'm stupid. Why not Infernalist? You tell me, huh?
Go on then.
Why do you think Infernalist isn't good for thorns?
Don't lose sight of it.
I think any class can do thorns. I'm just trying them all right now, I think, is the plan. Infernalist seems cool for fire thorns. It's a demon, right? So it should do fire. Will it work? I don't know. I hope it does. I doubt, and I'm seriously at the point where I think Warbringer is the best. Like, no troll, based off how my initial playthrough of my Warbringer has gone. I haven't played everything. It's possible that Titan or Lich have the best damage potential, but the ease of play Warbringer happens, like I might be league starting as Thorns. Oh, next boss time. Are you going to one-shot yourself, sir? Nope. Look how much that Ignite's already doing, though. Oh, you didn't even come close to one-shotting me. Yeah, see, when you get the low damage rolls on the Thorns attacks, you just won't one-shot them. Oh my god, you're being as annoying as you can be. Next! Yeah, that's what I was talking about, though. There's a low roll of 21 damage. I don't know what the odds are if you hit rolling 21 is, but if it happens... yeah. I might try Thorns from a Lich. I initially was I have a Lich that's like about 50-something right now that I'm planning on trying Thorns on. I'm just leveling Edie Khan on her. So I want to level a character as Thorns right now. So that's why I started the new character and then continue leveling the Lich. I don't remember what level I get Shield Slam and stuff. Are you going for the crit build? Yeah. I don't think there's, like, I don't know. I haven't tried the other styles yet, but at least for Ignite, because, like, doesn't Ignite I haven't done Ignite builds yet, but doesn't, like, a lot of how those abilities work is the damage of the hit is most important. So the way I see it is, if Thorns is critting, it's doing as much damage as it can, which will make its Ignite do more. So I just assume, with the crit style, Ignite will be best. But I could just, I don't know. I haven't tested it, but right now, these boots are just too good. Like, Beetle Bite would have to be like 300% Thorns damage. I have not seen any KallTorak builds yet. God, I am super lost. I'm not used to the new layout. I wasn't even looking for this, but we found it. I want to do a KallTorak build soon, though. I don't think it'll be only dodge rolls, but... No, Tangle Tongue's only implicit to the modifier. It doesn't fork the Thorns, as far as I've been told. I've had a lot of viewers say they've tested Tangle Tongue and it doesn't work with Thorns. But I don't like testing that kind of stuff. I don't like sitting there like, is it working? And like, this game needs like a damage number meters or like a way to like get a damage breakdown of like what I'm doing and stuff for me to like actually care about testing and stuff. I can't like look at, like I'm not gonna look at the health bar and be like, well, it took 314 damage, let me write that down. Like, that's not how I like testing stuff. I hate that kind of shit. And I greatly appreciate the people that do test those things. No troll. Because it's a lot of work. It's just like, the moment I start doing that stuff, it's like, I am not having fun. Use Path of Building. Path of Building's buggy with Thorns. At least it was in the last patch. Like, every time everyone was like, use Path of Building, use Path of Building. So, like, I used it for, like, 5 of my builds last patch, and it was just wrong. Like, not just wrong, horribly wrong for all of them. So, I see me in the future using Path of Building, but unless someone's like, I have used Path of Building for all of my Thorns builds in this patch, and I can, like, confirm 1 for 1 the math is right, like, because there was just so much stuff that wasn't, like, it was calculating poisons wrong, it was calculating... like Thorn, it wasn't even calculating Thorns at all in Zero, like when they set it up for last patch. I have not looked at it since its like initial launch week. So if it's in a way more updated spot, I can go revisit Path of Building. But yeah, that's why I stopped using. That's why I didn't only used it once. I know a lot of people love Path of Building, but when I first tried it, it just wasn't fully set up yet. I keep playing like my old Thorns. I'm like, why isn't it the ranged attacks killing themselves? Because I don't have Crown of the Pale King yet, silly.
That voice. He sounds like fun.
PoE 2 is far from cooked, and anyone who thinks that way is just a silly person. The game's in early access. I don't have the patience for those kind of takes. Yes, PoE 2 is cooked if they stop development right now and quit iterating on it. You're right. What's the point of saying shit like that? How are you converting Thorns damage to fire for Ignite? Well, right now I'm using Painter's Gloves. Painter's Gloves are making it split between Cold Lightning and Fire. So right now I'm doing 5 to 473 fire damage, but eventually I'm going to take Avatar of Fire, which converts my damage to fire damage. At a damage loss, which sucks. But, yep, that's what we'll be trying. Again, I don't think it'll be better than the Warbringer, but we'll see how far it goes. Maybe it does end up bettering. Like, maybe with Chernobog, it's the better style. Alright, let's see if we can one-shot this boss. Close. Is the Ignite gonna finish him? Oh, it didn't, though. Easy peasy. I agree. Yeah, we're just pathing straight for the Thorns stuff right now. My original path was pathing up through here. I might like make a pivot and path through here just so I can try out Burn Away and then stuff like that. But I don't. Yeah, it's all still a work in progress. All still a work in progress. How are Thorns values so high at such a low level? I have the new Thorns runes in all my gear. You have these greater runes of tithing, which are 1 to 100 lightning Thorns damage. And I have them in all of my gear. The Twink set. Did I get shield charge yet? Yes, thank you. Hell yes. Needed shield charge bad. When do I get resonating shield and stuff? Resonating shield is level 5 skill gems. Leap slam is level 7 skill gems. Okay. I need ingenuity into shield charge. How's Lightning Thorns Warbringer coming along? Really good. If you scroll to the beginning of the VOD Dr. Surge MD, I do like a 5 to 10 minute showcase on it. I think it's going great. I'm not a fan purely of the mace style yet, probably going back to spears, but lightning, once you invest into it, feels pretty good. Yeah, I already feel like I'm going to swap this. Like, I have this level 6 rake in my stash. I already feel like I'm swapping to it. Like I said, I was going to start bitching really fast about the mobility of the mace. It's just, you get so much movement from rake. It's just too good of a skill. I've never tried cast on crit with Thorns. It never felt like there was anything worth casting. Oh, I didn't talk to the dude and craft the thing. Rip. Streamer brain. It's like you have to invest so much into Thorns to get it to critting and doing good damage, right? So then what are you putting into the cast on crit for it to be valuable? You have to invest so much into the spirit on cast on crit. And then what spell is being cast from that is supposed to be giving you giga value for your clear. Like, every thing I tested with it, it never felt like it was like, it just always felt like you were trying to force something that wasn't working. I have not tested it this patch, though. Jesus, streamer brain. Talk to this guy.
If you find out. Hey, take up. Not sure what I'm gonna do with it. But cheers.
Go make a legend or two.
I would go for spear mostly for mobility. Yeah, I leveled a spear already, and I was like, I'm gonna try hammers just to see how they feel. Like, cause you know I can like give an opinion on it, and like my opinions already violently swap the spears. Hey JT, how do you get these runes? I don't know. I've never actually seen one of these drop. I've never actually seen one of these drop. Hey, damn, 3% max block. Oh, dude, see, you should sell that for like 100 divine and then just go buy a cheaper one. That's what I would do if I rolled that 3% max block. Are you kidding? Go sell that thing for like 500 divine maybe and just buy a cheaper one. That's sick. That's a god roll, dude. Grats. Oh, wrong place. I got streamer brain, guys. I'm reading chat too much. I'm all over the place. Going to Clearfelt for some reason. Oh, you get the runes for doing the boss gauntlet. Okay, I've done the boss gauntlet twice, but I've never seen them drop. But I just a currency exchange for them. I'm gonna go ahead and get my spear out of my stash. I just already feel the swap coming. Oh, I need 11 dex for this one. I needed dex for these boots too anyway, so I probably need to be going dex either way. I'll get both of these in my stash though. And then I'll put Rake and Rapid Assault in here too. Go ahead and get a couple more level 3s. Those are 2s. We'll keep using that mace for now, but whatever. Did I talk to her? I didn't. I'm currently using a Morior's with a 4 socket that has a 50% enchant to Thorns damage. I don't know which is better, but I think it might be the enchant. But either option works. Just find which one works for you. I forgot. I didn't find the Grow It, actually, so we need to find that. Oh, yeah, this is way better. Yeah, shield charge. I love it. Grow It over here. Grow It up there. Yeah, I've never seen one drop, so I have no idea. Oh, we gotta get footage of all the bosses, so I can't skip the druid. What level am I? Oh, I'm already 6. I can use... Yeah, I can swap now. That didn't... Oh, I don't have the dex for it yet. We have to level up first. Alright, we swap when we level up. Yeah, because I'll zoom through the campaign if I'm using Spear. We'll do a mace level for the Katana, maybe. Yeah, life needs a real... Like, life feels so rough right now. Walk into a corner while I'm reading chat. Where is the druid? Yeah, because, like, when I'm looking at, like, other creator builds, like, I forget who I was watching a caster build of yesterday or the day before. But they were like, my defenses aren't very good. I only have 2,500 energy shield and 1,400 life. I'm like, you have more energy shield than I have life. And then you have your life on top of that. Like, and you're also res capped. And you're running Chaos Inoculation. Or no, that was not a Chaos Inoculation build. But they had the 1,300 life with that. It's just like, the armor is not equating to that much energy shield. Like, not at all. Oh, that's a cool glove. I might level up those gloves on my Smith of Katana, because, I'll probably be playing not Elemental Thorns. I would put those on right now if I wasn't using Painter's gloves. But right now, since I'm doing an Elemental Thorns leveling. Okay, I gotta find the boss. Can't skip them. Is this all dead ends, or we're gonna lead to a boss? Alright. Boss up here. Again, we're not skipping any side bosses. We're doing all of them with Thorns. There we go. Hello. What? Hit me. Come on, dude. Just hit me. Thank you.
At least he died in a place he loved, or some such nonsense.
Another one bites the dust. The climb continues.
Quickly! My family has been abducted!
Stomping ground seems OP, so I wouldn't doubt it. Oh, let me level real quick so I can swap the spear. I think I can swap now. I need a dex, right? Yeah. Nope. I need a lot of... Oh, they're level 6 of those skills, right. I don't even know what the lowest level I can use them on. Let me see. We'll swap the spears when I can use Rake. I don't know what the lowest skill gem level for Rake is. But the versions I'm using are... Require level 18. It'll be our temp one whenever I can wear it. I need a dex ring now. That's what we gotta do. Where's the gamma for?
Hello. You feeling lucky?
What? Oh. Yeah. We'll do that one for now. And then when I get my spirit gem, I'm gonna try using Herald of Ash. We'll see how that goes with the fire ignite stuff. In some aspects, it raises your shield, and some it doesn't. It raises shield in the way you're asking, but it doesn't raise the shield in the way that, like, you know how Magma Barrier says when you raise your shield, it puts up Magma Barrier? It doesn't put up Magma Barrier when you shield charge. So, like, it raises shield in that aspect, but in, like, other aspects, it's not counting towards it. But it does, like, raise your shield and, like, block the projectiles or whatever, right? I think that's what you were asking.
Dreadful Draven. Where are you hiding?
Well, I got a level 3 rake on right now. But this rake was just a higher level one, I guess I was using on my other guy because I didn't have a level 3 skill gem. But it's a 5 link, so I'll be swapping to that when I can use it. Shield prop does now prop Magma Barrier. Halt, full stop. Pause. Pause. Shield charge procs Magma Barrier now? This is real. Magma Barrier is being visited soon. I had no intention of playing Magma Barrier again this patch, but that is exciting. My biggest complaint about Magma Barrier was that shield charge wasn't proccing it. But if it is now, fuck yeah. No, we're not abandoning Thorns, but I just wasn't planning on playing Magma Barrier again because I was just like, I played like 5 different versions of it last patch, so it was just like, why visit it again? But if, like, I can now use Shield Charge Magma Barrier, I would maybe do like an Ignite Shield Charge build using Magma Barrier. Is it gonna be right here in the middle? I always hate finding these ones. I'm the worst at finding this map out layout. I hope it's not up here. I should go check up here just to be sure. It's probably over here, though. I'm actually just going to go over here. YOLO. Yeah, I agree they need to add quality of life to downgrading gems or something. I imagine it's very wonkly. Oh, and the initial acceleration of the charge? Oh, right, yeah, because you only have the magma barrier for, like, the... Yeah, that makes sense. They need to be able to make it to where you can increase the duration of its uptime. Because that probably wouldn't fully solve my problems with shield charge. Like, it makes shield charge magma barrier work for, like, point-blank bossing, but in most situations in mapping, you aren't going to get the full value. But it is a step in the right direction. So at least it's a good quality of life, and it means that by 1.0, magma barrier shield charge will probably be good. Okay, here we go. Who is it? Him or her? Him.
You are not long for this world.
No, you, dude.
The spirit's young. Rend your soul.
See ya.
Give it a rest. Your empire is no...
Good time. The spirit is near.
What do you mean by what is the tech behind Infernalist Thorns? Like, which aspect of it? Like, what do you mean? Like, if you read the Ascendancy, there's just a lot of defensive aspects to it, and it gives you a bunch of crit, so, like, that part of it's just really good to have. You're referring to, like, the fire aspect of it? Because you can do the fire on anyone. But Infernalist is just tanky and gets you a bunch of crit stuff, really. With the Avatar of Fire, but you can do Avatar of Fire on everyone. But I wouldn't say there's like any special technique that I'm doing here. It's like virtually the same build, except Avatar of Fire, right? But Infernalist isn't needed for Avatar of Fire. You can do Avatar on Fire on Smith and Katava. You can do Avatar of Fire on Blood Mage, probably. Titan, probably. Oh, what it brought over a Warbringer? I feel like if you're like comparing them one to one, there's nothing I would do on Infernalist over Warbringer. Like off the top of my head, like Warbringer's like better for it. You could just do like fun, different. It's a different play style, I guess. I don't have the Ascendancy loaded. I don't have it unlocked yet, or I would like break down what my plans are with it. But there's like some weird Ignite stuff. Let me like read it on the passive tree real quick. Which one is it? It's called it's okay. So there's Pyromanic Pact, which your mana gets replaced by Infernal Flame. And then there's a thing after it called Seething Body. When you're on high Infernal Flame, you and your allies gain 50% of damage as fire damage. So you like, I don't know how you're going to be doing it. Maybe you just like cast Resonating Shield until you're high Pyromanic Pact. You kind of hover it there or whatever, or maybe like I don't know how it's going to play out. But the point is, high Pyromanic Pact is 50% more damage, and then yeah, I mean. I don't see... I feel like if you're going to be tryharding it, you're going to be playing one of the warrior classes, but this could be good. You get some fire damage stuff going. It's not like I'm having something planned like cast on Ignite. Like, I'm not doing something weird like that, right? It's not like I'm planning some cast on Ignite Thorns Fireball stuff. Huh?
Me! Just stop my love, I call.
You're late, dude. She's dead.
Down a sister witch. So you had it coming.
She didn't get put down by you. She got put down by herself. Yeah, Blood Mage could be great. I was thinking about doing a Bleed Thorns build with Blood Mage. Aggravating both Bleeding and Night sounds cool too. That's a good idea. Yeah, I'll be playing every class probably as Thorns, so... Or maybe not every one of them, but I'm gonna try a lot of them.
What is this? Graves. Isabel. Torko.
Alright, be right back, guys.
The family of Count Lachlan of Olgam. My family. This doesn't make any sense. They're dead. Those bastard Eternals. I must make them pay. I must make them suffer.
Alright, I'm back. What'd I miss?
Your dreary little tale is over, old man. Life and death are well balanced here.
Maybe kill. I haven't tried. What level am I? 9? Oh, I got my new rings in my neck. My thorns will now leech. Yeah. I'm unkillable now. Oh, did I just break my gear by putting this stuff on? Nope. We're still good. Okay, we just need level 16 and level 11. Then we're fully online. Oh wait, I did break things. I don't have enough dex for my skill gem now. I'm gonna die to all these rage attacks. No, I don't have Thorns procs. We're good. I gotta put one of these rings back on for now. This one? Okay. Now we got Rick back. Alright, next boss time.
Squawk all you like. Soon you'll be dead.
He ran after one slap.
Run. We're just playing. Yes. Show me what you've got.
Hurry up, man. Get on with it. Easy peasy.
We were just getting started.
Okay. What were these nodes? This is max mana regen. Don't care. Oh, that might actually help if I'm resonating shielding a lot. Maximum life regen. Max life regen. Damage taken recouped as life. Life regen. Life regen. And then that means that eventually I would have to go through here to get this stuff if I wanted it. The area effect stuff kind of sucks on the Moorbringer, but it's not awful with Resonating Shield. If I'm using Resonating Shield a lot, it might be good. Or a path through here and skip that stuff. I think I'm going to try pathing through here. It was a good idea. Okay. Alright, next boss is King of the Mists. Just making sure he's not right there. I don't think he is. Oh, this is the entrance, okay. Well, my first Thorns ult I made Xantius was a Lich. He's level 55, but I just pivoted to Avatar Fire Infernalist because I was leveling the, let me actually get the waypoint. I was leveling the other character, the Lich, as Edie Khan, and I wanted to just start a new character to level through the campaign as Thorns, but that Lich stuff is on my, it's coming. Thorns Lich is coming. I have a lot of fun Thorns stuff playing, but Lich is pretty good for it, man. I think Lich has some of the highest potential for, like, pure damage numbers. Like, it might be better than Titan when min-max perfectly, but, I mean, I'm not a math guy. I'm just, like, talking off of, like, looking at them. Is it down here? I should take those flasks, actually. I haven't picked up flasks. Alright, King of the Mist, here we come. Well, I'm also still a noob at this game, but I'll try to answer you, bag of weed.
There's an immensely disturbing energy here. Time to seek it out.
I mean, that's the point of why I started my videos, Joe, is like, I'm not smart enough to figure this stuff out on my own, but I'm like having fun and I want to figure it out, so that's what I want from you guys, you know. Oh shit, I'm 12 decks short. Or some decks short. I'm 1 deck short. I can fix it. There are people smarter than me that can help me do the math. Or maybe they're willing to put in the effort to do the math. I'm sure I could figure path of building out. That was the end guy. Here. I would like to become a demon, and I am itch level 8 now, I think. I don't think you can become a demon until you do your first ascendancy, and that's at like level 20-something, so you have to level more. Yeah, I don't know if smart's the right word, but it's just like, it'll take like a lot of effort to learn all of the formulas or all the like the different calculations and stuff, and like it'll take effort more than anything. And it's like, I don't want to be not playing the game. If that makes sense. All of that stuff is not playing the game, and I'd rather play the game. I'm a more of a feels craft kind of guy. I wanted to talk to him for a passive respec. Now I've got Briar Patch. And we've got the foil ones, too. They're cool. Look, it changes colors. Alright, so level 9, I'm still going to use that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Next upgrades. So we got 16 for helmet. Oh, I could actually put this on and just swap more decks.
Another strategy.
Okay. So now we've got all the good items on that I wanted. Helmet is 16. Chest is 22. New belt is 20. New ring is 24. New neck's 30. That's a way off. We'll just put it in there for now anyway. And new shield is 26. 33, 30. This is all like future stuff. Okay. Ooh. I wanted that. Alright, so next major upgrade. I've got the new belt at 20, which just has more resistances on it. It's not super important, but Cloak of Flame will be not too much more Thorns damage. We get the 25 to 35 Thorns damage. This becomes more powerful later on, whenever I've got my Ascendancy. This will just make me super tanky throughout the I will never die once I have this on through the campaign. Yeah, you take damage when you're in demon form, so you have to have life regeneration on gear. You have to have like a certain amount of life regen. And then you won't take damage anymore. But yes, you want to invest into life regen while you're playing demon form. Yeah, I'm curious too, Zank because like the reason why I don't think this is going to be better than Warbringer isn't because Fire Thorns isn't good. It's because Avatar of Fire is a 75% of damage converted. So you're taking a damage loss, right? So it's like the Ignite has to be doing a lot of damage. And I don't know how much that's going to be doing for the Leech, right? Because the Thorns damage is what's causing the Leech, right? So, like, I assume the Ignite from the Leech does nothing, which means, like, now I'm leeching for less because it's 75% damage. Can I survive with Avatar of Fire or all the Infernalist stuff? Like, I'm really curious what it looks like in late game. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that, Zanctius. Is leech... But it says Thorns damage leeches, so I think the passive... I think this, Vengeance, Thorns damage leeches life. It doesn't say physical Thorns damage. It says Thorns damage. Actually, I'm leeching right now. I know it works. I'm leeching right now. I'm glad you asked that question because, yeah. I'm leeching right now. Like, I'll heal. Look, I'm leeching right now. I'm leeching right now, and I'm all elemental Thorns damage. Like, I'm only, like, 33 lightning, only 33 physical Thorns damage. So, yeah, it works. But we'll find out more when I have better gear. Maybe there's a unique to Ignite Leech. Maybe. There's also that one unique ring that makes your Ignite do chaos damage, so... maybe, like, that ring gets Black Flame Ring, I think it's called. Maybe that ring gets, worked in. Right, but this is different from this. Like, again, this if this said physical Thorns damage leech, like, yeah, but this is just Thorns damage leech. It's not saying physical Thorns damage. Elemental Thorns damage is a part of Thorns damage. Like, the Thorns damage is covering the elemental. Or that a passive ascendancy, or that ascendancy that Amazon has is just making the elemental leech. Where are all these frickin' points? Did I get all 3 of them already? I hate these maps so much. Whoever made these maps is mean. Yeah, it does. It really does, Antius. Because there's a lot of cool rings. Like, there's the one that's, like, convert fire to lightning damage. There's the one that's, like, convert cold to lightning and stuff. Like, there's a lot of ways to try and force Thorns to certain damage archetypes. Is it over here? What is happening? Yeah, gloves that convert fire to cold. Like, there's a lot of ways we can try and, like, make some weird things happen. Is it right here? Did I already do all 3 of them and I just got big streamer brain right now? Maybe I already cleared them all. And I just ran around the map for nothing. I got streamer brain, maybe. I only see 2 checkpoints, though. Isn't there 3? I only see 2 checkpoints. Maybe I did all 3. Yeah, I'm leveling Poison Thorns next, I think. Oh, I just walked past this one. Never did this one. Streamer brain. What kind of games are you developing? Right now, we have 2 games in active development. One of them is a game called Castle Warriors. If you ever played RTS games like StarCraft and Warcraft, it's based off a lot of custom games in that, where you like send minions down a lane and they automatically path and fight. It's like an auto-battler type game. That game's in early access, and then our next game is releasing in about a month. It's called Card Quest. It's like a 3D simulator game where you like stream yourself opening card packs, and then you go to a convention center, you have your own booth, and you sell your cards at the booth to like convention attendees. Those are 2 games we're working on right now. Have you thought about doing Life Thorns? What are Life Thorns? Whoa! He just blasted himself. I wasn't ready for that. Respawned and maybe I blasted him. See how I'm like instantly leeching to full? That's why I think it's working that way. But yeah. Alright, so we are trying. It's not going to be good until we have Avatar of Fire, probably. But we're trying it while we're leveling. Herald of Ash.
Never forget that.
Now, we're also going to run Scavenge Plating. But for now, we're going to run Herald of Ash. We'll see if I have a good another low-level skill gem I can wear right now. I might not be able to. Put on Scavenge Plating. Obviously, Scavenge Plating should be what you wear, especially once you start armor breaking, but...
A little simple you, so thank you.
Let's see here. Let's look at my skill gems. Yeah, I mean that's one of the that's a part of the reason why I'm going Infernalist is to test out Bira's Anguish. That's the charm, right? Or whatever. That's the thing that's like enemies and presence take fire or something damage. That's part of the reason why I'm doing Infernalist. I've got streamer brain so bad. I was looking for a spirit gem to see if I can get another Scavenge Plating. This is a level 7, so we won't be able to do that for now. That'll be level 22 then. Let's get some spirit gems for Herald of Ash. I can put Magnified Effect in it. Since I have all this extra spirit right now from my Enfolding Dawn. I'm sorry, I get distracted easily, guys. That's why my brain gets all over the place. We want to put the Thorn one in, obviously. What's it called again? Thorn Skin. And then Precision, so I've just got better accuracy while leveling. It was when I first started playing PoE, I didn't know what these were called. And I just called, I didn't know what these were called. I didn't know what Delirium was at the time. So I just labeled these poop pods, because I had no, they just looked like little bags of shit. I had no idea what they were, so I just titled the tab poop pods. That's why this one's called Sharp Thing, because I had no idea what essences were. Like, these were the tabs I'd named, like, day one, because I was just confused. I should probably update them. I've never tried that Miller time. I agree, Joe. Miller, I agree, Joe. Tactician is way too focused. Nice, Sanctius. Good to know. I'll have a better testing of it soon, hopefully. Especially when I get, like, the crit leech going. Let me get a drink, you guys. Sorry, I like answering questions, so sometimes it's nice to pause and just look at what you guys are saying. This is exciting. Things are going well. Okay, so now it is time for Ogum Farmlands, right? We've done all the other side bosses in the area. Yeah, Life Thorns, Bira's Anguish, Life Stacking, Infernalist. Yeah, that sounds really cool. Especially when you add in Life Investment. If you talk about adding a Chernobog Shield, right? It just gets even better. There's just like so much potential there. That's why I swapped off of a Lich to Infernalist. Oh, I like that already. Did you see the explosions from Herald of Ash? Woo! I don't know how effective it is damage-wise, but it looks cool. I mean, it just looks cool. Pragmaticism makes it infinite proc. What's that? Oh yeah, it's always fun watching the pretty explosions. Charm costs no charges. Ooh, that sounds really good. Oh, so that's what you do. You do infinite charge. Oh, that's how you fully bring that on. Well, maybe that's where Thorns Ignite goes, then. That makes sense. That makes sense. It didn't look like it was proccing on Thorns, but it might not be doing enough fire damage. Because right now, Rake is doing the Barb's Quill Burst extra fire damage, so maybe it has more likelihood of proccing Herald of Ash, where Ignite is like doing like only like 710 Thorn damage, but it's possible that Thorns is not proccing Herald of Ash based off what we're seeing, yes. Because I haven't seen it proc yet off of a mob, but we might need more Thorns damage specifically for that to happen. Not sure. It is proccing off of the Rake Herald of the Rake Barb's Quill Burst Stomping Ground combo, though. For some reason. Herald of Ash needs an attack skill. Gotcha. So it has to trigger off an attack skill. Makes sense. Makes sense. So it can proc off of the attack, proccing the Thorns damage. So it's still, yeah, so it's still good. It's just you're not ever going to get the procs off of whatever it's called. We don't do reading here, Joe. We don't have time for reading. I thought you understood that now by how I pronounce half the words of this game. I glance at them and move on. There's no reading here.
I need more time.
I like the Herald of Ash with this much fire damage, though. It's cool. It's like a lot of extra AoE damage. And it would make other skills better for AoE clear. It just sucks that, Rake is just the best mobility option right now. Like, I wish Molten Blast moved you forward.
Stop. Just wait. Surely we can.
You should have done well under the stake, witch.
Great will take you back.
What's Bringer of Flame?
Executioner.
Nice. Another boss down.
Is the true master of death.
Oh, Doriani. You're next. You're next. Infernalist node that makes all damage contribute to, Is it like in the Ascent? Oh, Bringer of Flame. All damage from you and allies in your present contribute to ignite chance and magnitude. Interesting. I had never actually read that one for some reason. Is that new? Is that like a changed one from the last patch? Or am I just completely spaced on this one? For some reason, I don't remember Bringer of Flame. All damage from you and your allies in your presence contributes to ignite chance and magnitude. I mean, yeah, that like in my head, that sounds better than Avatar of, not Avatar, what is it called? Avatar of Flame? In terms of, like, if you're doing an Ignite focus build, Avatar of Fire. If you're just trying to get, like, a really high Ignite damage, I'd have to test it, but that's a good idea. I haven't thought that far ahead. It used to be gated behind the Mana of Flame node. They moved it out of... Oh, that's why. Yeah, I remember... Okay. It was gated behind the Mana stuff. I remember, yeah, I remember when I was looking at it today, I was like, I don't remember. I thought there was a third option, yeah. Pyromanic Pact used to link to Bringer of Flame. Or something, right? Yeah. That's why I was confused. I was looking at it earlier this morning. I was like, oh, Infernalist is different. There's not that one extra node. I wonder what they changed. But yeah, okay, it makes sense now. That is a lot better than what it was before. Is it better than Avatar of Fire? Potentially. It depends on how you're scaling. But I would imagine for just getting a nasty Ignite, it's really good. I'm definitely going to try that. So thank you for pointing that out to me. I had missed that somehow. I'm a noob. Good idea, though. Can't wait for your talkative try interview to come. I don't know if one of those is happening. I would love to talk with that guy, but I'm sure he's super busy and he's got plenty of bigger creators to talk to. I like him a lot, though. When I first started watching, I mean, I still watch his stuff now, but when I first got into PoE, like, his interviews are really cool. When you're, like, new to the community and he's interviewing all of these people, like, Dreamcore, like, Sir Gog and stuff, like, these are creators I never would have found because, like, most of the creators that I knew about for PoE before I started watching Try were, like, just the big Twitch names, like Zizarin and stuff, right? And a lot of these creators that Try has introduced me to, I like a lot. Like, I'm a big fan of people like Sir Gog. Like, I think Sir Gog is fucking awesome. And, you know, I learned about him through Try. Lion Furls for the build, just trying stuff out. We're going to try some fun Ignite stuff. Yeah, he's commented on 2 of my videos lately. I comment on his videos a lot. I love his perspective. People call him like a GGG shill. I don't see him that way. He's just a positive person. But I've seen him criticize GGG in the game plenty. But I don't know. He just doesn't have like the Reddit hater mentality, and that a lot of creators lean into. Maybe is the word. Yeah, no, that was cool that he commented on my community post. That was really cool. I would love to do a talk down with him. I'm thinking about starting my own podcast soon. It's currently titled Off the Meta, a Path of Exile podcast. And I've got like episode 0 planned, where I'm just gonna do like a solo episode, but I'm looking to like, hopefully like, bring on build creators to show off their fun off-meta builds, or have like a segment on it that's like meta build, off-meta build of the week. But I just want to get, like, whenever I look at all the podcasts right now in the Path of Exile space, literally all of them are aimed at the 1% of the 1%ers. It's not even 1%ers, it's 0.01%ers. Like, all of the podcasts are, like, titled shit like Blastcast. Or even, like, Try's top podcasts that he does, except for, like, his interviews. When I'm talking about his podcasts, he's got 3 Gigablasters on, and they really only talk about, like, the 1% of 1% stuff, which I do appreciate, but I don't think there's enough, maybe like 10%er discussions, you know? Off meta, like I guess slightly less meta stuff, but I plan on starting a podcast soon. Just because, like, as you guys can tell from my stream, I just love talking about the game. And I just want to get some form of way I could just start talking about the game frequently. Well, episode 0 of the podcast. Well, let's do this boss first, and then I'll talk about it. Hello.
What a delightfully sacrilegious creature.
Hey, get out of here. Oh, I don't have the helmet on, so that's not gonna leech. I forgot how important Crown of the Pale King is. I've had it for too long.
I simply must have my own one of those.
But yeah, I got a podcast coming. I'm not sure, like, I don't care if it's, like, super popular. I just need a platform that I can talk about this game for, because I enjoy it a lot, and there's just... It seems like the best way to just talk about the game. And at first it would just be like probably just me talking about certain subjects I'm interested in about the game, but at some point I used to do a lot of Heroes of the Storm podcast, StarCraft podcasts for other games, so I've been in the podcast for like a long time. And I don't know, like I would want to get like a co-host at some point that likes to do off-meta discussions and stuff, but at the most it'll be like if it doesn't become like a podcast where it's just like people talking about stuff, it would be like a show I do once or twice a month. That would just like, because I really like the idea of having like some form of video series, whether it's inside the podcast or its own series where I'm showcasing other builds inside the community of like off-meta builds. Like I just really have this want to do like, again, either a segment in the podcast called Off-Meta Build of the Week or an entire video series that's about showcasing off-meta builds from the community. I'll talk about it in episode 0 of the podcast. The entire podcast, episode 0, is just me introducing like the podcast series to my channel, but also like talking about how I feel about meta. And one of the talking points I have is like, when you're a casual player and you like finally are into the game to the point where you're like, okay, this is really fun, but I want to get better, I'm going to go to YouTube and I'm going to look up a video on how to get better. Most people aren't like playing, like if you're not looking up content online, you're probably not doing a meta build. You probably are farting your way through the campaign with whatever skills you want. You know, And then when you're like, oh, okay, well, I've been leveling this goofy-ass Resonating Shield Thorns style, and then you go to YouTube it, and then, like, all the builds you're seeing are for Lightning Spear, and you're like, oh, this isn't fun, I quit. So, like, for most people, when they're finally, like, taking that step into, like, wanting to get deeper into the game, most of their builds they're probably playing aren't on the meta. But if you have people out there making off-meta builds, and it's like, oh, hey, this weird spear field build I was doing, someone like Ziggy D has made a guide for it. I can now play it. I need level 16 before I do this. So my point is that a lot of people construe the word meta. Meta can mean a lot of things. We're going to farm for 16, so I have the helmet for the boss. What most people mean when they say meta is they mean the meta of the top players of the game. But when you, like, I work in game development, so I watch a lot of game development videos and stuff. Like, I have to research the industry and stuff. And one thing that you see a lot of developers talk about, especially, like, the Riot developers, is when you say something like, let's say Master Yi is bad in the meta, they would say which meta? Because there's the Bronze League meta, the Silver League meta, the Gold League meta, right? Like, there isn't just one meta. The meta means a lot of things depending on who you are. So in my opinion, more people play off-meta builds in PoE terms than meta builds, right? A majority of the player base is playing something that isn't Lightning Spear one-shotting the entire screen. Now, if you want to full clear the entire game, 100% content, you need to play one of those super min-max meta builds, right? But a majority of people, like your dads or your friends who aren't super tryhards, they don't play games that way. So if you're talking about the majority of the player base, the majority of the player base is probably playing silly off-meta builds that aren't perfectly min-max. So, and with how PoE 2 has the potential to appeal to such a wide audience, there's just so much potential for off-meta creators to grow and find their place, as opposed to PoE 1, where you really can't be super off-meta in PoE 1. Not to the extent you can in PoE 2 right now. It just doesn't work. PoE 1, if you want to push the endgame far, you need a meta build. You don't have a choice. I don't even think I have armor break built in right now. I would need to put armor break in the rake. But yeah, that's my point, is the noobs outnumber the one percenters. So there is just a place for off-meta stuff. And it's, again, I don't think the big podcasts are bad. I just, yeah, they are, like, anytime I watch them, it's like they're only talking about, like, stuff that only they care about. Which I do care about, but there are so many other things that need to be discussed. That I just, like, in all of these interviews that you see with Zizarin and Darth and Gazzy and stuff, and Ziggy D, even Ziggy D, right? Like, Ziggy D I find more towards the middle ground area. Like, they don't really ask questions that, like, I would say a third of their questions are overall sweeping, and then 2/3 of the question are always, like, endgame, min-maxer focused stuff. Like, oops, I did not mean to exit the login screen. I meant to respawn at checkpoint. But yeah, as you can see here, I like to just ramble and talk, and that's why I just want to do a podcast about this game. I could talk about this game for frickin' 4 hours with just myself talking. So if I ever had a co-host that I could, like, just talk back and forth with, like, or guests that I brought on to show their builds, etc., you know. Meta equal expensive as fuck? Yeah, usually. It can mean expensive. But yeah, meta means a lot of things, right? Like, I don't know. I think PoE players have defined meta to only mean the top, but I don't define it that way, but that's probably because I either work in game development or I just have grown. I have experienced games that don't define meta that way for so long that I just don't think. Yeah. It just has a different meaning to me. Alright, so do I... Yeah, I should go straight for Thorns stuff first. I should go straight at least for Thorns critical hit chance. And then from there, it's like, do I try out Burn Away? Obviously, I want to go for Avatar of Fire, potentially, but maybe not now that I have that one Ascendancy point that's easier to access. You have Fulmination here. I want to get these points here. You have these fire nodes here. I think I'm going to keep going towards crit for now. Okay, Crown of the Pale King. I don't need half this crap. Yeah, it's very much out of touch, Leighton. That's the only way I can explain it. It's just that, yeah. It's just a little out of touch because of how involved they are with their community, and they just, yeah, I understand how they get that way. I don't blame them for it. Alright, so the point is we need to get him to blast himself with his attack thing. His ice attack spray. Well, he's already below half. Alright, I'm not going to do any damage to him, hopefully, until he does the ice spray, and then we're hoping to one-shot him in the ice spray. All I've given you! Ice spray me! No, I didn't want to get hit there! Yeah! Oh my god, he got frozen instantly? Oh. Later, dude. I thought you wanted to put up a fight.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
How'd he freeze himself? I'm doing freeze damage with Thorns right now. I've got cold damage 6 to 643 Thorns damage.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages.
That's cold.
From the desert.
From the Vastiri?
Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please stop the madness.
As you will.
I've done this campaign too many times.
Must make haste. Let us return.
3 uniques. Imagine this was my first time through the campaign and getting 3 uniques. I don't even know if I've collected these yet. I probably have. I've been collecting a lot of these. I'm trying to clear the stash tab, of a unique tab or whatever. How long did it take you to get through Act 1? I've been recording for 2 hours, but I've been stopping and talking a lot. Like, this was not like a speed run. This was me literally like... Yeah. This could have been a way faster clear. I was not speed running. Did I already have these uniques? Probably did. Yep.
It is good to see. These are just, it's beautiful.
Can I use this rake yet? No, level 18, 2 levels. What's the armor break support gem? I need that in rake right now, right? Break. Is it break endurance? No. Armor? No. Demolisher? Which one's it? No. Splinter. Splinter. Oh, but I'm not doing much physical Thorns damage, so I don't really have armor break right now. So I think I have to rely on Resonating Shield for armor break right now. So I might Might just wait till the shield before I start focusing on armor break.
The Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in cataclysm. You must pursue her to the plains of Vastilia.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't kill him, like, obviously getting new gear is one of the first options, Nino. But it's just learning attack patterns. Like, you can kill him with no gear at all once you learn all his patterns, but gear obviously trivializes the game. But this is not a realistic, like, no one should, this is how you level when you're bored and you have a lot of currency. This is not a normal playthrough.
So, the Marraketh. Strong-minded women aplenty. I approve.
Armor break will work. I did it at low level. Alright, let me go get one. I'll see if it works with the problem is I don't have like physical Thorns damage. Like it's only 38 to 71, but at low level they might not have much armor, so it's just always auto breaking. I don't think I have any 4 links on me though. I'd have to get rid of Stomping Ground, so I have to wait until I can use this one at level 18 anyway. But I'll go ahead and grab the support gems for them. You have to have a high block chance, the Manchus. I have a clip on my YouTube shorts of me killing the last boss of Succumus with, like, in like 6 seconds. Succumus is really easy if you have a high block chance. It's really easy, and then you have to get a bunch of the relics that are max honor resistance. I haven't tried the Invuln Aura, but I am aware that you can use auras with a lot of Thorns. Either the physical damage reduction or damage one, the invulnerability aura, they all work with Thorns. I just have not worked them into any of my builds yet. They require the amount of spirit and dex that I haven't like invested into yet, and I have to go find the runes I want, but... When does this game get hard? Yeah, I mean, if you go watch the VOD for my Tactician, my first stream was 12 hours, and I don't think I cleared Cruel. Like, my first time through the campaign was really slow. Like, this is not the normal experience, you know? You do not need Ray Shield if you have Turtle Charm. You can still use Ray Shield. Ray Shield gives you a 100% chance to block the projectile or attack in front of you. If you have the stun threshold to block it. But you don't, like, I never Ray Shield right now. Ever. Yeah, the runes are the most expensive part right now. They're like 14 exalts, or it's 8 exalts. I forget what they're at right now. I had like 300 exalts and a couple divines, and now I'm broke. It wasn't all spent on this. I bought a bunch of other stuff for my Lightning Thorns guy. But yeah, the runes of teething are expensive. I'm really liking the Herald of Ash. Even if I don't know if it's actually doing much, it looks cool. Always use armor scraps. Nice. Yeah, I had a Moriar with 5 sockets, but I sold it for 4 Divine the other day. And then I bought a Moriar's with a 4 socket that had 50% Thorns damage enchant on it. And it was like a 200 Thorns damage upgrade. Without Scavenge Plating, but with Scavenge Plating it was like 1,000 Thorns damage upgrade. But 20 Exalts for a 5-link is a steal. Yeah, I'll start using Resonating Shield with, like, Magnified Effect in it once I put on this shield. But until then, I'm not really worrying about the armor break.
I need more time.
Yeah, I was planning on getting Avatar of Fire, but I just completely did not notice that they moved that one Ascendancy passive to not lock behind that thing. And that just means that, like, I should probably still do Elemental Thorns with Painter's Gloves, maybe, or a crit build that's physical, but I just do Ignite scaling off of it and see how that feels. Like, maybe Avatar of Fire is still the play with, like, pure fire scaling, like with a Chernobog, but I really like the idea of that Ascendancy passive being in a different spot and utilizing that somehow. How much is Turnbog? Too much. I haven't checked it in a couple days, but last I checked it was like 35 Exalt or Divines. Which is out of my price range. I think I've got like a Divine worth of currency right now. I could farm like 10 Divines in a couple hours probably. If I just like sat there and grinded Ultimatum or Maps. Did a couple Citadels. But yeah, right now I'm just broke. One day I'm going to have to, like, sit down and, like, okay, we are not spending any currency until I farm a Chernbog. We're just not right there yet. Well, level 18, something happened. What happened at level... Oh, I got the new... Oh, I don't have decks for these. They need require 43 decks. We can definitely get that dex up there. It's 5 points in dex. I got to swap. And that won't break any of my strength requirements right now. Eventually I'll have dex on some pieces of gear, like a ring or something, that might help, but it's not bad to have a few passive points in dex. Yeah, there's the support gem Sunder thingy. Use the support gem Sunder in whatever attack you're doing. Oops. Now, I know it's a bit unfair, but I have the 5-link on my main, so I don't care that's unfair. Barbs, Quill Burst, Stomping Ground, what was it called? It was called Splinter, and then Martial Tempo, probably. I don't need the extra armor from unabating or whatever it's called. Okay. I'll go put that in my stash.
Speak up.
What are your thoughts on Caltrops? I have not tested it at all. At all. I don't think I've used... Oh, I used it on my tactician once, in a lightning spear, but I didn't actually test it to like see how I could scale its damage. So I can't give you any real opinion on it. I want to do a tactician or a Caltrops build at some point, but all right, we're waiting for her to breathe on herself. Right now? Oh, she instantly froze herself. That's so funny. Them instantly freezing themselves with thorns was really funny.
Winds praise you, only. Vector, I admire.
The encase in jade, like I don't use the actual encase in jade part. It has a stacking buff, and then when you get to 10 stack, or it's like 10 or 8 stacks, and you get 1% physical damage reduction per stack. That's the only reason I take it. It's just physical damage reduction. It's probably not like the best option. You're probably better off going the negative armor break or the Warcry shit, but I've just been taking it to be a little slightly extra tanky. But I never actually used the Encase in Jade skill. Ever. Never use Encase in Jade. It's never been on my bars. Trial Secamus is going to be fun. So now we're going to do all of the damage contributing to Ignite Chance thing. I was going to take, like, maybe Altered Flesh first or whatever, the one that gives you the defensives, but now we're just going to take that Ignite Chance stuff, and we're just going to Giga Blast our Ignite damage.
So, let us...
Time to go blast Babala. And then we'll get our Ascendancy.
Creepers and crawlers in dark spaces. How wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, this gear is not like... You could get close, right? But, like, this is, like, a fully twinked out set. Like, this may not be the most min-max twink set possible, but, you know... Yeah, this is not, like, something you'd replicate easily. Like, if... This is not a way I'm gonna level many characters, because it's not realistic for people to play as. Like, I can't do, like, this is how you level Thorns. Spend 5 Divine on all this lightning gear, or Thorns shit, or whatever, you know? That's not a feasible leveling strat, but it is fun to mess around every once in a while. It'll be a fun video, at least. Where are you, Babala?
Like this of me.
Is Dreadfist a trap? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not using it anymore. Like, it's a good cheap leveling option, but... I'm not sure how good that impale mechanic is, so... I think she's that way. Yeah. That was my Thorns crit at 34%. Not bad. Like right now, I'm only using Painter's Glove because I'm trying to do like a fun elemental Thorns conversion style. That's why my elemental damage, like, that's why my Thorns isn't all lightning damage. It's cold, fire, and lightning. It's because of Painter's Glove right now. But if I wasn't playing elemental, I would probably level with Dreadfist until I got the Leech Gloves online, but it's hard to say. I was using the Impale Gloves with my physical damage Thorns Warbringer, and, like, even then, I swapped to the Leech Gloves. At series, Leech Gloves are just better. Like, they're good, but I don't know if they're good enough. But maybe, like, they're better when you have more damage for the Impale thing. Alright, Babala. Don't thorn yourself too hard now. Huh? Come back here. Later, dog.
How fun.
Yeah, it's like, when I swapped to Atziri's, I saved so many passive points. Like, I was investing so much in the Leech before, and then with the Atziri's gloves, you don't have to invest anything in the Leech.
Recent corpses. An easy distraction.
I was using Mings when leveling. Mings isn't awful if you're not getting one shot. Like, I could be wearing Mings right now. Maybe I should be wearing Mings. Why am I not wearing Mings? It's not like I'm dying or going to die anytime soon. Yeah, my first Thorns character I leveled with Mings, but I completely forgot to get Mings back for this one. Am I high enough for Mings yet? What is Mings? Level 20? You considered Mings? Yeah, I used Mings on my first Thorns character while leveling, but eventually took it off when I was getting one shot too much. Mings. I've got you someplace. Yeah, I'm not level 20 yet, so ha. I didn't level without it yet. Just haven't been able to wear it yet. Level am I? 19, 18? 19. Alright, cool. We're about to get some big upgrades.
She made light work of that.
New chest at 22. And the chest and the shield have 50% increased Thorns damage on them. So they're not just like uniques that are like minor upgrades. They're big damage boost. Does gain extra as work on Thorns? It works for elemental damage on Thorns if you're using the gain extras on the wand rolls. So like the gain extra elemental damage is fire damage. It works in it works with wands. So you have to be running resonating shield with a wand really, which means you can't use barbs. You can't use barbs on a wand attack. If you're not getting killed, I use Mings until, like, yellow maps. It was around yellow maps that I was like, alright, I'm still one-shotting stuff without Mings, and I'm not dying without Mings, so let's do that. But I used Mings a long way on my first playthrough. Oh, I got turned around. I need to be going up. Just trying to get my Mings unlocked. Give me that Mings. Okay, so now the question is, how do I want to path here now? It's like, how hard do I want to lean into the ignite stuff? Is this fire damage stuff and damage penetrating fire damage? I believe the ascendancy point is specifically all damage contributes to ignite, so fire damage, fire damage, fire damage, night duration, hits against ignited, so this is not bad. The fire stuff down here was the other option. I want magnitude. Ignite magnitude is the biggest thing for me right now, I feel. And hit chance. So there's some magnitude there. And this one's some magnitude. Now, I can obviously come here and get Thorns damage. Has a chance to ignore armor and the Thorns damage stuff, too. But I really just want to see, like, a hilarious Ignite right now. This is only 10% magnitude. I think I'm just going to go for the Thorns damage stuff for now, and then we'll double back for Ignite stuff later. Alright, so my Thorns damage is currently 58 to 2,134 damage. And with Mings, I don't know which one has to go. This one? Yeah, we'll go this one. Woo! And this isn't even a good Mings roll. This is only 31%. Mings can go up to 40%. I thought I had a better Mings. I thought I did have a 40%. Let me make sure my Mings isn't in my stash still. I thought I had a 40% Mings. What's Chonk? Yeah, Chimula Monk. I'm planning on trying... My next character I'm leveling might be a Chiyula Monk Poison Thorns. Fuck. I don't know why I do those things to myself, but I'm thinking Chiyula Monk Poison Thorns. I swear I had another Mings. Is it in this tab? There it is! I knew I had a 40% Mings! There we go, that's better. Yeah, prize paying ring isn't great. There might be like some weird technique that needs to be done. To like make the stun ring work, but I seriously fucking doubt it. It is a early game leveling ring at best. Think you can wear my belt now? Oh, good call. My man. Did I lose her? Oh, fuck. She hasn't been following me. I hate when you do that. If you don't make sure she's following you at the start, you have to go back for her. And Lich and Holy might work? Yes, and Lich and Holy does work. I have a level 60-something or 50-something Lich, I think, that I was leveling through the campaign for Thorns to use on Holy Might. I've been saying that I think Lich might be the best ascendancy for pure raw damage. It's either them or Titan. Oh, here she is. I walk past her, or I'm blind. There we go. Yeah. You can use Mings for a long time. I used it until yellow maps, I'm pretty sure. It's just at some point, you're just, you'll be required to take it off. Maybe required's not the right word, but it'll be better to take it off. Like that, the other ring that I have, the crit ring, is just really good for Thorns right now. Plus it also has elemental res on it. The leech is just already so good. That was not my flask healing me there. That was all the Thorns leech. I can't wait to see all damage contributing to Ignite chance. Yeah, and if you just left click, like all these bosses, I've just been doing auto attack kills, but like 3 attacks there and I get them to his kill phase. Like, the damage you have here with a twinked out Thorn set is just ridiculous. I mean, I haven't tested it with this specific patch for Thorns, but I had a lot of hulking form builds in 0.1 that were great, Leighton. I love Titan. It's my favorite ascendancy because of Thorns, hulking form. Does it map out to be the best ascendancy for Thorns this patch? I don't know, but I love hulking form. I think it's so freaking cool.
We must battle sorcery with sorcery.
Oh, interesting, Treach. I didn't realize that pinning counted as light stun. So if that procs the ring, that's pretty cool. That is definitely a tech that could bring it online. If you're fast pinning mobs. Did I not do something? What is wrong? Oh, I have to talk to her down here. Alright, we're gonna go get my ascendancy next.
Stay in sight.
I'm excited for this shield. The no movement speed penalty while shield is raised is gonna be super fun. I'm gonna like for resonating shield. We're gonna see how silly we can make resonating shield movement. I wanted to do Sekamas. Oh, I don't know about that, Leighton. GGG, they have such word soup with how they're, like, everything will say the same word, but different phrasings mean different things. I get super confused with how GGG has set stuff up. I'm sure there's some aspects of being a game developer that, like, I think, like, a lot of the reasons why I'm able to, like, do creative builds is because I'm like, whenever I see something added to a game, I think, why did the developer add this? Because when I code something into the game, or we put something into the game, like, that takes effort. There's a reason why we added something. And my brain doesn't immediately think, well, the math tells me this isn't good. My brain tells me I want to try this.
I have to admit, I'm somewhat enjoying all this.
But I don't know if that makes it necessarily easier or better, but it definitely helps in some aspects, I would say. Room 1 down.
An oasis in the desert.
Less damage, fewer, no evasion. Sorry if I missed some of your comments during Trial of Sekamas. Obviously, this requires a little bit more focus than the normal campaign. I'm sure I could just walk through it and not lose enough honor by the end of it, but I don't want to do this twice, so a little extra focused.
The ritual has been disrupted.
Drops might be enabled. I think you just have to watch. I don't know if the drop thing is still happening, Matthias. I have the drop thing turned on for the little event that happened. It got you the little deer pet. I don't know if it's still going, though. If it's still going, I still have drops on. And you just have to watch. But I don't know if the event ended or not, so... Is Thorn a projectile? No, it's a hit, though. It counts as a hit. How come scavenge plating don't break armor on its own? Scavenge plating doesn't do damage. Scavenge plating is just a spirit gem. It has no damage. It's just a buff you have that gives you a stack when you break armor. So you have to do damage to break armor. Scavenge plating is not has no damage on it at all. All it does is give you a buff that gives you more damage, but it does not actually actively deal damage.
I would give anything for a sip.
Wow, haven't taken damage yet. Show me the armor, please. What armor? 24% armor? What is the armor called? The armor I'm wearing? I'm just leveling the Unfolding Dawn. I should talk about the one in my bags. That's called Cloak of Flame. Wrecked.
An oasis in the desert. Swift magnificence. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
I don't have Thorns skin in. Oh, I do. It's in this. Never mind.
A formidable rock challenges me.
It burns.
I forgot if you can block that one or not. Can't block that one. Oh, I put it in the wrong. I'm using the wrong skill. I was like, why am I not one-shotting him? I forgot I moved shit to my to my rapid assault. I was like, why am I not one-shotting him? That was almost a no-hit run. I was trying really hard for a no-hit run, and it would have been a no-hit run if I literally had not just immediately forgot I moved my skill gems to rapid assault, because I was spamming rake for that entire fight. But if I would have just immediately rapid assaulted, he would have died. But that was so close to a no-hit run. If I would have just rapid assaulted, or even just kept them in rake and raked them from the start, it would have been a no-hit run. I got hit there at the very last second, and he would have died so much faster than myself. Well, yeah, it's just easy to do Sanctum. Really easy.
Rest a while.
All right. Infernalist.
They burned many a sister.
All right. We are trying this out first. My original plan was to just go Altered Flesh first, just to be extra tanky. This is one of the main reasons why I was wanting to go Infernalist, is Grinning Immolation. 50% more critical damage bonus. So, who knows how this would go. You would have some silly Ignite stacking stuff, but we're going to try and Bringer of Flame. All damage from you and your allies, which is just me, contributes to Ignite chance. So...
They tried to burn me.
we'll see what Ignite's about to start doing. Almost a no-hit run. All because I forgot I swapped my gems. I'm so salty. Alright, we're almost level 22. Level 22, I put on the new chess piece. Big Thorns damage increase here. Again, it's not that it's just giving me 25 to 35% Fire Thorns damage. It's that enchant on it. We are going to be losing 100 Thorns damage because it's a 2-link versus a 3-link, but I think it's going to be better. Okay, we are going to Keth. Where's Keth? Keth? Easy ascendancies, though. What time is it? Oh, not even 10 o'clock yet. We got plenty of leveling. I wonder if we'll be able to clear Cruel.
The skeleton city of a once great culture. How adorable.
Later. Alright, we gotta get the one thing, the relic, and then the passive points. Whoa, lag spike. I was wired. I don't know what that means, Saig. I have no idea what you're talking about. I only use a spear and a shield in the one slot. I don't do any set swaps. I'm not sure what you mean by lose the value of the shield. I don't think that's a thing. Or whatever you're saying, I don't understand. Like, I'm not sure what you're saying. I use a spear and a shield. I don't do anything fancy. You see that Ignite kill that guy? The Ignites are super cool. Yeah, on my Warbringer, I play the exact same way. I don't do any set swaps on my Warbringer. I use Spear and Shield on my Warbringer only. I'm not sure what you're talking about for, like... Should I play Shield and Weapon set 2 for Thorns build? When I play Spear and Shield and Weapon set 1, shield values are being ignored. Like, I do not understand what you mean by shield values are being ignored. That's where I'm losing you. Oh, I need more intellect for this chess piece. Sheesh. Like, on my Warbringer, I don't have that issue you're running into. Like, what do you mean shield values are being ignored? right. I need 47 insight for both of these? No, just this one.
Quickly.
I don't know, Sag. That's not the case for me. When I put my shield into my offhand, whatever stats it has on it, I am getting them. Make sure you have the right enough strength to use it or something.
How can
I must keep calculating.
I am not sure on that one. I'm truly could. I don't know. I don't know what you could be experiencing there. That's a new one. Alright, Cloak of Flame. 50% damage enchant. Sorry, Sag. I wish I could have helped you out more there. I'm sorry, man. Like, if you're still watching when I hit level 26, I will put on this shield and you will see me get all of the stats from it. Alright, so let's look at our damage. Right now, again, we are losing one of our 1 to 300 Lightning Thorns damage runes, but we're getting a 49% increased Thorns damage. So let's see if it maths out to be more. It's actually 2 less right now. However, this will only this will math out over time to be more because of the percent increasing. As I get more Thorns damage, this will math out to be more. And then when I put this on, it'll math out to be more. So the fact that it's a 2 downgrade is actually, I'm really happy with that. I was thinking it might be a lot lower than that. It ended up being equivalent. And we'll just scale up better over time. I mean, being resistance capped no matter what fight you're fighting is like, it makes it exponentially easier. You should always, like, if you're dying onto a fight to elemental damage, getting res cap is the answer always. Look at that ignite. The ignites are so cool. It's gonna get fun.
Quiet your tongue, serpent.
Because there's just so much fire stuff I can add. Ooh, so I could go get this jewel though. You know what? I'm just gonna keep pathing to foreign stuff for now. We'll figure it out later. We'll min-max it better later. Oh. Right. I can't use Scavenge Plating and Herald of Ash. I am getting some Scavenge Plating stacks, but because my Scavenge Plating is solo, it's not so much DPS. I'm just going to keep running Herald of Ash. Because it looks cooler for now. But yeah, I need to get more Spirit. Oh, I see. That's what he was asking. Okay, I misunderstood what he was asking, Treats. Yes, if whatever stats you have in your second set, you do not get those stats. You only get the stats of whatever's in your hands. Sorry, yes, I did not understand that was what you're asking. Sorry, bro. Yes. If it's in your set 2, you do not have the set stats at all unless you pull it out. That is that is the way that works. I've got, like 1,300 hours right now, Nino, and it still confuses the fuck out of me, so just keep chugging along, man. It is a game that you just slowly absorb more information over time. It is a pain, but that's what makes it so much fun. Huh? I just slid down that door. How goes the Fire Thorns? Hey, Chip, it's going fun so far, man, but obviously I'm wearing a cracked-ass set, so that just makes it a little bit better. But yeah, it's going good, man. I'm having fun with it. It's really powerful. We haven't really fully leaned into fire yet right now, and it might not actually end up being a Fire Thorn style now that I'm in Infernalist. It might just be Ignite Thorns, which is not necessarily purely using fire stuff. We'll see, though. Either way, it's either fire or Ignite. Some form of flame stuff is being done. But this new passive positioning in the Ascendancy tree has me thinking differently about things. It was already pretty high, but now this is just even more high. Alright, boss time, boys. Here's the fun part. I am not going to hit Old Fatty. He is only going to Thorns himself. Well, I think I gotta poke him once. Give him a little butt poke. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Today, dude. Jesus, sometimes they take so long to Thorns themselves. It's like, I'm not trying to play the game here. Play it for me, please.
Is that I'm usually opposed to burning women alive, but as you wish.
Level am I now? 23. 26 is new shield. 24 new ring. 30 new neck. I can go and stash eventually.
By your request, this is what I need.
Do Thorns count as melee attacks? Nope. Thorns is a hit, I believe, is what it counts as. It is not an attack. It is not a skill. It is not a hazard. It is a hit only and Thorns only. As far as I can tell. Maybe there's like one or two other tags it falls under. Like it falls under physical damage. But that's like an obvious one, right? It's on the list of things to try, Chip. Like, Auto Bomber is definitely some form of play. Right now, I've taken Bringer of Flame for the increased Ignite chance, but Grinning Immolation, Pyromanic Pact, and using the Charm stuff is definitely on the table. I haven't looked into how those styles are, like, doing stuff right now, but yeah, I haven't really planned it out right now. If you look at the Mobilytics link, I've planned out like the first 20 levels, and like, yeah, we're just rolling with it. I'll check out that link and bookmark it. Treach, appreciate that info. I think I had been using the DB. I mean, you could definitely use those gloves. Would it enhance the build? I don't know about that. Enhancing usually comes with an upgrade. I don't know if that would necessarily be better than just pure fire. Because you'd have... Because one of the ways you go pure fire, like the most reasonable way to go pure fire is Avatar of Fire, but Avatar of Fire makes you do no non-fire damage, so you couldn't use those gloves with those. So whatever Fire Thorn style you're doing is going to be like a semi-gimp version, probably using Painter's gloves. So it would more than likely suck. And then you wouldn't be able to use those Vice gloves anyway, so no, not really. Definitely wouldn't call it an enhancement. Could you do it? Yes. Would it be good? No. I don't even know what it would look like, to be honest. Because, yeah, you couldn't use Avatar of Fire with it.
Pit graves and necromancers. This place just gets better and better.
Yeah, hopefully I'd have high crit. I'll have to look into them though, Chib. I have like really been like super tunnel visioned on the Thorns Warbringer, so like anything in the game, like I always get people asking me about my old builds or like other builds going on right now, and I have not had like the time to like look into other builds at all. We're trying to get the last relic, but yeah, the self-igniting stuff was already in play. I just didn't know how to solve it, but a lot of people have been recommending that Bera's Anguish stuff. I didn't get the relic, but we're at the boss. We'll have to go back for the relic.
I'm ready.
Oh, that was a good crit. One down. Can I live this? Oh, I did live it. You see that leech shield me up? And the ignite finish him off? Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. This is going to be a fun one.
Necromancer. These should come in handy.
Any ideas to make Thorns better? Or for AoE? Yeah, wait for a patch that they add better AoE support for Thorns. What you see me doing on my Warbringer with Rake is the best you're gonna get right now. Until someone finds a new technique that's just better for AoE clear, but right now for speed and clear time, Rake is just the best option we got, I think. Until they add a way to make your Thorns splash off of the target it hits. Yeah. Which might be coming with a druid thing, might be coming with, you know, other items or spirit gems, you know. There are patches with items coming that will enable us to do better. Smith of Katava is definitely viable for Thorns. Witch Hunter is what I played Thorns on in 0.1, but that would be the only... Like, it doesn't solve AoE fully. It helps with AoE. Does it solve it? Like, I guess maybe it would now. Given the current damage of things, it would probably be a lot more efficient at clearing. But you would lose, like... Yeah, Witch Hunter would be the best way, I guess. You would just have to solve a lot of other problems then. Like, going Witch Hunter Thorns would solve AoEs, but then you'd have to solve the fact that Witch Hunter just has no defensive built into its ascendancy. So you'd be spending all of your gear and time investing into defensives. The Witch Hunter would be the best option, yes. I agree. Witch Hunter is the only character I had success with Thorns on in the last build, and it was only successful in mapping because of the Ascendancy, so you are right there. Yeah, I would not be leveling a Witch Hunter right now for that. I guess I have a Tactician I could swap to the Witch Hunter. I'll probably do that at some point to see how it feels. Storks, that's what I'm trying to do with this build. I haven't seen what that looks like yet, but if it works well with Thorns, then that sounds great to me. It sounds like I keep seeing people mention this Bira's Anguish, Pragmaticism, cast on crit stuff. I have not seen what this looks like in other builds yet, but like I've seen like 10 people come into the stream now and be like, hey, are you going Infernalist to do Bira's Anguish, Pragmaticism, cast on crit? I wasn't, but I guess I am now. Yeah, go ahead and link it, Zanctius. Nightbot will time you out temporarily for it, but I'll save the link and watch it off a stream later. Yeah, it sounds fun. I tried cast on crit Thorns in 0.1 and it just didn't work, so. Cool, thank you, Zanctius. I will watch this off stream later. Appreciate you. Okay, now I just need to find the waypoint. How do you add 2 slots? You have to corrupt it with a Val Orb. So if you see like a lot of my gear with 2 sockets, it says corrupted. When you corrupt items, it can like make them worse, it can make them better, or it can give them sockets. And one of the, or like see the enchant on this one, the 49 increased Thorns damage. That is an enchant from a corruption. But this corruption over here is also just not doing an enchant, but it's doing the +1 rune socket. This corruption is doing +1 rune socket, right? Like so it's Val orbs. They're the orbs you get off the ground with the red face on it. I'm pretty sure, yeah, Storks, that's literally the video. Zanctius in my Twitch chat just linked me. I'll be watching that off a stream, and then, yeah, if that works for Thorns, which I imagine it does, that's how we'll be playing this, potentially. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to be expensive in a grind, but... Yep, Val Orbs, Talpa. No problem, man. I'm looking for the waypoint. Where would it be? In the middle someplace? Okay, we're getting these Thorns damage up. We're gonna get all of these clusters here. Maybe all of them. I'm about to start getting Resonating Shield while moving, without moving move speed, so we're going to be spamming Resonating Shield a lot soon. I'm going to try and get Magnified Effect in it, increase area of effect, just to make it like a silly radius. Oh nice, it was up here. Yeah, like, I have accepted that the Infernal... Like, I am not trying to make my... If it ends up better... Sorry, I have word soup sometimes. My brain moves faster than I can talk. I don't know if this is going to be better than the Warbringer Thorns. I assume it is not going to be, even with the pragmaticism stuff. I doubt it's better in terms of, like, overall as the Warbringer. I am just going in with that expectation, but I am just, like, whenever I like to do these builds, I, like, pick a theme or a style, and then I push that style as far as it can go, and then if it just falls flat on its face... You know, maybe it can only clear, like, 14s and 15s, but can't clear Arbiter plus 12 too easily. We'll figure it out there, but... It does sound like it'll be fairly unique heavy, which either means you're going to be sacrificing some damage, or you're going to be, it's going to be expensive as fuck. And obviously, if you get Chernobog, that solves a lot of problems, but that's another expensive piece. That's on the list of expensive pieces to get. You'd probably have to sacrifice, like, maybe crit damage bonus on your amulet for a resistance roll. You'd have to get res on your rings, I'd imagine. But it just depends on how many uniques the whole build takes, because, yeah, I haven't looked at all the uniques required for that setup they're talking about. Because, yeah, Thorns already requires quite a few uniques, so... Three charm, chest, plus belt. Oh yeah, Turtle Charm is goated. Like, I feel like I'm going to want, like, if I was tryhard starting a league as Thorns and I was willing to, like, take it seriously and see if I could get level 99 as fast as possible or whatever, right? I would almost certainly be playing Warbringer only for Turtle Charm. Like, the armor break is nice and all, but fuck that. Turtle Charm is fucking crazy, dude. I know I'm gonna miss having it. We need him to do his little lightning breath attack where he shoots all the little balls and then he'll kill himself real fast. Thorns himself. We don't say kill himself anymore. We say Thorns yourself. No! 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 I try to get those ones. We'll finish them. Get out of here, dweeb. Oh, you wouldn't be using Thorns for damage. You would just be using it as the engine to proc the crits, and then you'd use life stacking to do the damage. That's what someone said earlier in the stream, that it's a one of the first comments I got at the beginning of the stream is, are you doing Infernalist for a life stacking Thorns? And I was like, what do you mean life stacking? But then I learned that you're supposed to life stack for it, so I guess that makes sense. So I probably wouldn't even have the Lightning Thorns stuff in this. It would probably be like the 2% max life, right? So it'd be like every rune socket would have 2% max life. And then you would only need, like, your Thorns damage would be very minimal, right? It would be, you would just need the Thorns damage on some pieces, even if it was only like a 25 to 35 roll like this. As long as it's critting and scaling off of your HP, it's what's fueling the cast on crit, I assume. This is without watching the video and seeing how it works, but based off what you guys are saying, I'm trying to get context clues. I'll watch it off a stream, obviously, but it sounds fun. I love things like that. And if Thorns can be part of the engine for that, that's cool to me. No reason to have cast on crit for it. Oh, I saw some people saying cast on crit. Please tell me you're going to do Lightning Thorns. I'm doing Lightning Thorns on my Warbringer right now. I'm doing Fire Thorns on this guy right now. Gotcha, Xantius. Guy in video uses tier 1 spells to proc his Bira's Anguish, doing like 500k ignites. Interesting. Sounds bugged. Or unintended. But maybe I'm wrong. Sounds fun. Sounds like we'll be trying it out. I'll have to look into it off a stream, and then we'll start currency farming and collecting the pieces. And do a late game swap to it. Potentially. Yeah, I mean, the clear is like the biggest solve, right? So even if the bossing is like even like comparably worse, it would be nice to just like have like, hey guys, this is like one way to get Thorns better for mapping, and then it could be cool. I'm gonna try it no matter what. Whether it's good or not, we'll have to find out. It sounds like it'll be OP. But yep, it sounds fun. It only procs on spell crit. You need cast on crit to create ignite on yourself to trigger the charm. It only procs on spell crit. Gotcha. So you're running Thorns to get cast on crit, and you probably put like rank 1 of that ice spell in it or something, frozen orb, whatever it's called. It sends those out. Those are what's proccing the ignites. I see. What's the item called? I'll look it up on the trade shop real quick. Baria's Anguish. And then it's with this. No, it's this one. Which one is it? What's the engine here? What am I looking at? It's Bira's combined with Grinning, right? I'm not seeing spell crit listed on either of these. This just says critical hit. It doesn't say anything about spell crit. Storks. It only says become ignited when you deal a critical hit. And then the charm also doesn't say anything about spells either. Ignite enemies in your presence as though dealing fire damage equal to 500% of your max life when used. Used when you become ignited. I'm not seeing anything that says spells anywhere. Unless there's like a third piece to the engine I'm missing that says spells. He could only get it working with spells. Ah. He could only get it working with spells. Okay, well, we'll cross that road when we get there. We'll figure it out then. But... and the chest makes charms have no charges, right? So it's just, yeah. That part I get. I understand why the chest is part of it. I don't think this is the right way, yeah. Well, that sounds cool. We'll visit it when we get the late game.
The Faradin. They are still here.
Yeah, Storks. If that's how it does work, it sounds primo to me. But yeah, what Xanthia says, if it only self-ignites on spell crits, then we work in cast on ignite, or cast on crit. But if Thorns crits do proc it, then we got some money we're about to be playing with, it sounds like. Can I jump this? Oh, I don't have Leap Slam yet. Can I get it? Oh, it's the Spear one. It's Thunder Sleep, and yeah, it's level 9. Thorns damage. Every Thorns upgrade is just so big for my deeps. You had to use a crit with a bow and it wouldn't proc it? Interesting. Well, when I test it later, we'll figure out if Thorns is proccing it or not. We'll see if we can clear Kroll tonight. With how I keep stopping and talking about stuff, though, we might not clear Kroll tonight. But it might be a tomorrow on stream type test thing. But it'll be tested soon. And if it doesn't work, cast on crit. We have roads to get there. And if that doesn't work, we make a video and cry about it until GGG fixes it. Damn it. Yeah, generally speaking, Leighton, those kind of builds are not for me. I didn't do any cast on crit builds in 0.1 for a reason. Like, in general, auto bomber style builds, they don't vibe with me, but that's why I say, like, we'll be testing it, but will it be the main style I play in endgame? I don't know. It depends on how fun it is for mapping. We'll see, though. It'll at least be cool to test. Yeah, Lightning Thorn swap is super expensive. The Anoint alone is like 3 or 4 divines. And I don't even know if it's better than Bleed. So it's like, that's why it still says work in progress, and I'm like, not really sure if I should be pushing it super hard. Because I do not know if it's actually like a good DPS increase. It feels good for single target, but it is very expensive, that's for sure. Okay, here's the boss. We need to go find the sisters. If you have literally 0 budget max, probably Warbringer. But, yeah. Maybe Smith of Katava? I don't know. One of those two. You get budget fast, though. Like, Exiles will drop. You'll be able to start buying stuff. Gotta find the sisters. Oh, did I hit 26? Oh, I didn't even realize I hit 26 yet. Shit. Supposed to be using the new shield. It's a 500 Thorns damage increase. Despite only having 1 socket. Okay. There's some things I wanted to test out. Now that we have the shield on. Which anoint is that? It's the lucky lightning one. I forget what it's called. If you look at my Thorns Warbringer guide, it's under the endgame lightning variant. Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod is what I have anointed. I wanted to use Resonating Shield. Yep. And then I should go... I need to see if I can afford a 4-link right now. Oh, that's lame, Treach. Yeah, Companions Thorns is on my list of things to try. I just haven't... I don't know why it hasn't been super appealing to me, but you have the double stacks of auras. You also have Invulnerability aura. I think someone said you can get 70% uptime on Invulnerability, and you still proc Thorns with it, so it's super OP. What was my currency at? I have plenty of Exalteds. Cool. I want Greater Jeweler's Orb. I have Exalted Orbs. You only want 1. Thank you. Yeah, that's the main reason why I haven't done it, Stork, is like, until they add a way to give your minions either a percentage of your Thorns or your Thorns damage, or they give us a way that makes all enemies in your presence attack me, it's just like, if I have one companion, that might be okay, but the more you have out, the harder it's gonna get, right? Did I already do the Scavenge Resonating Shield? Yeah, okay. So let's 4-link it. Oops. Quality it. Okay, so I want magnified effect in it. We're putting, I think you can't put barbs in it, but you can put quill burst in it. Martial tempo. Explosive armor or something like that. We're just trying silly shit out right now.
You find I warm nights.
Okay, that's all my stash gear I had. Alright, let's test out this silly resonating shield thing, and I want to test this node out with it first for now. I just want to see how big I can get the area of effect and make how silly we can make it. I'm using 2x1 mod companions because they only take up 17. Oh, nice. That's smart. I was curious how you would min-max getting that few out. Alright, so this is what I'm testing with Resonating Shield. So, I hate Resonating Shield. It's so fucking slow. But this shield gives you no movement penalty when you use it. So, I am just trying something like this. Now we take off Herald the Bash, put on Scavenge Plating. And we'll start building stacks easier. Not that we needed those stacks, but let's see what it puts our Thorns damage at. We're at 3877. 3877. When we break armor, we need to find mobs to hit. Most of them are dying before I can get armor breaks. Resonating Shield would be better if you could put barbs in it, but because you can't put barbs in it, the way Quill Burst works is, it does... It does area in around the target that you're hitting. So it's like, it's really weird interaction. And not having like enough single target like into the mobs. Like it not being able to put barbs into this is just like, we can't only spam this. Unfortunately. We have to have some form of single target play. I don't have the spirit for Lightning Thorn yet. Oh, wait, no, that one's not a spirit gem. You're right. I forgot about that one. I wasn't planning on using it because I'm not mana stacking. I don't even know how much thorns it gives me right now. We'll see. But I completely forgot about that gem because I just haven't used it. And yes, this spell is very loud and annoying. I don't see me playing the Resonating Shield style for, like, all of the play style I'm doing this. I just don't like Resonating Shield. Thank you for reminding me about that Crackling Barrier, though. Is that what it's called? Crackling Barrier? Did I get the spirits, the sisters? I don't think I found the sisters. Yeah, I don't gain much. I'm not mana stacking right now, so it just doesn't give me a lot of Thorns damage. It gives me some, but it's not a lot. But you can see the barbs, like, the barbs doesn't do damage to the targets it's hitting. It's like doing an explosion around the target. So it's like, if we could get single target better in the resonating shield, it would be better, but it's just not. It's not good enough for pure resonating shield style, but it's fun. I'm not gaining much Thorns right now, though, because it's such a low level. And, like, I am gaining a lot of Thorns from it, but because I have so much ridiculous Lightning Thorns and Chaos Thorns, it's not, like, even comparative. So it just doesn't even seem worth investing into right now. This might be the play later on, but it doesn't feel it right now.
You are relentless.
You can put barbs in Wind Dancer. That's neat.
The time of the Faradin is nigh.
Huh. That could be fun.
Get back in your hole.
Damn, that Ignite just does so much. It's so cool. Whoa, that was cool. I mean, the Thorns damage is just crazy.
One day, I'll bring you back.
Barbs and Wind Dancer is cool. There might be a fun Wind Dancer build with that for sure. Maybe the Caltrops build. Alright. Now we go to the Dreadnought.
Off we go. It's time to kill.
We know. Ready yourself. We must prevail, no matter what.
Yes, yes, Sekima. We all know you are very brave.
Give no quarter!
I never do.
Alright, this is one of the more fun bosses in the game because when he heavy stuns himself with his lightning attacks, they still keep doing damage, so you can get some really fun clips. Yeah, Ritualist seems really good for very specific builds. The 3 rings can be manipulated in a lot of fun ways. Ritualist is definitely something that's being leveled soon. I don't think I need the Thorns damage ignoring armor. I'm like all elemental Thorns damage. Literally only 64 to 121 fire Thorns, physical, so. Not even using Scavenge Plating right now. This is definitely the easiest I've ever walked through Dreadnought. super easy. For Warbringer, what's the first ascendancy point you should take? The armor break one. I think it's called Anvil's Weight. Oh, right. I want to take those points out now. I'm not going to run those now. Resonating Shield style could be cool at a higher level, but because of how fast I'm just blasting the campaign, and I'm not doing any physical Thorns damage, I don't care about the armor break. Resonating Shield just doesn't fit the Elemental Thorns style. So, I don't know where I'm headed to. We'll do that for now. We'll go those fire nose. Alright, Jamin Raw time. This will be fun. He's got a lot of the most fun abilities for Thorns. And we'll bait them out too. Nope. Wasn't his name Sin in the last game or something?
My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
The second
Alright, do the fun attacks. Alright, we have to do some damage to him for him to use some skills. So there's a little bit of damage to him. That's not the skill we're wanting. We're wanting him to throw the little lightning rods on the ground. This one? Yeah. Instantly fried him. Bend to my will. Impede my enemies. Do the fun one. No, do the fun attacks. Yeah, this one. See ya, dude. Oh my god, he died so fast.
The second is still.
This is not over. Not yet.
I return you to the embrace of death.
It is done. The
Gotcha, Leighton. I would just level with both Barbs and Quilburst, though. It's worth the 1 Exalt for the trade. That makes sense. Alright, Act 2 has been cleared. Level 29. Next upgrade is level 30 and 33. I am not sure if we are swapping to Etzeres, though. We swapped to Etzeres the moment...
So, I think it's time you confess.
Like, I don't know if we swapped to Etzeres.
not being entirely forthcoming.
I don't know when we would. Because Painter's Gloves are giving me a lot of fire damage, but I don't need the fire damage for building Ignite, so...
It was all the Twilight Eru.
It's
Yeah.
not time to kill them all. Yet.
Yes? Yes. And
The beast has grown too powerful.
Yeah, but you don't buy the gems, Leighton. You buy the support gem.
There was once an empire that embraced corruption.
You buy uncut support gems. And you should be able to get an uncut level 3 support gem for 1 Exalted Orb. You just buy one of these. I think I just used my last one, but you buy the uncuts. You don't have to, like, specifically look for Quill Barbs or Burst. Just buy the uncut. You should be able to get uncuts for 1 Exalts.
A swamp full of mosquitoes and ticks. Still, better than sand and
Oh, then what are you meaning when you spent 5 to 15 Exalts for Barbs? Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah, I think that's just like, I think that's just scalpers, trying to make the flips, right, you know? Oh, yeah, okay, it was delayed, yeah. Yeah, you just buy the uncut and then... that's funny that that's what scalpers do, though. They list specific support gems and they just wait for people to PM them. Or not scalpers, but I guess auction house farmers. Oh, I need to farm the... I was going to skip the boss here. There's a boss here that I always skip. I need to find him. The tree boss. No skipping bosses. How do you get Thorns the Leech? There's a passive. It's called Vengeance. I have it anointed right now. Because it's so far. I'll eventually path over there. But since I have it anointed, there's no need for me to rush over there. If I didn't have it anointed, I'd be rushing for the Thorns Leech, for sure. Crit resistance, makes sense. Looking for the tree boss, here we go. I love seeing the Ignite stick. Oh, yeah. Oh, that sounds cool, Storks. Yeah, that sucks. That was basically every Thorns build I tried last patch. I tried to get this to work, but it didn't work. That sounds cool as fuck, though. Oh. No Herald of Ice? I mean, I only have 30 Spirit right now. And my intent is to play Fire Thorns long term, so I was just running Herald of Ash for that. These gloves are being replaced soon, so I won't be doing ice damage anymore soon. The ice is starting to, like, mess with bosses anyway, dragons, so... Because it keeps freezing them halfway through their cool attacks that, like, one-shot themselves. Ends up being... too much of a pain, in my opinion. So, I assume I am swapping to its Xeres as soon as I hit level 33. 4 levels. But that's not a bad idea for the early leveling. Maybe I should have been using Herald of Ice over Ignite or Ash. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I leveled my Artillery Ballista Tactician first, is because, like, I just didn't know if I was going to, like, level something for Thorns and it'd just be a complete whiff. But I will definitely be League starting Thorns next patch, or next reset. See, it's like, this was what I was going to go before when I was going Avatar of Fire, but now I'm not planning on going Avatar of Fire, so it's like, I don't even, like, I'm only be going for this for, like, the magnitude. It feels like I should just play Lightning Thorns. Because I'm doing a lot of lightning stuff.
Love her, like you did.
I feel like I just go Lightning Thorns on this guy still. Just play the Lightning Thorn style I'm playing on my Warbringer right now to an extent. Does Thorns even proc Heralds? No, but the attack that you're using Thorns with Quill Barbs and Barbs or whatever, Quill Burst and Barbs, that does proc the Herald, so your Thorns procs it through your attack if it's got the skill gems in. If that makes sense. That's how I'm getting these Herald of Ash procs right now. It's because it's procking off of Rake, the Quill Barbs and Quill Burst and Barbs. Alright, here's the crypts. We need to find the monkey. Oh, I should go up north just to make sure it's not up here. That was weird. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to redesign this path. Like, now that I'm like rethinking everything, especially that we're gonna be trying the Auto Bomber Thorn style. Like, this whole tree is probably changing. Gonna be a very different route, I imagine, to get to things, but I had a different plan. I was gonna lean way more into fire damage, and that's not happening now. Looking for the monkey.
Big one incoming.
Oh, he doesn't even one-shot me. Damn, look how much that Ignite did. That one Thorns crit. You can't kill me. Famous last words? Nope. You've got this, buddy. Oh, the roll. The roll. The roll. Why the change from Avatar of Fire? Because I was wanting to do, like... The only reason I wanted to do Avatar of Fire is because I wanted Thorns to do big Ignite damage. But I don't need Thorns, I don't need Fire for that when I'm playing Infernalist. I had completely missed that Bringer of Flame had been moved in the passives. You can get this now. All damage from you and your allies in your presence contributes to Ignite chance and magnitude. So for Ignite, I don't have to invest into fire damage to trigger Ignite. I can do pure lightning Thorns, or I can do pure physical Thorns to get my Ignites. So I don't, like, and this makes me do 75% of damage. So it's a damage nerf to do all fire damage, so I don't, yeah, just, it makes more sense to try this out first. And maybe do Avatar of Flame on the Smith of Katava. So we do, like, pure fire Thorns on Smith. But yeah, I feel like we should abuse this Ignite node that Infernalist has.
I love my work.
We're at least going to test it. It's the first thing I'm testing. What's Fulmination do, HC-chan? Which one's that? Oh yeah, I want to try, like, Lich is only going to be better than any other Ascendancy in, like, super Bis gear. And even then, like, a Titan might just be better, right? Like, so I don't blame you for wanting to swap out a Lich. It's part of the reason why I started this Infernalist and stopped playing the Lich. Is because this was just more exciting in the now to me. Holy Might's not infecting Thorns? Really? I heard that it was. Then that's just a big L, so yeah, if that's not working, then there's no reason to play Lich. The base does, the upgraded one doesn't. I see. The bonus doesn't. Unfortunate. Oh, that sounds really good. Is that down here? Is that one of, is this that one? Yeah, so my original plan was to path up here, get these Thorns nodes, get Avatar of Fire, and then get Fulmination. My next path is probably coming up here, getting these nodes, maybe not Retaliation right now because I'm not doing much blocking, but at some point when I get a series, which actually I might be swapping this to now, once I level up a couple times, but I come up here for Savored Blood for when I swap to Adziri's, because there's no downside to Savored Blood with Adziri's, right? When you have a high enough crit, so it'd be like after getting Savored Blood, I'd swap up here, and then I'd get Fulmination. Because it's not just the Fulmination that's good, it's the Ignite Magnitude. So yeah, this would definitely be added in, so I don't know when, probably soon. I just didn't recognize the name, but yes. Fulmination is insane. That is not being dropped despite Avatar of Fire being dropped. That still works for this build, I assume. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Pack Lunch. Oh, when I have Max Spirit? I don't know yet. I'm going to try Herald of Ash and like other stuff. Attrition, maybe Companions. I won't need Scavenge Plating until maybe super late game. But this might just be like a no Scavenge Plating build. I assume we'll want it though, because at like a level 22 Scavenge Plating, you're talking about doubling your Thorns damage. And if all of that Thorns damage is contributing to your Night chance. So yeah, Scavenge Plating probably going to be added at some point late game. And then maybe Herald of Ash. I don't know. Maybe not. Herald of Ash. I won't be actually doing fire damage. I think I'll be doing mainly lightning and physical. I don't know how much of that would matter for Herald of Ash. If it's like the ignites that I'm doing off of my passive will be triggering it. I doubt. No. Attrition could be fun. It also depends on how good the, I hate finding where this one is. Is it there? Is it there? I also have, like, streamer brain, so I'm, like, looking at chat half the time, and I'm not paying attention to which directions I'm walking. But there's also the auto bomber thing I'm going to be trying with Bera's Anguish. So, like, who knows what that leads to. Calabash is probably overkill, I assume, yeah. But maybe one of those minions that have 2 mods, so they're a low spirit cost. Get a minion, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the idea of minions with thorns right now. I hope it's not up in that room. I don't think it is. Here we go. Found it eventually. Oh, what do I get? I mean, it's just an alt, so it's not my main character. I'm gonna try it, see what it looks like, and then, you know, I move on to the next character. How important is the elemental ailment threshold with the self-igniting stuff? Like, does this matter for this, like, Bera's Anguish Otter Bomber thing? Am I supposed to take this for that? Does it help? Or does it not matter? I'm guessing it doesn't matter? Doesn't do anything, I think? Right, because it's just like you're instantly removing the ignite because you have the loop of infinite charms, right? So, like, this is not important. Thank you, Drash. Thank you, Zentius. We'll take stun threshold. In case we end up actually using resonating shield. It'll be really helpful for that. Okay. I wanted to respec.
Greetings.
Charm cleanses the ignite off of you? Yeah. I don't want that. I don't want those nodes. But do I want to get these crit nodes right now or later? Or do I go for up here instead for now? I'm not needing Leech. I'm just gonna go for Fulmination for now. We'll see how that feels. Because we're gonna be swapping to Atziri soon. Level 31 in a level and a half. Oh, I got my new necklace. Now, my crit chance is only 40% right now, so it's possible that once I do the Atziri swap, I'm not leeching enough, and I have to take points. Oh, I missed one. I need to go get those crit nodes, and I might end up pathing up this way. Whoa. This isn't an aura skill. I was about to say, or does this affect this? But no. This is not an aura skill. But I might want to path up here so I can, like, dip down and get the crit easier without having to path up through here. But I might be forced to just, like, take 2 of these area of effect nodes and then just get the crit this way. That's a job to tackle later.
It's not time to kill them all yet.
Time is it? Almost 11. At some point I need to go get food. We're at a 4-hour stream almost, and I'm hungry. Probably after I get my ascendancy points, I'm going to go make something to eat. And then we'll continue. And yeah, it's possible the Bera's Will style, it's just like, I make a video showcasing that it does work with Thorns, and then I play a completely different style on the Infernalist, because in general, auto bomber styles don't vibe for me. They're a little too... They're fun, but they're not like a main play style I can play. It's like, oh, let's go blast some maps for an hour or two, and then, yeah. Hey, thanks for all the help and all the, you know, information about Thorns and stuff, Storks. You pointed me in a lot of good directions. You have a good night, man.
May know something of this.
What's discharge from PoE 1? I never played that skill in PoE 1. Alpha Howl? What's that? Is that part of the Bara's Anguish style I'm going to be visiting soon? Oh, is Alpha Howl that helmet? The low-life one or something? Or no, it's a different helmet. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to use a different helmet because I have to use my Thorns helmet. Big Newt's the screen type hit? Interesting. The helmet doubles your presence? Yeah. I wouldn't be able to use that one. Not with a pure Thorn style, or at least I would have to take melee strikes. I wouldn't be able to take range strikes. And, I've played a good amount of PoE 1. I mean, I've played PoE 1 since its early access. It's just more like I would either skip every other season, or I would only ever play Cyclone. So, like, my knowledge of PoE 1 was just always super limited. I only ever really played like 1% of the game because I never really ventured out of Cyclone outside of like once or twice where I played like, I think I played Toxic Rain one season and I fucking hated it. And then I played, did I get everything I need? I have the waypoints. I have Bog. I'm missing Chimera Wetlands. What is this? Oh, that's this. Okay, I'm missing Wetlands still. Oh no, there's the Wetlands. I've got everything. I just need to get this waypoint. Yeah, I took a... So when PoE 2 got announced at that one Exile Con a couple years ago, I said I'm going to take a break from PoE 1 until PoE 2, and I didn't really play many ARPGs until PoE 2. So I went into this with a super big ARPG break. That's part of the reason why I'm still able to grind so hard, just because I haven't played ARPGs in so long. But before that, I was playing it pretty much every league. It's just I would copy the like I was too self-conscious to make my own builds in PoE 1 because it's just too much. It's just too much. So I always just copied a Cyclone build off the ladder. I was a big Cyclone fan. I don't remember the names of all the leagues. But I do remember one league where Cyclone was just cracked. I remember multiple leagues where it was cracked. Like I remember doing a Fire Cyclone build once that was really fun. But what I'm most excited about with Cyclone coming with PoE 2 is I get to merge my Thorns style with... I get to merge my two favorite playstyles, which is Thorns and Cyclone. Crackling Barrier is 15% of maximum mana as lightning Thorns damage while channeling supported skills. Cyclone is a channel skill. So, mana stacking lightning Thorns Cyclone build using the spear that pulls mobs into you. So you're constantly pulling everyone into you as you Cyclone them. Something like that. But obviously you have all the Voidforge, Starforge uniques that like just increase, like that just were really fun with Thorns, so who knows how it Cyclone with Thorns would look out, but with Cyclone, if you've played like Whirlwind from Diablo, it's like where you're spinning like this with your weapons and you're doing damage with them while you're moving around. That's Cyclone. Like Whirlwind in Diablo, I think is what it's called.
Someone ought to cut all this back.
I fucking hope not. They better not ruin my Cyclone. I better just be spinning through the map the entire time.
It was
I'm holding right click or left click, and I am just spinning. Though I guess I don't play click to move anymore, so I would actually... Well, yeah, I would still... But you would still just left click through the map with Cyclone, so... Yeah, this is what Cyclone play would be. Just hands off the keyboard, holding left click, but you're spinning in circles. Oh, I love Cyclone. I can't wait. I can't wait. Cyclone is so fun. Alright. Found this. Let's get the checkpoint. We're gonna do this after when we can. I gotta go get the token from the Chimera.
I will see.
What's Dancing Dervish, Treach? I'm aware of who Rob is, but I've never really watched him, though. But I'm aware of who he is. Is he mainly a Cyclone player? In Diablo 4, I mainly played Thorns builds. And a lot of them were using Cyclone, funny enough. That's how I feel about most of the creators. I don't really watch too many of them. I watch like the ones that release educational content every once in a while to like learn about like Atlas passives or stuff, but otherwise I don't. Oh my goodness. See ya, dude. Is the Ignite enough to finish him off? Nope. That is though. Yep, I can't wait for swords. Swords, daggers, fist weapons, flails, axes. We only have frickin' axes. Alrighty. Temple of Chaos. Yeah, I've heard some people saying that. I'm also someone who's like a big Diablo 2 Trap Assassin player. Like in Diablo 2, I love Trap Assassin. At least when I was a kid. I haven't played D2 in forever. But I heard traps won't be that cool. May not be as cool as I'm hoping.
This is not.
You're excited for traps and mines? I'm excited for traps. Never done mines before. Trap should be released with daggers, the Shadow class. Plus the Shadow class.
Challenger.
Gotcha, so they won't be their own skill. They'll be like under daggers.
Yes. Let me
The chaos damage can almost kill me. Have I died yet? I have not. Alright, level 33. We're trying the Atziri swap. We are now pure lightning damage with a bit of chaos from the Mings. Let's see how it goes. No longer leech over time. We are pure instant leech. What's my crit chance up to with Atziri's? 54? It depends on, like, if they're limiting themselves, Xantius, like, to, like, a count of, like, those skills per the weapon types. Like, if you give it enough time to where, like, eventually, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I feel like that's a problem that will, like, they're not committing to that long term. There's no way they can, because it'll be too limiting. At some point, they're gonna have to, like, branch the mines out from underneath daggers, because there will be too many dagger skills overflowing with so many different traps. Like, I feel like long term that's gonna have to change. They'll realize that.
Depth and perception.
Rampage in PoE 1 was a stacking mechanic on kill, sort of like Soul Eater, but not as potent. I remember Rampage. I think I was doing I was thinking about doing something like a Rampage Behemoth in the fake league they did recently, but I didn't end up actually doing it. Let's see if I can full AFK this. If this is my first death, I accept it. Yeah, I think that phrasing there is weird to me. What's happening? What is this? What's going on here? There's like corpses stuck in the air that are blocking enemies? What is this? What? I'm gonna die. What? What was that? That was so weird. I wanted to full AFK it, but they were like piling up in a way that was like they weren't dying, so I had to like clear that out. That was weird.
This is just a warm-up. Your thirst will never be quenched. Follow the path.
Well, I was hoping this resonating shield tech would have been cooler while leveling, but it just, yeah, not while playing elemental thorns. That, well, at least with how much gear I have, this resonating shield tech just wasn't cool enough. Hey, UserWa, thank you for the Twitch Prime, bro. Much appreciated, man.
This is just the beginning. The exceptional are more common than you think.
A vulture. Let's see if we can Giga Blast them with a Rapid Assault Burst. And let's see if I remember to do it this time. I actually don't need that in that. What? Did I put something in the wrong thing? Yeah.
Well, aren't you a
Will you
suck?
prove to be fool or fatal? Eventually.
Annoy me.
Easy Ascendancy. Alright, now I think I need to start pathing towards vengeance so I can get rid of the anoint.
Trial welcome.
Alright, so I assume this will just be bad to have right now. Maybe it's like I need to go back to... Well, we're going to test it to see how much damage I'm taking with Cloak of Flame giving me the 50% night reduction, plus I'm fire res cap. I'm just going to test it for a second. More than likely, if it's bad, I'll just swap to Alter Flesh for a bit, but I want to see what it looks like.
Approach the altar.
Where's my crit at right now? 258 crit damage bonus with that? That's insane. I've got like nothing invested in a crit bonus right now. Oh, I wanted to put a jewel in. I thought I kept forgetting to put the jewel in. Okay. Just put the charm on. Is it expensive? I haven't looked at its price yet. I don't even know if I have it. Do I have any charm? Yeah, I don't have it. I might as well see if it's expensive. Let me go to the trade site real quick. Oh, it's cheap. Where is the Warbringer? I'm leveling a Fire Thorns character. I still play the Warbringer user WoW. But I'm just leveling it all for fun. Charm only really works well with the chest, though. Or it runs out of charges. What level does the chest require? $52. Well, I'll try it right now in the campaign just to see how it goes, but I can swap to it at 52, no big deal. How old are you, and how long did it take you to be good enough at coding to be a game dev? I'm 30... Fuck, how old am I? 34? And I don't do code. I do everything else at the company. I do very minimal coding. I used to code, but I don't code anymore. I'm the game director now, so I do like system designs, building stuff out in the engine, testing, balances work, like anything that's not... We're a two-man company, right? So we both do many jobs at the company, but anything that's... He does essentially everything coding because he has like 100 times my experience at coding. Doesn't matter how good I got, he would be better than me always. So he does all the coding, and I do not literally everything else. Like, we collaborate on a lot of stuff, but I do the groundwork for literally everything else, basically. Is coding basically writing math? Kind of. It's kind of speaking its own language. It's very, very different. I can't believe I sent out 5 whispers, and none of them got back to me. Oh, trading in PoE. Oh, trading in PoE. Like, it's crazy that... Maybe it's just that PoE players are numb to bitching about the trade economy. But... of all the things, like, of all the stuff the PoE community loses their mind over, they should be constantly, every single patch, losing their goddamn minds about the trade system. Like, I would never let it go. I would never let it go. I would be the most, if I was Darth Microtransaction or Gazzy, whoever's doing these interviews, I would ask trade questions 5 or 6 times throughout the interview. I would re-ask the same question, like, so when's trading coming? And I would just, like, every 5 to 10 questions, weave it back in. The trade system is just so piss bad. Like, look how many people I just whispered. And none of them got back to me. Yeah, it's silly. Okay, so I need to go get food, and then while I'm eating, I'll try and do shopping for this stuff, so I'm not wasting your guys' time too much on stream, but I need to go make a sandwich or something. It's been a long stream, and I'm pretty hungry. Let me make sure I didn't miss any questions. Oh, for sure. No. Like, the currency exchange, that's great. Like, the fact that we can... I remember playing in the early access, and we had to used to go to Was it Mud Flats? Or was it... I forget. We used to leave the starting area in PoE 1 and drop shit on the ground in the early access to trade to each other. Like, in the early access. We didn't even have trade back then. Like, we had to go to Mud Flats and then drop shit on the ground. So it's like, it's come a long way, but they are like... The only way I can describe it is they are the boomers who are digging their heels for the dumbest fucking thing ever. They are dying on the stupidest hill. If I were, like... I cannot imagine how many new players quit the game because of this trade experience. Like, the fact that they don't even know it exists, or the fact that when they finally know it exists, they can't get a single trade to happen. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm sure you've heard this rant 1,000 fucking times, though. I would love that SSF have a bonus to loot, like Last Epoch. I heard Last Epoch has a fantastic solo self-found, and I would really like solo self-found in Last Epoch. I might be trying solo self-found when I finally visit that game. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna go make food. Why do you always have your video with Darth on your homepage? I'll answer that when I get food. Let me be right back. I'll talk about why I do that stupid Darth microtransaction thing in my videos, though, when I'm back. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that, guys. I am back with my food. I'm just gonna eat real quick. And then, yeah. I'm gonna eat real quick and then, yeah. I mean, English is my first language, and I clearly speak it well enough, but, I have really bad ADHD, and I'm autistic, so, like, I tend to just glance over words sometimes. And I don't actually, like, take the time to figure out how to say it. My brain will register the word a certain way, but, like, I just never, like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. I've got a broken brain. It does what it does. But yeah, the Darth microtransaction thing. When I was... I don't know how the best way to explain this. I was editing my first PoE video. And I just happened to have a YouTube short play during it. And the YouTube short was Shroud. And I don't remember what the context of it was, but it was Shroud saying something along the lines of, you can't become a popular creator the way he did and many of his friends did like they did back in the day. That just being popular off of skill or being like an entertaining person isn't enough to grow anymore. You have to talk shit, you have to get into controversy, you have to like fan the flames, and that's how you grow as a creator. And I get what he was trying to probably say, but like I just disagreed with it like instantly. And the first person that popped into my head when he said that was Darth Microtransaction. Say what you want about him, his content, or like the fact that he was like a Diablo Immortal creator or whatever. His growth was purely through him being just like a wholesome guy, right? Like he didn't shit talk anyone. He wasn't like being negative, like whatever you want to say about him, right? Like his rise to the place he is at. He's a massive creator now, right? He did not do anything like controversial. He wasn't like trying to like stir this drama with any creators. He just kind of did his thing. And for some reason, when I thought of that, I don't know how many of you are familiar with who Jimmy Kimmel is. He has a talk show in America. I never really watched the talk show, but I remember seeing YouTube clips of it, and he used to have this running gag. When he started it, I remember seeing an interview with him, and he talked about the gag. He started doing this gag where he would say at the end of every one of his episodes of his talk show, he would say, "Apologies to Matt Damon, we ran out of time." I remember him saying that he used to say this at the end of his videos because he was just too small of a show at the time. He wasn't getting A-listers. And he thought it would be funny to just, like, say a name of a big creator or a big person at the end of his stuff. And he just started doing that, like, at all of his at the end of all of his talk shows, he would say, "Apologies to Matt Damon, we ran out of time." And eventually it became a bit where, like, Matt Damon would, like, play along with it and stuff, and they would do these things on his show. Now, the logic of it doesn't translate to my videos, right? Like, apologies to Darth Microtransaction, we ran out of time. That doesn't apply to my videos because I'm on a talk show, right? Like, I'm not going to have a guest on ever, so, like, there's a big disconnect there. When I made the bit joke, I was really tired at the night. Like, in retrospect, I don't like doing this bit at the end of all my videos, but the point that Jimmy Kimmel made was, it was like a harmless bit that he did that got him exposure by interacting with someone bigger than him. And what Shroud was saying was you have to get bigger by being a dickhead and stirring the flames and pissing people off and stuff. Where, like, what Jimmy Kimmel, like, essentially the Jimmy Kimmel Matt Damon bit is a version of that, where it was like, it was a harmless joke that led to them collaborating. And so when I was making that first video, I was like, well, if someone eventually edited together a montage of me saying apology to Darth microtransaction 100 times or 300 times, like however many videos, eventually he would, like, that montage would end up being on his stream, and then there would be like some form of, like, at the minimum he would watch that, and then it would be like this funny moment where I got some extra views. And then maybe potentially lead to some silly collaboration. It's nothing more than just... It is stupid. It was like a in-the-moment type, like a reaction to a Shroud clip, where I was just like, oh, hey, I don't agree with that. And that the string of thought led to me saying that. That's the origin of it. It's just... Yeah. It's just silly. But yeah, the whole thing was like, if I said it enough times at the end of a video, someone would do a montage of me saying it 100 times, and then, you know, it would lead to some silly shit with Darth or something. And it could have been any creator, it could have been Rax, you know. Why it ended up being Darth, I don't know. I mean, Darth is a nice, wholesome guy. Again, like I said, that's where the string of thought led from, was him. But it could have been Rax, it could have been a lot of people. But yeah, that was it. It was just... It's silly. Ah, gotcha, Coda. Yeah. Carlin Brothers. I mean, it's a cute little bit, right? But yeah, the whole point of what Shroud was saying was, you know, and he's not wrong in a sense that a lot of creators do explode through controversy. They say something horrible, it gets them a lot of press, but then from that press, a lot of people that agree with whatever dumb shit they said end up joining their stream. And they don't lose more viewers than they gain for that process. So, I get what Shroud was trying to say, but there are ways you can interact with... Yeah, exactly, Coda. Like, there's, you know, it's a fun little way to collaborate with someone eventually. Who knows, you know? It's silly. Yeah, it's not like it's a bad thing, it's just there's so many people that don't understand the reference. Like, there are a lot of people that don't know it's a Jimmy Kimmel, Matt Damon reference at all. It's just very confusing because, again, the way Jimmy Kimmel says it, it's at the end of a talk show that's consistently having guests. If I was doing a podcast and saying at the end of every podcast, it has some stance, but, like, my build videos, like, I'm not interviewing anyone in them, so what is, like, you know... It only makes sense once you understand that it's a reference to the Jimmy Kimmel, Matt Damon, like, back and forth type stuff. So, I mean, that was the original intent of it, Coda, was like, yeah, once someone, like, if someone were, like, if somehow Darth microtransaction got wind of it, he would, like, you know, like, there'd be a potential of, like, there being some fun way of, like, a banter going between us that, like, you know, with Matt Damon and Jimmy Kimmel, you know, it leads to it was years of memeing on each other, you know. And at worst, you know, it led to nothing, so. I'm almost done eating. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll stop talking and finish eating, and then we'll get going. Yeah, earlier in the stream I talked about it briefly, but I'll talk about it more again now that I have like a bunch more viewers watching me. But I'm starting a podcast soon. I'm calling it, right now the name of it is Off the Meta, a Path of Exile podcast. And like the first episodes are just going to be me, because until I have to like find people to either get on as co-hosts or bring on as guests. But one of the whole goals of the podcast is to like bring on creators who do fun build concepts, have them show off their builds, collaborate with them. So like kind of goes with what you're saying, Coda, of like having creators come together and, you know, add to each other's builds in a fun way. That's what I'm kind of wanting to do with the podcast, is eventually either get co-hosts that do fun builds or get guests on that do fun builds, and then we just like have fun little discussions about them. And you know, it's gonna be more than just that, but yeah, that's a want of mine for sure too, Coda, is that kind of build collaboration. Because right now I feel like a lot of build creators are very like, okay, I have to keep my build to myself, I have to do it as well as possible, and I've got to get this build out as fast as possible before anyone else does. Because if someone beats me to it, it's not my build anymore. I have to be, if I'm first to it, it's my build. Like, there's a weird ownership to build making, as if two people can't naturally come to the same conclusion. And that if you were late to it, then you're like, they're worried they're going to be accused of stealing the concept from someone else. That they didn't create it themselves purely. Even if you copied aspects of another person's build, you still got to that through your own way, through other means. So like, there's this weird like ownership thing that these PoE creators have with builds, and yeah, that's something I'm wanting to explore into, is just like, there's not any collaboration in build making rarely because of that. It's just this weird, and I get why, you know, if you're the first person to release a build that's super popular, you get all those views. Like, I get why, but I agree, I want more build collaboration between creators. It would be fun to just have like imagine just like getting 2 to 3 other creators and just like no one having an idea of a prompt, right? And then suddenly like a moderator is like, okay, I want you guys to figure out a cool way to build a build using 3 dragons and something else. And then there's a 30-minute discussion of these 3 to 4 creators trying to craft a build on the spot with a lot of different like directions being pulled and stuff. And then you just have a build at the end. Like, those are the things I'm wanting to do on this podcast over time. I think the first episode of it is going to be just me talking into a webcam and just like going, like just dumping brain thoughts like I'm doing right now. But yeah, I want to bring in more creators who like doing fun builds and just little challenges like that. And it not even just have to be challenges, but like whenever someone releases a cool build, bring them in and have them talk about how they got there. Because a lot of the questions I get is, how did you get to this build point? And it would be cool to have people explain that. Alright, I'm going to go brush my teeth real quick. I just finished eating, and then we'll get back into leveling. Sorry about that little 20-minute break there, but I was super hungry. Be right back. Hey, Jason, I say in all my videos that my chat helps my builds. If you're putting your info in my chat, you should know that I'm taking it. That's part of the collaborative process. All right. Oops, that's not the right thing. We want that. Okay, boys. Sorry about that delay. I did not get a single one of those runes. Hold on, I need to search more. Give me a second. I was supposed to buy one of those charms, but I've messaged like 100 people. I'm gonna message 10 Exalt people instead of the 5 to 6. One of these guys has to sell. Are these really like all scalpers? All of them? Fucking finally. I swear I just messaged like over the last 15 minutes 30 people. But no, the trade system is okay. That was a weird way for me to do that. Okay, so we have this. It's not going to be great because we're going to run out of charges too fast. What was the name of the chest that I was supposed to buy, you guys? He said it was level 52. I won't be able to use it till later, but I might as well... Charms use no charges is the use. Oh, pragmaticism. There it is. Pragmaticism. Yep, thank you, Treach. Ooh, negative 21 chaos res. You can get that as low as negative 13. With an elemental res roll of plus 22. Well, we're just going to get a cheap one for now, and I'll invest into an expensive one later. Because I'll probably want to find one with a Thorns enchant on it. Maybe I can find one now. Let's see. Enchant. Thorns damage. Oh, there are some. Excuse me. How many exalts do I have? 39. Let me see if I can trade up right now. I mean, I would be doing your build if I looked it up. That's not how that works. Well, are you the guy that made the... Are you Cooler Peon on YouTube? Because I was linked Cooler Peon's Giga AoE Bera's Anguish Infernalist build guide. So I guess I'm technically copying stuff from him. But I'm trying to do it as Thorns. I don't know if it works as Thorns, though. Chat recommended me to do this. I was just starting this stream off. Wait, why did I lose so much? Oh, I'm on the wrong character, right? I was starting this stream off wanting to play Avatar of Fire, but I'm not doing that anymore. Because I was told about this pragmaticism technique. Oh, you're not? Oh, okay. I know you're being facetious, Jason, but yeah. You're doing Thorns Ignite? Is it fun? How's it going in the end game? And is the are you doing the pragmaticism tech? Oh, right, I came here to get Exalt. Sorry, guys. I have real bad streamer brain right now. My brain's all over the place because it's just... Yeah. Exalted Orbs, Chaos. I need to farm Exalts right now. I think I have things here I can exchange yet. I still want that the same. Nice, this one's 10. think that's enough now.
Hey,
Okay. Nice. 60 exalts does bankrupt me, but if this ends up working out, it'll be fun. Oh, nice, Jason. Well, I hope it works. It sounds really cool, man. Yeah, I was just showed. I haven't actually watched the video for the pragmatism tech. Did he go to my hideout? What happened? But I have it in my background, then yeah, it sounds cool. Look at that. 50% increased Thorns damage roll on it. So I got a Thorns damage enchant version of it. I don't know if this is better, because, I think you're supposed to be life stacking or something, right? Wasn't someone saying something about having the life stack with this build? So maybe, like, the Thorns damage isn't worth the enchant. You do 3 sockets for extra life. I'm not sure, but we'll figure that out later. Damage is scaled off max life? Right, yeah. But it depends on, like, how much Thorns of it I'm doing single target. So, like, if the Thorns damage literally matters 0, then I don't need this chest, but... Or I don't need the Thorns enchant. We would go for 3 sockets instead, right? But that'll be something we figure out later in testing. I can put this away. 35, 44, 52, hut. Look at my spirit. So I was using Painter's Glove Spectre early on while leveling, and the freeze was annoying. Even with Painter's Gloves not like having the most freeze, it was still freezing bosses, and it was annoying because it would interrupt them during those one-shot moments where they would hit a bunch. So yeah, I'm not a fan of freeze Thorns right now. I'm trying, this was supposed to be Fire Thorns, but I'm probably going to do Fire Thorns on Smith of Katava now. This is now Ignite Thorns. Or, the charm base is 500. Oh, right. I forgot that the base of, yeah, it's the ignited enemies. Yes. Yeah. That's the important part. Excuse me. And I'm not self-igniting yet, so. Or am I? I think I am. Oh, I am self-igniting. It's just not doing much damage right now. Or I'm just leeching through most of it.
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit.
Ah, I knew something was off. I was like, why is my damage so fucked? I had my runes in for the boss. I was like, why does this feel so bad all of a sudden? That wasn't parking bars. Or using them, rather. What's the pragmatism item? It gives your charges infinite uses. And then combined with this Ignite charm I'm using, it makes, with Infernalist, apparently it makes, well, from what I've heard, it makes clearing maps really easy. And the logic here is you go Thorns with high crit. You don't even need much crit damage, apparently, or Thorns damage. You just stack your life, because it scales your ignite damage off your max life. It's possible that you don't even need to use Crown of the Pale King, because you'll just take melee strikes from most mobs that'll clear the screen, including bosses. Almost every boss has a melee strike. But yeah, we'll see what happens when we get there. Again, I did not know about this tech when I started the stream. My entire goal when I started this was Avatar of Fire, and just feel like pure Fire Thorns felt. And then everyone was like, what are you doing? I thought you were going Infernalist for the Charm Tech. And I'm like, what Charm Tech? So now we're doing the Charm Tech. Which sounds cool, to be honest. And then, yeah, the charm works when you cleanse and ignite. So, yeah, it's a loopable engine. And then with Infernalist, when you crit, you ignite yourself. But yeah, so it sounds cool. We'll see how it works. It's possible Thorns doesn't proc it, and then we have to do like cast on crit via Thorns. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm probably going to do a true Fire Thorns on Smith of Katava now. If I'm not doing it on Infernalist, I'm probably just going to go Avatar of Fire or whatever on Smith. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but gritting immolation. I ignite when I crit, so get to 100% crit with Thorns and GG. Oh, you mentioned the video? So I just saw you ask about it. I haven't watched it yet, but this is the video I was linked earlier. I'll link it in the YouTube chat too, in case anyone... Okay. $52, $44. Oh, I do have the new jewel now? Yep. I hate my load times. Temple of Chaos now. Let's finish Act 3 and get in the Cruel. We want to do a good dent tonight so we can actually get into maps. I want to try this out ASAP.
By dead souls.
A foul ruin that hasn't been
Wondrous.
looted? No one from camp has managed to make it to this part.
How's Infernalist Thorns feeling? Well, like... It's not like a proper look, because I'm leveling with, like, really good gear. Like, you could put this gear on literally any Ascendancy, and you're gonna clear the game. Like, no problem. Like, this gear is cracked. That being said, I have a lot of high hopes for Thorns Infernalist. My Thorns damage is crazy. Like, 4215 top-end Thorns damage is more than my Warbringer had 2 days ago. Now, I'm using Ming's Heart in these 1-to-100 lightning runes, but, like, 4215 was, like, what my Warbringer was at not long ago. Like, it's insane that my Thorns damage can get this high in the campaign. I think they might need to put, like, a level requirement on this rune. What was the original idea of this build? It was to go Avatar of Fire. 75% of damage converted to fire damage. But the reason I wanted to go Fire Thorns is because I wanted big ignites from Thorns. Right? Like, I wanted to get hit, and then there was be this big fire dot on them that would tick for a lot after they got hit. It sounded fun to me. But that Ascendancy, like this thing here, Bringer of Flames, all damage you do contributes to ignite, chance, and magnitude. So, like, this achieves what my fantasy wanted to do before I even realized it was a thing. Because before, Bringer of Flame was gated behind Pyromantic Pact, so I never really considered it an option for most builds, because you don't go Pyromantic Pact on a lot of builds. And if you were, you would go Seething Body for the extra presence damage, right? But they moved this to where you can just get it initially. So, if I'm doing an Ignite build, I can just do it through Lightning, or through anything. Like, if I'm specifically wanting to do Ignite, so that's why I did the pivot. And then people told me about some crazy technique called involving Biras. So, yeah. We've just been following this little rabbit hole. But I'm going to do Avatar of Fire on Smith of Kataba, I think, now. If this isn't an actual pure Fire Thorns, I'm going to do it on Smith. Because what's cool about this style is since I'm doing mostly Lightning Thorns damage right now, I can shock while still igniting. Like, it's really cool. Like, I think this is going to be really... Like, I don't know if it'll be as good as the Warbringer, but I bet this goes really far. I bet it has some serious potential. Now that I'm learning about all these weird techniques. But originally, yeah, like... I was planning on going some, like... I was just hoping, like, with Cloak of Flame and a high fire res, that I would just, like, take little damage from the Ignite via Leech. So I was planning on doing Grinning Immolation and just leeching through its damage. Whether that was through, like, instant leech or, like, not instant leech, but, like, just healing a lot over time. But there's a loop you can get of Infinite Charm, so that removes Ignite, which is doing crap things, so we are going a life-stacking Thorns build now. Is this game for a casual? It's really hard. This game's not for casuals right now. I would never recommend any early access game to a casual in general. Just like this as a principle I have as like a game developer. Like, if you're playing an early access game, it means you are either a passionate person of the genre or a passionate person of whoever's making the game, and you're wanting to help them test their product and prepare it for launch. Early access games are fundamentally unfinished and have lots of problems that can lead to people who are not casuals to having a bad experience, because there might be entire tutorial systems that are missing from the game that the developers are assuming that anyone playing early access would already know because they've played the previous titles, or are veterans in the genre that wouldn't need explaining. I think this game is way more casual friendly than PoE 1, but if you're a true casual gamer, I would not play PoE 2 yet. I would wait until 1.0. I'm being genuine with that. And it's not because I think the early access is bad, I just think, like, my dad loves, like, ARPGs, and I'm not letting him play this until 1.0. Like, there's just too much friction. You got this, buddy. See, I'm shocking and igniting. Like, that's why the Infernalist is cool. The ignite got him? Almost.
Impressive. Perhaps I could learn a thing or two from this.
Yep, also a good thing to point in them out into account that, like, there's radical change that, like, if you're playing Standard League right now, with the new patch, when you logged in, all of your passives were removed, and everything changed. Even though you're still playing the old league and still have your old character, there was so much for you to have to relearn, and many of the things you were playing before may not work anymore, just due to balance changes or design changes. So it's just such a volatile design that, like, I stand truly by that. Like, an early access game, if it's an actual early access game and they're not using early access as a marketing tag, which some stupid game dev companies do, but this is a true early access game, and if you're playing in an early access game, you're playing in it for one reason. You are a passionate person of the genre. Hey, is the Act 3 size changes in? Is this going to be a smaller layout? Is this place easier to farm now? But yeah, just don't play this game if you're a casual. You have to really, if you really want to play it, play it. But go in knowing that it's got some rough points. It is far from a perfect game. Now, it's possible as a casual, you'll have blinders to a lot of the roughness because you won't know what to expect from, like, a finished product, but in general, it's not a good idea. Usually I'm, like, way under-leveled when I'm going through the campaign, but I kill stuff so easily and so, like, I just get so much XP that, like, I'm almost keeping up with the campaign levels. Like, just everything just kind of dies, so it's like I'm that twinked out with Thorns. Yes, right now I'm just pathing over here to get the Vengeance node, because right now I'm assuming this whole layout's changing. I might path through, like, here or something to get to Vengeance. But right now, I'm wanting to get Vengeance because I'm swapping to a heart-stopping Anoint soon. For more crit. Would you play Thorns on hardcore? Not in the current patch. Well, maybe hardcore trade, but for some reason my brain, when you said hardcore, I initially thought you meant solo self-found. I wouldn't play this in solo self-found until I'm making a big push to get Crown of the Pale King turned into a spirit gem, so it's easier to league start. You could play this in hardcore. You would just need to be really careful. Like, you'd have to be giga careful. It's probably not a good idea, but I bet you could get reasonably far. I would play this on hardcore as a Warbringer or a Smith of Katava. You see this dead end I just ran into? What the fuck is that? I bet you could play it in hardcore. You would have to, like, over-level a lot through the campaign. And I would honestly say, like, I'm saying play Smith of Katava because it's like an easy league start, or easy start because of how tanky it is, but for hardcore, you're probably gonna want to be Warbringer. I just can't, like, like, Turtle Charm's just too good. It'll save your life so much. Could you play without it? Yeah. Would you want to? Oh, that's convenient. Yes, the chai strangers are in. Hey, thanks, man. It looks like they also put the core spawning closer to these things. And these things are like closer to the front too, so. Gotta love the random div drop on a tier 1 map. Damn, Pookie. I didn't see my first divine until a tier 15 map, and I had been mapping for like over a day or two. But my new Atlas setup is better. And I've gotten a better idea of how to abuse the Atlas after watching a few Lily and Fubgub videos, I think. That's helped my drop rate lately. What is your Rake passive, Gem? It's level 6. It's got Barbs, Martial Tempo, Stomping Ground, Splinter, Quill Burst. And it doesn't need Splinter, because I'm not using Armor Break at all right now. I'm pure elemental damage right now. So the Armor Break's kind of useless. Since I'm leeching through crits now, it's a little less brain offy. Because I don't have I'm not always critting. So the Aziri swap might not be best right now, but we're committed. But maybe I go back to Painter's Gloves. Maybe I uncommit to that and we swap to Aziri's when I have more investment into other things for Thorns. But I don't like the freeze on it. Nah, we're fine. We'll keep with that series for now. Why Infernalist? Because Infernalist is OP. We're doing some Ignite cheese. Fire Thorns. And they have the crit stuff. But we're gonna try Ignite on. We're gonna try Thorns on every class, or at least most of them. But yeah, I wanted to play Fire Thorns and Infernalist seemed like a good start. It was between that or Smith or Katava for Fire Thorns, and I went with Infernalist initially. I also didn't want to do another warrior again. Oh, that was the charm going off, by the way. And yeah, that was a lot of Ignite damage, and I have no life. So that's gonna be fun. We'll revisit this tree later. It's very OP. The Thorns build's going so well on my Warbringer, and yeah, it'll keep going well, man. I'm glad you're dominating the campaign with it. Yeah, it's gonna... There will be a few awkward moments where you'll die in maps and you'll need to start investing more into your defensives, but once you figure that part out, it'll go smooth sailing again, and... Yeah. You're occasionally gonna die. There are just a lot of bullshit one-shots in the game right now. That's not a you problem. Like, yes, if you were, like, a god gamer who was, like, knew of every mechanic when it was about to go off, like, you could never die. But Thorns, when you're playing it, you usually get pretty brain off at times, and you'll think you can take a hit that you can't hit, or you'll randomly get crit for a one-shot, and it's like, oh, okay. But it's overall... And now I almost never die. Like, my Warbringer is so damn tanky, and I'm not even, like, min-max for tankiness anymore. I could be tankier. I don't know if it's this way. I think it's this way. Waterway still feels long. Is this the end? Alright, so it's like 2/3 the length it used to be, I think. Nope, it's not the end. Waterway's still long. Oh, is this gonna be the end finally?
Too soon.
Alright, it's still kind of long. It's not as long. Alright, we got out of there faster than I would have thought without leap. Usually you have to have some form of leap to clear that fast.
Yes.
Well, level my 37, it was 52 for the chest? Yeah, 52. I'm hyped for the chest. Do you have a Katava Thorns as well? No, not yet. I only have Thorns for Warbringer and now Infernalist. Katava's, like, on the list, but, like, because you have to respec Ascendancies, and I'm not leveling a brand new Katava for it, maybe, unless I do hardcore for him, I have to wait till I'm done playing my Warbringer. Because I don't want to be, like, going back and forth between them, like, having to swap back and forth. That's just too much work, and too much gold.
Can't do that here. The drowned city awaits.
Yeah, it's way different from 0.1. Thorns in 0.1 and most Reflect builds in 0.1 was a slog through the campaign. My concern is that a lot of people are going to really like how it feels right now, and GGG is going to tweak it a bit. I imagine some Thorns buffs will be coming in 0.3 because there are some, like, pretty big holes in its gameplay, but I imagine these runes of tithing are getting changed. I assume they are getting a level cap added to them. Alright, I need to figure out my second. Ooh, you know what I should do? Oh, I was gonna do... Right, my whole plan is just, like, out the window. At one point, I was planning on doing Blasphemy with Flammability and doing a fire damage aura, but... that doesn't help anymore now that I'm doing lightning damage still, because I'm not doing Avatar of Fire. So, like, I had my whole spirit plan set up, but now that I'm not needing flammability, right? Because I don't think flammability is going to help with the ignite scaling. And Voltaic Mark is only single target, which I will probably be using, but it's not a spirit thing. Spear is a good type of weapon for Thorns build because of Rake. Rake's really good because of, like, stomping ground, proccing the stuff, and then it's just really good mobility. Like, look how fast I, like, can dart between mobs. It'll just, like, lock onto them, and, like, it'll dash you forward, and it's just super mobile. Like, no other skill. And then, of course, you have Rapid Assault, which is good for bossing, too, but, like, in terms of speed, nothing beats Rake. Now, apparently with this style that I'm supposed to be going, the Bira's Anguish, I might be able to change that and go maces or something with leap slam or something, but yeah, spears are just better right now for the overall mobility of Thorns. And just, yeah, it's just better because of rapid assault too. Maces in general are just really weak. A lot of the skills are not good for Thorns. Like, some of them are okay early on, but they do what support gems do, like Armor Breaker and stuff, right? So yeah. Need dex right, but you just use low dex items. Like this spear I'm using right now requires 11 dexterity. This is the spear I use on my level 92 Warbringer. Like, I just took his spear. I'm using his spear right now. This isn't like the same spear, but it's just like a different one. Like, I'm straight up using the same weapon my main guy does at level 91. You don't need a high dex spear. There are a lot of really good low dex spears that work. Your spear is just the tool to enable Thorns. It is the use to proc Thorns via its skills. The actual spear matters very little right now, outside of maybe the bleed build. But this spear has a lot of strength on it. Got 30 strength on it. And you can use it at level 5. Hand of Chayula plus Curse plus Hex Bloom. Well, right now I'm mainly doing... I don't know what Hand of Chayula does, but right now I'm mainly doing lightning damage, and there's no lightning curse. Like, all of my damage right now is, like, mainly lightning damage. Some of it's chaos because I'm wearing Mings, but I'm not wearing Mings forever. Conductivity? Oh, is there a light? So I'm just a noob then. That was just unaware of there being something called conductivity. What is that, a support gem? Support conductivity is a support gem. It's not a curse, is it? Or is it a curse? Maybe I'm just a noob. It's not under a cult? Oh, so I'm just a noob then. Oh, right. It's by flammability, isn't it? For some reason, I thought there was only Voltaic Mark. But this is why I stream, so you guys can be like, hey, you're stupid as fuck. Use conductivity. There, dude, I'm a fucking dum-dum. Look at that. Look at that. So yeah, blasphemy back on the table then. We run it with conductivity.
Indicates that a monster is resistant to lightning damage.
Thanks for having my back, Treach. Yeah, that was my original plan, was doing blasphemy with flammability, but yeah, conductivity works perfectly. Blasphemy. I need a lower level one though.
Shall harness it.
See if we can do 7. No, it has to be 8. I don't have an 8. Can I do a 9? I think I just tested 9. I can do a 9. Do I have quality? I don't think I have enough qualities. Which one's better? Yeah. We're just gonna test this for now. I'll do the, I'll try out the Hand of Cholula check. I'm gonna screenshot so I don't forget that. I've never done the Hand of Cholula check before. Tech before. But for now, I'm just gonna slap in Blasphemy. And what is it, like, supposed to be Heightened Curse or something that you slap into it with it? I don't remember if Heightened Curse works inside Blasphemy. It's been a while since I've run Blasphemy. Oh, can't afford it. Okay. We'll run that later. Plus it can also inflict mark. Interesting. That sounds cool. I'll have to try that out. That might be the ultra endgame tech. Okay. Did I have trouble with my 3rd and 4th Ascendancy trial with Warbringer? No. I one-shot both of them. But I have a lot of practice with those, with block builds. But I was also just really geared when I did them both. But yeah, no, I one-shot both of them. I one-shot all of my Ascendancies for my Warbringer. And most of them were, like, close to flawless. Or maybe not flawless, but max honor at the end. Oh, I didn't put the aura on. Dummy. Making sure it's not there. Hey, Taku, thanks for the Twitch Pride, bro. Thanks for the support, man. How's your league going? Are you still enjoying 0.2, or are you on a break for last epoch right now, Otaku? It is very fun. I am liking it a lot, Otaku. I think I have an entire video on my channel, Tim. It's like how to do Trial of Secamus as Thorns. It's like my 3 or 4 videos ago. If you watch that, maybe it'll help you. It'll, like, you can look at my stats at the very least and see what my stats are, but maybe if you watch through that video, it'll help you get through it. There might be some techniques I do at certain times, or, like, ways I approach certain modifiers that might help you out. But check out that video, it might help you. But I've done, like, there was a Magma Barrier build I did a lot in the last build, 0.1 patch. And, it required you being, like, really safe with, like, active block and stuff. But if you aren't using, like, honor resistance relics, those are, like, required. So if you don't have relic resistance, honor resistance relics, like, you're making it way harder on your stuff. There's, like, ways you can make it easier. Go check out that video. Alright, idiot. Nope, I almost said the bad thing. Don't K-word yourself. You're gonna thorn yourself. Here you go. Thorn yourself. Thorn yourself! Later, dweeb.
Val ingenuity. Never ceases to amaze.
Yeah, I'm not happy with this path right now. I assume at some point I'm, like, gonna, like, path through here and get it from down here so I can get these block nodes or something and just have, like, a much cleaner path. I'm not happy with this right here. this will change.
These runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering.
That's my plan right now, Otaku. Like, I'm still having fun with the Thorns builds. The endgame in PoE 1 is really boring. Like, I'm having fun because I'm making alts right now. I've leveled... This is my my fourth character I'm going through the campaign on. My Tactician, my Warbringer, my Lich, and now this guy. If I was only playing one character grinding the endgame on, yeah, I'd be fucking done with this game by now. The endgame is really shallow. I've already killed all the pinnacle content on my Warbringer. Sure, I could try and clear +4 on all of them, but, like, what's the point? I cleared +4 in the last patch. I think a lot of people are looking at 0.2 like it's a new league, when it's really just an update with a fresh economy. There's not, like, anything really new to it. Like, there's balance changes and, like, the Wisp, but the Wisp isn't, like, new league mechanics. No, my first character was an Artillery Ballista Tactician. If I said Thorns Tactician, it's because I have brain soup right now. It was I went Artillery Ballista on him to make currency at the start of the league. And then I swapped the Thorns on a Warbringer ult.
It's not time to kill them all. Yet.
But yeah, I want to play Last Epoch too. I've never played it before. A lot of people recommend it to me. They say it's really fun. They say it's a cool Thorns build, and it's really good for solo self-found. So I'm going to go play it soon. I just want to be able to commit to it, you know? Like, I don't want to play it for a couple weeks or a couple days and then be like, well, I missed my Thorns build in PoE 2, so let's go back to that. Like, I want to really be able to play Last Epoch, so, like, whenever we're, like, a month away from PoE 0.3 is probably when I'll be playing Last Epoch for the first time. Thorns build is sick. I played it last season. Nice. Then I'll definitely be trying it. Yeah, I hear a lot of people say a lot of good things about Last Epoch. I'm curious to see what the reviews on all the big creators are going to be after the next couple days of playing the new build. Because apparently this is just a massive patch for the game, right? But as someone who's never played it, I don't want to, like, go in and, like, only get a taste, right? I'm going to have to learn stuff. It's going to be slow. There's a possibility that the first character I make is not one that I'm vibing with and I have to re-roll. So, yeah, I want to really be able to give it a fair dive. After all the nice things people have said about the game, I don't want to just be like oh, we played it for a week. I'll try it again later. Oh, hey, Tim. Yeah, you can watch on whatever channel. I live stream on both YouTube and Twitch, so if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch and you prefer the other platform, I do both. Feel free to watch on whatever. I don't have a preference as to, like, which I get views on. So. Yeah, I heard it's a big update, and I heard this game has a really good solo self-found. I have never been a fan of solo self-found because of the builds that I like to do. If you can't trade doing Thorns, like, that's hell, right? Like, but I heard that Last Epoch solo self-bound is just, like, a masterclass. Maybe not a masterclass, but compared to other solo self-founds, it's just, like, a level ahead of everyone else, so. I'm excited to try it out. I've never been a solo self-found fan. I tried it for the first time in PoE, not the first time, but, like, I gave it a first deep chance, like, going far with solo self-found with PoE 2. And it sucks in 0.1. It was awful. Dude, she's getting bodied. Oh, the guys on the edge are proccing Thorns? That's so funny. You can proc Thorns off these guys, then cheese her down. Loot targeting mechanics in Last Epoch are really good. Yeah, as long as you can, like, Because again, like if I was wanting to do solo stuff found with Thorns, like chancing a Crown of the Pale King would be obnoxious. Like there's no way your league starting as Thorns. You have to get that as your, like for an alt. But if you can target those uniques and shit or whatever, that sounds good. Yeah, I am... I don't know the best way to phrase this, but the simple way to put it is I like to moderate my community. I don't mind bad, like if you disagree with me or whatever, or you point out when I'm wrong on something, that's bad, but like... There is a portion of the ARPG community, maybe it's the PoE 1 community, I don't know what to call them, but they hate watch, and it's very much like you said. Like, even if you like PoE 2, which is made by the same company that made PoE 1, to some of them, you're like this evil traitor to them. It's very much a pick one. You can't play both. It's tribalism at its, like, weirdest. It is the cringiest, weirdest tribalism in gaming I've seen ever. And anytime I see it, I ban those people. I don't care. I'm not entertaining it. Hey Kevin, love you, Kevin. Thanks, Kystine, for the tier 3 sub. Oh wait, no, 3 months of subs. Tier 1 sub. Hard to read. But yeah, like. I can't entertain that. If you want to say you don't like PoE 2, but you prefer PoE 1, that's fine, but like the whole vitriol behind it, I'm not entertaining it. I'm excited to try Last Epoch, though. I assume it'll be in like a month. Did you try Last Epoch? No, I have not played it. I am waiting until I'm bored of PoE 2 so I can, like, really dive into it for, like, a month straight. I'm just liking... I'm still enjoying... There's still, like, I have my minion builds I want to try. I've got my Thorns builds I want to try. And I'm getting really good viewership right now. My subscribers are gaining like crazy, so it feels like... I should just keep playing PoE from just both a fun perspective and like a YouTube channel perspective. Not no never. Like, I imagine when we're like a month away from 0.3 Ben, I'm gonna play Last Epoch. But we're still only like, what, 2 weeks into the league? Like, if Last Epoch delayed, like, 2 weeks, like, if they were releasing in 2 weeks, I might have been more inclined to try it with, like, the FOMO of that, but it was just too close to the league start right now. Yeah, Hero Siege looks cool, too. I was watching... I think it was Hero Siege. I watched both Darth and Lily play Hero Siege recently. It looked kind of like a it's the pixel art game, right? It's like pixely kind of. It looked really fun. It looked really cool. I wanted to try that game out. I really like PoE 1's endgame, but the entire campaign, gearing, coloring, skill gem system, and the vendor system of the campaign, like just the entirety of the campaign and navigating it is like the worst ARPG experience ever to me. I just can't deal with it. I love PoE 1's endgame though. But it's just, I quit before I get to endgame sometimes because I just hate the campaign.
Many have died at this table.
Yeah, it's like not. It looks cool. I saw. I think it was Lily and Darth microtransaction playing Hero Quest. It looked very brain-offy. And fun, though. Ben, that's how I feel, man. Like, every other game looks like Diablo 3 now to me. It's like PoE 2's like just looks fantastic. Like, you can shit talk whatever you want about PoE 2, and like you might be able to get some people to back you up, but I don't think many people will say that PoE 2 graphically isn't like fantastic. It just makes other AFPGs just look so bad. But yeah, I'm not turned off from Last Epoch by that at all. I'm genuinely excited to try it. Like, I was, and to be honest, I had no interest in Last Epoch at all. But I've just been recommended it by so many of you guys. Like, usually there's like a split where it's like, with Diablo 4, right? You'll have some people saying Diablo 4 is fun, some people are saying it's bad, right? Like, or with PoE 1 and PoE 2, right? Even now in this chat, some of you are saying you like PoE 1 and you don't like it, right? Most people in this chat are saying Last Epoch is like... It is not like a fake scam of a game. It's not like being made by people who don't have brains. Like, they're trying, and they may not have the best development pipeline or the most resources or whatever's bogging down their production cycle for so long, but you guys seem to like really like the company and the direction, so... Yeah, it's been about 2 years for me since I've played PoE 1 seriously. I want to say like maybe less than 2 years, but it's about that long. Again, when I saw the PoE 2 showcase at Exile Con, I was like, oh, this game's going to be the game I play for the rest of my life. So I'm going to wait for that.
So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Atzoatl has finally come for
Yes, yes. Resist life.
simple. You are blind to the greater good. Let's see how you handle these.
I have to wait for him to transition now. When he's doing this part, where the thing's in the middle, he can't phase. So even though he's below half, or he's at the point where he can transition, you just have to wait for the thing to go down.
Unleashed.
Oh, I'm not leeching him because I'm not critting enough. The serious problem. Go to the middle, fool.
Give up. I must save my people.
Do you know why we're here? It happened. It cannot be stopped.
No.
I will succeed.
How foolish.
Will this one-shot me? Nope.
I cannot let my efforts
Oh my god, that damage.
critical.
When you know what abilities do fast hits and you can stack in them.
Nothing for the greater good.
Yeah, easy cruel. Or easy normal clear. Thorns is so stupid. Hurry up.
I sacrificed.
How many divs are you wearing?
Saved. History is
2?
already written.
Okay.
You can stay here and die.
It would be 3 divines. Well, not maybe 3. I want to say 1.5. The Thorns runes are the most expensive part. It would be 2-ish. I bought these boots, they're foil, for a divine. These are not 1 divine boots. You could buy these boots with 2 sockets for like 5 exalts. But I spent a divine on these boots because they're foil, because I'm stupid. But the rest... Oh, Xeris is expensive. I forgot I took this from my main. This part of the build's expensive, not required, though. Everything else is cheap. Everything else is cheap. I don't know. Maybe 2 divines top.
So will you help
I suppose I must.
1.5. I don't know.
settled then?
Well, this is just my leveling setup. If you're talking about my Warbringer's gear, he's got, like, a lot of Divine spent on him. My Warbringer is, like, pretty geared right now. My Warbringer's probably got, like, 15 to 20 Divines worth of gear on him now. This character is, like, a cheese leveling character, though. You don't have to level through the campaign like this, though. You can level through the campaign pretty cheap. But my Thorns Warbringer... Well, maybe it's not like... I probably spent 15 to 20 Divine total throughout all of his gear sets. What he's currently wearing... The Morior's was 3 Divine. The Atziri's was 1 or 2 Divine. My neck was 2 Divine. Yeah, I want to say it was like 15 Divine I'm wearing right now. No, maybe like 10. Maybe like 10. I've spent a lot more than that, though, because I've just tried different sets out, and I play, like, lightning style and stuff, but... I'm not sure, to be honest. Level my 41, so I get the Infinite Charm cheese at level 52. I bought 3 boots, Val, and got 2 sockets. Costed 1 Expult per verb. Exactly. Like, it'd be 5 Exalts top, usually, unless you got really bad RNG. You'd want 2 sockets in all of your pieces. You don't have to, though. And again, the tithings just make it cheese. I've leveled the character without the tithings, so... The tithings are the most expensive part of the leveling overall, except for... Yeah, it's the most important, expensive part. Love the blue loot filter. It's... I think it's Filter Blade using Neversink's filter. I'm using the Cobalt theme. But yeah, I like the blue a lot, too. It's called Cobalt theme. Can I live this? Yeah. I am so tanky. This is like the tankiest leveling experience I've ever had.
Impressive size, but little acuity.
Well
Dismal.
done. Please come inside.
Your gloves go for around 4 to 5 divs? Gotcha, Jart. They were not 4 to 5 divs when I bought them a couple days ago. They were 1 Divine. And there were actually, a lot of them were cheaper than a Divine. But the pair that I was having, I bought in 2 pairs of Atziri's, actually. I have a second pair in my stash, I think, that has only 1 socket. Yeah. And they were both a Divine each, so if the price has gone up, that's unfortunate. So that makes it way more expensive. Oh, I also have a foil Crown of the Pale King. I've got 2 foil Thorns pieces, but this one didn't have 2 sockets, or I'd be wearing it. But I could have been leveling with 2 foil pieces. You know what? Fuck it. Ah, never mind. I want the 2. I'm gonna be greedy for the damage. At one point, though, I want a full foil set for the lulz. What are your supports on rank? Barbs, Quill Burst, Stomping Ground, Martial Tempo. Don't worry about the 5th one. It's not useful anymore. What is my block chance even at? Yeah, I'm only at 26% block chance, and this is free. I don't even have, whatever it's called, Altered Flesh, which would help with my tankiness. What am I supposed to do with my 4th Ascendancy? Because my original plan with going Fire Thorns was to go Seething Body. Because my original plan, before I learned about this charm tech, was to go Avatar of Fire, just do pure Fire Thorns, get a bunch of the Fire nodes, because there's a lot of Fire nodes in this area right here and right here. And right here. And then I was going to go Seething Body with Grinning Immolation and Altered Flesh. Because I was going to try and do, like, some high... I was going to do the 50% gain... More, you know, the gain 50% damage at high Infernal Flame for Thorns, but... Now I don't think we do that, because we have to put the points in Bringer of Flame. And we would want Altered Flesh. So the last 2 points, like, do I just get the Loyal Hellhound and, like, do I just take Pyromanic Pact? I don't think so. I don't know what to do for the last points. What charm tech? So there's this charm called Bira's Anguish. It ignites enemies in presence as though dealing fire damage equal to 500% of your maximum life. So you're supposed to stack max life. And then you combine it with this that has infinite charges. And I think there's one other piece you're supposed to get. Maybe a belt? I don't know. But you essentially get this infinite charge going on with this. And this does a lot of ignite damage based off your max life. So you essentially just do a lot of clear with it. And it's supposed to make, like, your clear way better. I don't know how it's going to interact with Thorns. It might not work, and we might have to do it through cast on crit to, like, get the spell to trigger it. I'm not sure, but there's this weird tech with this that's supposed to be really OP, but people weren't doing it with Thorns. They were doing it via spells, and I'm trying it with Thorns to see how it goes. No idea if it'll work. So I was trying Cold Thorns, like, partially while leveling Timmy, and it kept freezing bosses during the attacks that would, like, hit a lot and kill themselves. So I don't think Freeze Thorn's gonna work. Use the spear. Oh, I forgot that other spear has aggravate immolate on it. Or aggravate, I completely forgot that. Because I was using it on my bleed build to aggravate the bleeding, but it does say aggravate, ignite or whatever on it, right? Aggravate any bleeding with this weapon. Also aggravates all ignites on the target. I completely forgot that this had the ignite part. I was using the spear on my bleed build, but yep. If we're doing ignite. Pookie. Good looking out. Today, please. Sometimes they just take the sweet time with thornings themselves. I mean, don't they know I have places to be? Alright, I'm not going to do every boss in Cruel. I'm going to skip the side bosses in Cruel. Because I'm not one-shotting them anymore anyway, so it's not as cool as it was during the early parts. Do I need to cause bleed to also aggravate? Oh, it does. I do need to cause bleed, so yeah, I probably need to get like one bleed gem. One of my gems would probably need to have like 7% bleed hit chance on it or something. There's also these ailment nodes here that add to 15% chance to inflict ailment. So at some point I'm pathing over here to get Lay Siege. I scoop over here for 3 points, and this will also give me 15% chance to inflict not only bleed, but ignite too. So this will also help with the aggravate bleeding. But you're right now I'm not bleeding. Spear stab for bossing, guaranteed 5th bleed. That's true. I just put like a bunch of spear. Isn't there like a spear support gems I can put into it? Bleed support gems. So I just like weave in a spear stab to get it easy bleed up if I have to. Oh, last rate? Okay, I'll check it out. Could swap this at 44, and I'll have my passive by then, so perfect. Oh, does rate cause bleeding on its own? I don't know, because I'm not doing much physical damage. I'm not sure. I don't actually read these skills. I just press them and eventually... Oh, look, it's a, one of the Exile dudes. Later, bro. Rake always bleeds? Well then. I am bleeding. Gotcha, guys. Only last rate for rapid strike? Gotcha. Oh, I don't have those things. I'm like, guys, I'm deep into the stream. My brain is just cooked. We're gonna at least try and get, I want to try, if I can clear Cruel tonight, that'd be cool. I don't think that's gonna happen. We're gonna try and get as far as we can. Probably lose steam at some point through Act 2. If I'm already getting silly, but I think I got another 3 hours maybe. We'll see. If I speed... Oh, I do want that spirit gem. I can't wait to get the mapping and play Thorns for the first time without Turtle Charm. I imagine it's going to be brutal. But it's possible I'm overestimating the value on Turtle Charm, but I imagine I'm just going to, like, die so much more to ground explosions. What's Wailing Wall? That's the name of your podcast? I don't know if you were here earlier, Thunder Biome, but I am starting a podcast. I don't know when, but it's currently called Off the Meta, a Path of Exile podcast. But KallTorak's pretty cool, but right now it's just called Off the Meta. I have episode 0 planned. It's just going to be me talking into a webcam or something, but at some point I want to get, like, a co-host maybe, or at the minimum, bring on guests every week that do fun builds. Have them talk about their builds and stuff. We do fun brainstorming ideas of builds. What I like, I'm not. This is not me shit-talking any of the current Path of Exile podcasts, but all of the Path of Exile podcasts are really just like the blasters bitching about like the end game. And I don't think there's enough fun, creative conversation, so I'd like to get like like 2 to 3 other creators with me, and like I talked about this earlier, but it'd be cool to be like, okay, we go into this discussion unprompted, and someone's like, I want you guys to think of a build idea using this skill with, and like, under this concept. And then we all discuss all of the ascendancies. We figure out what ascendancy would be coolest for this. We debate it for a while. Then we pick an ascendancy. And then we discuss how that build would play out. And then we, like, kind of build a build on stream with, like, 3 to 4 creators. Like, off of, like, some wild, silly concept. Like, things like that. It's not going to be just, like, you know, like the rest of the podcast. Because there's plenty of that already. We don't need me talking about that stuff that they already cover well enough. But I used to do a lot of podcasts in the past for Heroes of the Storm, so I have experience with podcasts. I like talking, as you guys can tell.
Can't do that here. A
Oops.
kind leader. Hopefully he survives.
Okay, gaming, yeah. There's probably a lot of creators I want to get on. I just know that my first episode's probably going to be me solo because I just don't know any creators yet. But I don't like the idea of doing that. I used to be a part of a podcast for Heroes of the Storm called Town Hall Heroes. And that was like we did that podcast for like 3 to 4 years. And it was like a host ensemble podcast. Like podcasts, in my opinion, especially one like that, would be better with at least 1 or 2 consistent co-hosts, so I just have to, like, eventually, you know, through interviewing people, meet people I really vibe with, bring them on long-term, but, yeah, I plan on releasing episode 0 sometime soon, and the first one will just be me rambling for, like, 30 minutes about a topic. Right now, it's just gonna be talking about the meta, like, what the meaning of meta means to me, because I think PoE community has defined meta to mean something that most other games don't define, like, a lot of other games don't use the term meta the way PoE players do. A lot of PoE players, meta means 0.01% blasters and what they're doing. And then they talk like that is everybody. And then everybody plays the meta. But for most other games, the meta can mean lots of things. But there's usually multiple metas. You know, there's the pro meta, there's, like, different tiers of meta, but, the first episode's just gonna be me rambling about meta. And like I said, I don't think the other podcasts are doing, like, I love, like, all the podcasts. I'm a big fan of Talkative Try. When I first started getting into PoE 2, I ended up watching more of Try's content than anyone else. He does interviews with all these different creators, so you get to learn the different personalities, different perspectives of the game and stuff. And he does a podcast with, like, Sir Gog and Dreamcore and stuff. I'm really big fans of Sir Gog and Dreamcore. But even his podcast, you know, the entire podcast is them talking about the end game and what they don't like about the end game and how, like, the game is lacking tools for the end game and stuff. And all that is important. That needs to be talked about. So it's not like a slight at that, but I think the developers also need to hear. Sir Gog is one of the spreadsheet shoulders. Agreed. Yes. But I, as one of the, like, people who plays the game like me, like, I benefit from the, I can't do that. Like, I could do it, I don't want to do it. I refuse to do it, right? I learn from those people, right? Like, it's like a symbiotic relationship type thing, right? Like, I don't do what Surgog does, but when I watch his videos, I know the information I'm getting is valuable, right? So I appreciate people like Surgog a lot, but his approach to the game is not how I play the game. Which is fine, right? But like, Surgog I fucking love. Like, a lot of Surgog videos, when I see them show up on my feed, I'll watch them just because I'll get, like, some form of understanding of what he's talking about. Like, whether it's the currency or something. Like, I don't usually watch his, like, character balance stuff. I don't really care about balance videos that much because balance is, like, subjective and it changes in the moment based off balance passages or new techniques or uniques that people have learned. Jesus. Where's the Grim Tangle? Guess it's over here. But yeah. Because I do enjoy all of the developer interviews that have happened. I didn't watch the Scissorin one. I couldn't make it deep into it because of the tone of the interview. It was really off-putting to me. I ended up having to watch the recap of that Rax does. That Rax did to get an idea of all the questions that are asked. And, like, you know, I like all the questions that are asked, but, like, in those developer interviews, it's like 2/3 of the questions are, like, only blaster questions. And there's so many questions that just get unasked while we're, like, tunnel visioning stuff that is, like, the developers have said many times that fixes to these things are coming with new league mechanics or more time to balance these things. And then, like, you get to listen to the developers say 5 different ways. Well, we know it's a problem. We need you to give us balance op feedback, and then we'll iterate on it. And, like, yeah, it's just...
You've some power, Ethermite.
They have a... I don't want to say skewed perspective, but... it's a blaster perspective, to say the least. Rake as good as Rapid Assault? Rake's just used for mapping. For bossing, you want to use Rapid Assault. But Rake just has good mobility. It helps you move around the map easier. Oh, my first death. I was looking at chat. This is like one of the most dangerous parts of the campaign, those fucking poison spitter dudes. Yep, that was my first death. I was looking at chat and died to the poison. That's not your fault. It is not your fault. I was not trying to do a deathless run. I'm surprised I went this long without dying anyway. It's just funny that this was what the deathless to, is the stupid poison on the ground in the Grim Tangle. No, I was not trying to do deathless. Wailing Wall makes a huge difference? Interesting. You know, Timmy, I would say I would never do a no-hit run. Oh, we might as well kill this guy if I've already walked this far in here. But, like, in 10 years, maybe I'm bored enough to do a no-hit run. But I don't think I'm that bored yet. See ya, loser.
Place you loved, or some such nonsense.
I don't really have a donate thing set up, Thunder Biome. If the best way to support me, I'm an indie game developer. My next game, Card Quest, is coming out on Steam in like a month or two. You don't ever have to buy the game, but wishlist on Steams are like liking and subscribing on YouTube. It's huge for the algorithm. Like, wishlist is just like when you come to releasing your game, how hard you're getting pushed in the algorithm is how many wishlists you have. So if you want to support me, just wishlist my company's next game. That's the best way to support me. And it's not like I work for a company that's like it's my company. I am the owner of it, and it's me and one of my real life friends that we've owned the company and been making games for 3 years. So it is actually an indie company owned by a very small team, and I am a 50% owner. So you aren't like, yeah, it's not like I work for Blizzard or something, you know. But yep, just wishlist the game. You never have to buy it. I'm not asking you to pay money for it when it comes out, especially if you're not into the genre. This is our 3rd game. I've made Auto Battler, I made a horror game, and now we're making this 3D sim card collecting game. We set ourselves to a time limit of 6 months to develop this game to try and give us like skill building exercise almost. Like when you have a deadline on a project, you're forced to work within a time frame. You force yourself to you have to like make decisions on what aspects of the game are prioritized. You have to like really pull off a concept well with those kind of restraints, so it like forces you to learn and stuff, right? So it's not like it's a game with like hundreds of hours of like, I mean, it does have hundreds of hours of development time, but it's not like it's been in the works for 5 years and you know, stuff like that. But we do put our heart into it and are trying our hardest to learn how to be a better game developers. But yeah, that's the best way to support me right now, at least. Just wishlisting. There's 3 games called Card Quest, and the 4th one's called, well, just click the Steam link. It's the one made by Cluck Games. It is a 3D sim inspired by, like, the card pack opening meta. You open cards packs on stream, and then you go to your local convention center, and you sell the cards there. It's nothing like PoE, which is why I don't promote the game much to my PoE audience. It's just like, I can't imagine many ARPG fans are into games like that. It's like a very opposite style of game. We call it a second monitor game. It's just very brain off, like you have fun on your second monitor while you're watching TV. There are no actual card game mechanics in the game. It is literally just like, you know those shitty 3D simulators, right? It's just another one of those, right? Where you're just like farm sim or something. This is a 3D simulator of opening packs on stream. Like a majority of your time is literally just opening packs, and then when you run out of packs to open, you go to the convention center, you sell cards, and then you take the money you made from selling cards to buy more packs. It's just literally like it is a loop cycle of opening packs, and we set it up in a way that the only thing you spend money on is on card packs. So you're never having to decide between spending money on upgrades or packs. You get upgrades through other ways, but no matter what, every single day you're opening more and more card packs. And yeah.
Give it a rest.
I don't know what my dream game would be to make. I personally love storytelling. I really like... I forgot what I was doing next. We're just going to go get the Thorns image stuff. And right now, just because, again, we're a 2-man team and we're really limited in how we can develop games, I can only put story into games in really subtle ways. Like, we just don't have the development time. Like, every hour where we're working on the game is crucial, just because there's only 2 of us. So it's just, I would love to make some game with a real narrative. I at one point pitched like doing an ARPG light, where you're just like trying to, like, if you've ever played a game like Hades, where you're like going through little rooms over and over, progressing up like just like a fixed. I'm not getting any Thorns procs right now, but I don't think I would want to make an ARPG. But like an ARPG light would be a cool like 1 year to 2 year project. But like for a dream game, I'm not sure. Like, I really would love to make a game not like God of War. I don't necessarily love God of War's combat, but, like, if you see, like, the storytelling of God of War 4 and God of War Ragnarok, I would love to eventually make a game like that where you're, like, using mocap and, like, where the game is almost like a movie. I would love to make a game like that one day. And those are definitely AAA budget games, you know? You're talking like... You're paying millions of dollars just on like the mocap and the actors and stuff, right? Like... And then there's an actual game around it that's fun too. I don't know if that's ever feasible to make in my lifetime. That's why we keep the small projects, but I feel like that would be a dream game. Hey, Umpty Dumpty, how you doing, bro? Oh yeah, like they're talking. The art team for PoE 2 is fantastic. Like the fact that how clean this looks, this little whip, like. The Thorns build is a lot of fun, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Level 72, hell yeah. My Warbringer is currently level 92, and I'm playing Lightning Thorns. And it is going very well. Hey, this is almost a Cyclone build, right? If only it did damage spinning like that. Oh, Cyclone eventually. That sounds fun, Poco. Yeah. Just right now, like, our first game, like, we got into game development, like, in the middle of COVID, like a lot of people. I got laid off, and I was working in, web development at the time. I worked in esports from, like, 2010 to 2018. I quit esports and went to web development, and I wasn't really liking it. I was missing being a part of the gaming industry, and I was like, well, let's learn how to make games. I've always wanted to. Fuck it. So eventually me and a friend started the company, and we started with a game called Castle Warriors. I don't know if you guys have ever played StarCraft 2 or Warcraft 3, but in those games, they have custom games. You can make little mini games that other people can play. And in one of those, in StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3, there was a game called Castle Fight in Warcraft 3, and Nexus Wars in StarCraft 2. Where am I going? Oh, down here, probably. Where you just built a building, and then units would path down the field, down the map. And you would just, like, it was like a kind of an auto-battler light within StarCraft 2 forever ago. And those were our favorite custom games, and we're like, okay, if we're going to do our first game as a company, we didn't intend to release it on Steam ever initially. Dude, I cannot find this place. Is it down here? We were supposed to work on it for 1 month, make a mini game out of it, and then never release it and move on. We were just going to learn from it. But we were having so much fun with it, it became our first Steam release. Now, is it dead? No. It is just in an awkward spot right now. It released and it did really well. We had like a 92% review for a long time, and all of our viewers, our players that played it, really liked it. The problem was it was our first game, and it had a lot of spaghetti code in it because it was supposed to be a 1 month project, and then we're like, let's make it a 3 month project. Then we're like, oh, let's make it a 6 month project. And every time we extended the development time, we added more and more scope to the game with more features. And that feature bloat made the game lag like crazy. When you were getting over 200 units on screen, the game would be a slideshow going 1 frame per second. So we had a decision that we had to make. It was either we scale back the scope and make the game less fun and release it as a shell of itself, potentially, or we rebuild the code from the ground up. And we just rebuild the game. And what happened was, we did rebuild the game. We spent a year rebuilding the game, and when we got it rebuilt, we fixed a lot of our problems, but during that 1 year rebuild, we not only just improved a lot as developers, but like, a lot of the problems that we fixed led to new problems. And we couldn't release the game in its current state. It was just like, unplayably fast. We made the game just way too fast by fixing a lot of the lag problems. And it was just, all of the fixes we were coming up with were going to delay development even more. And we already had all of these people that were like, we want patches, we love this game, and we loved it too, but we couldn't release a patch after that year. It just, the game was in such a weird state because all of our old balance didn't work in the faster gameplay. The lag was slowing the game down to the point that, like, yeah, it just slowed the game down. Like, it wasn't good when it was at 1 frame per second, but the slow pace helped a lot. And we were burnt out. We had to take a break from working on Castle Warriors. We had been working on it for 2 years, and we intentionally only worked on it for a month. It was never our dream game to make, if that makes sense. We were passionate about it, and we still want to finish it, but after working a year on a rework that didn't work, it was just like a rookie mistake as new developers. Is it up here? It's up here, I think. So is Castle Warriors dead? No. Sorry that was a long tangent to go on there. But we just needed to take a break from it. It was about 6 months ago we made that decision. And the break wasn't supposed to be a long break. It was like, we need a break from this. We've worked on one game for 2 years. Let's take a 2-week break and make a shitty horror game. It's called VH Escape. It's just like this silly anomaly hunt game that we released on Steam. We made it in a month, and in that month of working on that game, we learned more about game development than we had in like the last 8 months of Castle Warriors, because with Castle Warriors, we were just banging our head against the wall that we couldn't solve with our current skill or without money. A lot of the problems with the game could have been solved with money, but we have no money. We literally operate with zero money. We don't want publishers involved making decisions, and neither of us have like a bunch of money to invest into the company, right? We do get very little sales that we've spent on artists and stuff at times, but that's about it. But yeah, we just, after that 2-week break, we felt like, or after that 1-month break, we were like, okay, let's just make another game, and that's where Card Quest came from. More than likely, we're going back to Castle Warriors development after Card Quest, but it's not dead, no, while it looks very dead. Optically, I guess you could say it's dead, and I would not be upset for anyone who says it's dead. But to me, I am never, like, I am not giving up on Castle Warriors. Our mistake was thinking it was ready for early access, and it wasn't. We never did a demo. We did a couple friend tests, and then we released on Steam in early access, and we should have done demos, and that might have changed our development timeline a lot. But I think our biggest regret with Castle Warriors was the early access. It was a learning process. We've been doing it 3 years. I have a lot of regrets with Castle Warriors. I fucking love the game, though. And one thing about Castle Warriors that's the biggest problem with me was Castle Warriors was supposed to be a multiplayer game. It was supposed to be like a 1v1 or a 3v3 like fun armies building game. But because it was our first game we made, making a game and then also having to make multiplayer netcode work while also balancing all of that nonsense was just like, that would not have been a reasonable task to do for a brand new studio with only 2 employees. That's where I say that a lot of our problems get solved with money. Like if I just had money to hire new people, right? Or like hire like a freelancers or something, or you know, whatever. Like, so that's where Castle Warriors is. I am not happy with where it's at because it's just sitting there in early access. Again, at one point I had a 93% review that I was so happy about, and now it's down to like a 72. It hasn't been updated in over a year. Like, that feels like fucking shit. I don't know how else to put it. But no, it's not dead. Not in my heart, at least. Like, I feel like we can fix it. And I think Card Quest is a very casual 3D game. Those games get really good audiences. I have a marketing strategy for it that I hope works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Sometimes those games do well, sometimes they don't. If Card Quest does well, the money made from Card Quest is going into Castle Warriors. If Card Quest doesn't work well, then maybe it's finally time we have to bite the bullet and start, like, sending out emails to publishers and stuff, but yeah. I could talk about game development all day. Sorry about the little tangent there, but I love my job. I fucking love it. Is your main income, or are you streaming and get... I'm I have like 3 or 4 sources of income. I do not make much money from game development. We make some income from it, but most of the income goes back into the company. Whether that's to paying taxes, paying bank fees, paying, like, to get a game on a Steam, you have to pay a Steam fee to list your game on Steam. And then, neither of us are artists. So anytime we need art made for the game, we have to pay an artist. Like right now in Card Quest, one of the disclaimers is going to be, like, this is AI art because we don't have artists. We are trying to either... We don't know if we're going to do a Kickstarter yet. Like, we don't know how our release is going to happen yet because I do not want the AI art in the game. The AI art's just there right now because it just kind of, like, there has to be some form of art there to show the direction of the game, right? But it is all, like, temporary. So I don't know if that's like we need to release an early access, get some sales, and then use the sales to replace the art, or a Kickstarter. I'm not sure. There's a lot of routes to making Card Quest the game I want it to release as. It's fun as fuck to play if you like those kind of games, but... Yeah, I'm gonna do crit HP pull Corbin for Infernalist. I'm gonna do the HP stacking, Ignite, Thorns build. Let me read some of these messages. I just did a tangent for a while. What is something you get annoyed about from gamers that judge your games? Nothing. I don't think anything bothers me. Oh, did I hit 44 yet? I did. I can use the new neck. Nice. We have more crit now. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing really bothers me when you critique my game. Okay, here's the thing that bothers me, is when I see a Steam review that's played the game for 14 minutes, but that just means I didn't do a good enough job of making that first 14 minutes hook the player. But when I see negative reviews that haven't played the game for long enough, that bothers me. But then I think, oh, I just didn't do a good enough job of hooking that player in for that first 14 minute, if that makes sense. Oh wait, no, I was gonna do these here. But maybe I should do these after all. Yeah, I'm not sure about that binding everything to frame rate. I'd have to talk to my buddy. Like, most of that kind of stuff is in his department. I have no idea. Like, we had a lot of really weird lag with, like, Card Quest, like, we don't have lag problems with. It's a shitty 3D simulator that we set up very easily. Card Quest had an AI system that we're using called A-Star. It was something we bought off of the Unity store, I think, and we were getting lag because... we had hundreds of units on screen, all constantly swapping different targets and changing their pathing based off who they had aggro on. Like, we just, like, if you look at what we made for Card Quest, for that to be the first game we ever made was a mistake. We were way out of our league to make a game of that depth, that had that many levels of balance. You're talking 5 races with 10 classes, 8 playable heroes outside of that, with multiple layers of balancing through talents and skills. Like, that sounds really cool and fun, but as our first game to develop, having to balance all that on top of a auto battler with hundreds of units on screen with multiple unit types, like, what ended up happening was, one, there was just so many units on screen constantly with the AI system we were using, which was probably optimized poorly because we were probably not setting it up perfectly, was causing lag. But 2, we just had way too many units in the game. Like, we had 50 units at the time that we paused it, with another 30 in the development pipeline. Like, we never released the next patch that had 2 more races. So we have 70 created characters, and what's crazy is 70 of those characters, I want to say 35 of them are useless right now. Like, that's where I'm at with the development, where it's like, now we have this whole new game, and I want to break the other half of it that we didn't touch. Like, I want to remove half of the units from the game because a lot of them don't have value. They're just the same unit with a different skin on it. Like, so like I want to go from like 5 races with 10 units to like 5 races with 6 to 7 units each, or something along those lines. Like, like the game needs to be rebuilt again. Is where I'm at with it. It's really weird to say. It's hard when you're like critical of your own work to that extent, because you have this vision in your head, right? That's what you hear a lot of game developers or artists or writers or anything say. Like, you have this vision in your head that you want it to be that way, and we just have, like, whether it's through technical skill, experience, manpower, or money, we do not have the tools at our hands to make the game we want. So you find yourself making compromises with yourself. Well, we can't make it this way, so we make it this way. We can't make it this way, so we're gonna accept that it has this bug. You know, like, and it just... It's so hard to make those compromises when you have such a clear vision of the game you're trying to make. Especially when it feels like you're not good enough to make the game the way you want it to, right? So it's just like, if I keep working for a couple more weeks, maybe I'll figure it out, right? Like, that's the mentality you get into, and that's what we had with Castle Warriors. It was supposed to be a 6-month project that now we're like 2 years into early access? I don't know. It's been a long time. And yeah, I just don't feel like and again, the game was originally supposed to be multiplayer. That's one of the compromises that we had to make, right? Like, we wanted it to be a multiplayer game. Whether that was cooperative or 1 versus 1. And the compromises you have to make for your skill set or your lack of money or lack of team size was just the biggest learning curve of our first game, I guess.
You should have been burned at the stake, witch.
My would-be executioner.
I don't think we're doing that, Coda, no. Our path, we have a, like, again, when we started it, we were very new on, so, like, you can buy, like, packages on Unity and stuff that, like, they're pre-coded packages that will do an entire system for you, and our entire targeting and pathfinding system is done through something called A-Star, and, yeah. It does all of that, and that would be, like, I feel like if we were to rebuild the game again from the ground up, we would not be doing, like, any of that. But that's what's funny about a lot of indie games that I've come to learn is they are all, like, you can find loads of these packages online to buy, and there are many, many indie games out there all using the same packages. A lot of the indie games you play, and hell, even some of the non-indie games you play, are like Frankenstein games of all of these packages slapped together. Yeah, A-Star is pretty efficient for sure. We have, at one point, 300 plus minions on our screen when you get to the, like, the mid to late game of Castle Warriors. It was just too much going on. Like, I'm sure there could have been things we could have cleaned up, but again, that goes to where we're noobs with being game developers. But we ended up spending the entire, like, year redeveloping that, fixed the lag, but then the game was just, yeah, like, it was just a completely different balance mess. So now it's just, now that we've rebuilt the game from the ground up, the game's playable. It's not laggy anymore, but the game's balance is not playable. So we just have to redesign the game now from, like, a different perspective, I guess. Yes, we do limit the range, yeah. A lot of the mobs have very limited ranges because of that. Yep. We have a lot of little limiters like that. No, we fixed the lag now. Like, right now I can get over 500 to 1,000 units on screen without a single frame dropping inside of Unity, right? Like, usually inside of Unity, like, we get extra lag. But, like, we've pretty much solved the lag. It's just the balance is cracked now. It's just like the game is just like the rate we were spawning units at before, the damage they were doing, like it's all wrong. It's just all wrong. Yes, that's exactly the problem, Coda. Yes. That is literally the problem we ran into, my friend. It's going too fast to micromanage. That is exactly the best way to put it. And now it's just like we were so burnt out after redesigning the game for a year, we just had to take a break. But yes, that is the you say it's like you have a good grasp on this. That's exactly how it went. Where do you get leech for the sustain? We have this passive here. Vengeance, 10% of Thorns damage leech as life, and then I'm just doing a bunch of Thorns damage. Yeah, we've bought in some of those Humble Bundle stuff, but we don't do that much anymore. We try and use as much self-made stuff as we can now. Not just because, like, it saves us money, but we learn from it. Because, like, I'm only 35, he's 29 or 30. We could be doing this the next 30 to 40 years, right? If this is truly our dream job, I could be making video games for the rest of my life. So, like, invest in the skills now. Learn while you can. The game's like an auto battler. It's purely an auto battler. There's like no, it just the units go down the screen and they attack a mob based off a priority system. Certain mobs will have certain threat levels, and depending on the threat of the mob, like certain mobs will prioritize, like archers will prioritize, like an example, an archer will prioritize someone with light armor if you have a skill that does that. So if there's someone with the threat level of the light armor with something like that, it'll prioritize, like, but it's usually just proximity based, and if there's no priority, it just targets whoever the fucking closest person is. And in most situations, it just targets whoever the closest enemy is. The problem is, we had a situation where it's this way. I'm talking too much in streamer brain. The problem was what was causing a lot of lag was like when you would have 100 to 200 units on screen, all 100 to 200 of them were targeting the closest mob. That mob would die, then all 1 to 200 of them would swap target. And that 200 mobs all swapping target at once was causing, like, giga lag at one point. There was, like, so many different lag problems to the process. Like, again, it was our first game over 2 years of development time that, like, we just ran into so many different headaches, like, that was just lag related. But now there's no lag. Like, I can get 1,000 units on screen in Unity. It's awesome. But if, like, but in terms of, like, unit grouping, I don't, unless there's, like, that's a term meant for something else, like, there's no actual, like, grouping in that sense. Like, it's just, like, yeah, there's a priority target system. At least, and that might be just how it's set up now. Like, again, there's a bunch of brain soup when you've developed the game for that long. Like, I could be saying stuff that was how it used to be, but it's not how it is now, or I'm forgetting how it was before. Like, when you've gone through, like, 50 builds of the game, like, I honestly don't remember how some of the stuff used to be honest. But all I remember now is the lag solved. It's just so many other problems are now arise. Alright, sorry. I'll read the PoE questions now. As you guys can tell, I'm passionate about the game development. And I don't get to talk about it much. I got excited when people asked about it. That was a little random thunder. Jeff on naming the cards. Oh yeah, like I said, I do a lot of storytelling. Like, if you were to tell me, like, what my dream job actually would be, I love writing stories. I have a dream of, like, making, like, an animated series one day or something. I have 2 stories that I've been writing, like, my entire life that I would love to get animated one day. But I just love storytelling in general. I love the cards. Like, I made every single card in the game. I know it's like AI art, and I hate, like, people hate AI. They go on big, and I agree with, like, all the rants about AI being, like, bad for artists and stuff, but we just don't have the money to make the cards, right, the way we wanted to. But I can at least get a template down through AI. But all of the cards that have, like, I've made in the game, they have backstories, like, they're a part of a world and a lore. We have 3 different trading card games. Where the fuck is the way down? Over here? There's one called Alienmon, one that's like an alien version of Pokemon. There's one called Cheopets, which is like a bunch of fun little cute animals that, like, if a girl or like a little kid played the game, they would want to play that one. And then there's a Heroes and Villains one, which is like your Marvel themed one. And like, all of the characters have names, backstories, like relationships with each other's in some way, like, and it's literally just a game where you collect cards, right? You literally just open the pack, and if you go to the collection, you can read a little blurb about the card, right? But yeah, I love doing that kind of stuff. I fucking love that kind of stuff. I love naming the cards. Or just like creating them in general. Exactly. And like, if I, like, at best, like, you know, if I had artists on teams, if I had a concept, I would use AI to get the concept to the artist and have them remake that in their style. And that's the point, or that's what I'm wanting to do with the game, is like, if we could get a bunch of money, and then I hire, like, here's what I want to do. I want to get a bunch of money and hire community artists to redraw all of the AI art in the game. And then when you click on the card in game in the collection, it'll link to that artist's Twitter account or whatever they use to promote their art, right? It'll have their social media link in there. So the art will eventually all be replaced with community artists, and then it'll be used to promote their game, themselves as well. Because yeah, that's what that would be my dream scenario. Is not just replacing the AI art, because I don't want to just be like, here's $5,000 to some guy to shit out 100 cards, right? I would like to hire like 50 artists and have them all make 2 to 3 different cards.
Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
Now, there is a lot of really bad AI games out there, so. But the biggest, I agree with the people who say that, like, if you're a AAA company and you're using AI art and you're not actually paying money to artists, that's bad. Like, if you can afford to pay someone and not use AI art, that is where I stand. Do the ice spit. But if you don't have a choice, like us, you know. Are you using a curse now? Yeah, I'm using the lightning curse. I'm using conductivity with blasphemy.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
Yeah, you can block the purple balls with Turtle Charm. Yes, Lord Polko. Yep, Turtle Charm's awesome, dude.
My being. Oriana used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found.
Yeah, I love things like that.
From the desert.
Thunder, where you're like, the names have alternate meanings and stuff. I love, like a Chernobog shield. Someone told me that's, I don't remember, I think they said Celtic lore? I don't remember what they said. Someone said Chernobog is like a reference to some demon or something. You know? I learned that because of an item in a game. Like, stuff like that's cool. I love little shit like that. Can you please press P? I want to see the tree. Sorry, Treach, I just saw your message. Let me see the video. I'll check that out off of stream. But yeah, that was a long rant for... Is Castle Warriors dead? I won't call that a rant, but... Nope, that's just why it hasn't been updated in a long time. It's not that it hasn't been worked on recently. We talked about Castle Warriors a couple weeks ago. Just right now we're close to releasing Card Quest, so we're just only working on Card Quest right now. We actually have our first... We usually have our friends playtest the fuck out of our games, but what we found was, especially with our last horror game, after the first time they've played it, they don't really give good feedback. So if we have people test the game too early, like we have that one shot for really good feedback, then every time after that, there's like serious diminishing returns on the level of feedback you're getting. So we have not had any of our friends play the game. It's only been the two of us, and I fucking hate 3D simulators. I think they're fucking boring. And for a lot of our development time, I was like bitching about the game nonstop. I was like, why did we agree to make a 3D sim? This fucking sucks. I hate it. But we finally got it to the point where I am having fun now while playing it, despite having played it so much. But again, it's just a second monitor game. If you like having a game where you just completely brain off and you don't even like fully pay attention to it while you're watching The Office or something, it's one of those. But normally I have bad ADHD, so those kind of games don't vibe with me. Gotcha, Treach. I will check it out. Because, yeah, Castle Warriors is like... It is not sitting in early access purgatory forever, and... But, yeah. I think we solved most of the lag problems. And I don't have a Discord yet. I'm thinking about making one. I come from the WoW community, where people can be really weird and parasocial. And I've always been nervous about that. That's why I've never had a community Discord, especially since I own my own company. It's not too hard to get my information via public records, if you wanted to. So that's why I've always avoided public or community Discords, but like with PoE 2, there's a collaboration in my builds, and I like feel like there's a value there that having the Discord is just nice to have. It's crazy how fast I'm bodying these bosses, by the way. But yeah, I've been thinking about making one finally, but that's the reason why I've never made one, is just because, yeah. WoW players are weird. I'm a WoW player, I know. I used to be, like, I'm pretty socially stupid, and I used to be, like, way fucking worse, and that's just, like, your average WoW player. Though I will say that a lot of the PoE comments I get are pretty unhinged. Not a lot. I do get some weird PoE comments too, but yeah. WoW players get really parasocial. But that's because that's a game where you're like, you know, in World of Warcraft, you literally spend 12 hours with a day with someone, doing raiding or dungeons and stuff, so it's very easy to get an emotional attachment to that kind of people, or just, like, get into that parasocial mindset, right? Like, you're literally, like, playing the game with somebody. Not just, like, alongside them, but actively engaging with them in voice, and, like, being emotional with them when you lose and when you win, like, so I understand why WoW players get parasocial, but it has just always been a concern of mine. It's the difference when you're parasocial with your guildies and you're parasocial with, like, some guy on the internet you've never met, you know? Like, I remember one day I was streaming WoW. I was doing a grind for a while, and I streamed for, like, 2 weeks straight. And I took a day off, and I got like 5 or 6 DMs of like, dude, are you okay? Is everything all right? And it's not that I was annoyed that they were asked. I was like sad that they were like, I was sad by that. They were like looking forward to me. Like, there was just like, it just made me depressed that they were like, they were all like, are you okay? And that's just like, it's just a weird thing that, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was stuff like that that just made me really, like, I didn't want to, because I'm already getting really friendly with some of you guys, and, like, what happens when, like, one of you ends up being cracked, and now suddenly I have to, like, start banning people from the Discord. I have to start finding moderators. Like, it just becomes a whole thing, you know? I want to do it, though. Because, again, like, I would love to be able to just be like, hey, here's what I'm posting, thinking for this build. What do you guys think? Or one of you just, like, randomly post, like, hey, look what I found, you know? That stuff's all great. And it would help me, because, like, sometimes you guys, like, when I'm playing playing this while you guys are chatting, like, a lot of you will give me really good feedback, but because it happens in the middle of my stream, I might not remember who gave me that feedback by the end of that stream. But if it was posted in the Discord, I could be like, oh, Treach said this and this about this, so, like, I can make sure Treach gets a shout-out at the end of my next guide, you know, like... if you go watch a lot of my old WoW content, like, every single one of my guide videos would usually have shout-outs to, like, 3 or 4 people in them. But it's just a little different with PoE because... Like, right now, I learn a lot from the comments on my video. There will be, like, 500 comments on every video, and, like, 100 of them will have good information in them. But I can't, like, go back through all of those comments when I'm editing the video to, like, quadruple check who said what and give them all the proper shout-outs, because the comment section is just too hard to navigate. But a Discord would be easier, you know. Yeah, it's a very weird thing to navigate, I agree. Yeah, see, like, the cool thing I'm learning about the PoE community is, like, there are a lot of people like you guys who are level-headed, and, like, there's, like, kind of like a norm, I guess, is the best way to put it. Like, a lot of these creators have Discords, a lot of people are, like, who are regulars in them end up moderators in these Discords, like... I'm sure there is a very easy way I could get it all set up where, like, a bunch of you guys are like, this is how these guys do it. This is the normal way they set it up. Like, I can probably get it very streamlined and simple and be like, no personal drama. It's very... But I would need moderators for that at that point, right? So, like... It might be like a 1 month away thing where, like, I need to figure out who in my chat are moderator worthy and start... Like, I definitely need to start getting, like, Twitch mods and stuff. Like, that's all just, like, an in-time thing. It'll happen. Not sure when. I'm all over the place with this passive tree. You can't inflict bleed with, Avatar of Fire. That's because Avatar of Fire, you deal no non-fire damage. So you would need something that's making fire damage bleed. I believe bleed would need something specific to make fire damage. Alright, bleed is only physical damage, correct me if I'm wrong. Because I remember there's a blood mage talent that makes spell damage bleed, right? So unless you're a blood mage... I could be wrong though. But I think you would have to be a blood mage to make elemental fire bleed work. I might be wrong though. If you're doing Avatar of Fire specifically, you would need to be a blood mage for bleed. Yeah, only blood mage can do that correctly. Thank you, prop. Lich could be okay with Thorns, but I have been told one of the aspects of Lich is bugged with Thorns right now. The upgraded portion of Unholy Might apparently doesn't work with Thorns at the moment, so it's just like it does work, but it's not as good as it could be. But I also haven't tested this myself, so you know. I forget who said it, never know who said it. I think it was a reliable person. Oh yeah, it was. It was a reliable person. But yeah, I have a level 56 Lich that I was going to go Thorns on, and that's why I rerolled. The Lich is on the pause for now. Oh, it's level 52 for the chest, right? Cool. Yeah, it was you, Pookie. I knew it was, yeah. I was like, yeah, I knew it was someone that was reliable. I can't remember who all's playing what. I know like 5 of you are like pretty high level with Thorns, but I don't remember who's on which ascendancy at times. No, Marpu. Like, it's possible you do like a weird mace swap for bossing, but for mapping it doesn't feel good. Like, Rake is just too good for mapping. Like, it's good DPS. It's really good DPS. It just feels so slow on mapping. If you go to my YouTube channel and the live stream I'm doing right now, at the very beginning of it, you can rewind to see me do one map with the lightning mace. If you want to get an idea of what it looks like, it's really good damage. Like, I blast rares. I 1 to 2 shot most rares. But I think Spear's better. I'm probably going back Spear. Like, Rake is just too good for mobility. Like, look at the dashes you do. Like, you just gain so much distance sometimes. You can't compete with that as maces. Let's see how fast she fries herself.
Perhaps that is true.
I want to see rune weapons. I just have skill speed, so I get faster rakes. You should run Rapid Assault on bosses, but for mapping, you should run Rake. Rake's just way better for mapping. I still swap the Rapid Assault for bossing, though, Marpu. You have to do a gem swap, which sucks, but it's worth it. Like, if you don't want to, you don't have to. You could play with only Rapid Assault or only Rake, but if you're trying to, like, get the better damage option, you Rake for mapping, and then you swap your skill gems, your support gems, to Rapid Assault for bossing. Yeah, I don't know. Agreed, Propa. Like, I've been trying to figure out, like, what it is that makes you do the long dash or not. And sometimes, like, I don't know if there's just, like, a distance threshold or something, but I can't really figure out how to make the lock-on more consistent. Oh, did I not talk to her? I have to talk to her before I leave. Yeah, I agree. The lock-on needs to be a little bit better. Oh, that makes sense, Onkel. I was curious as to why the mace felt like it was doing scaling that way, and that the way you phrase it there makes sense. The lock-on seems to proc when you target enemies that are not in your direct path, i.e. around other enemies. So it's if your rake could not hit them naturally. No, you use low-level spears. You don't need much strength. Oh, for the skill gem. No, I only use a level 6. This is a level 6 rake. I use this on my... this is the same skill gem I use on my Warbringer. I just gave it to my guy for now, so I don't have to buy 2 of them. Because it's a 5 link. But level 6. You could go to level 3. I think it goes down to level 3, right? Like, you don't need to level it at all. Low levels. We strength stack.
What is it?
I am looking forward to so many swords. What are the Cyclone swords called? Starforge and Vorf... Is it Voidforge and Starforge? There's 2 of them, right? I want those. Wasn't one of the Cyclone swords that doubled your AoE radius or something like that? That was awesome.
Why have we stopped? The Halani
Oh yeah, I'm assuming one of the flails is a Thorns unique. Like, I imagine one of the flails is a Thorns weapon, specifically. One of my viewers, I don't remember who said it, but they told me that in one of the old Exile Con clips, Bear Druid Ascendancy had a Thorns passive to it. So there's that. Oh, I've already went here. Apparently. It didn't bring me to the new spot. Currently playing with Rake level 7, which has a 90-ish damage multiplier, a net negative. Sorry, Onko, you're saying it's better to have the lower one or the higher one? I'm tired, so I might be misreading what you said. I'm making sure I'm reading that correctly. You're saying it felt better having the level 7? I actually have not, like, Monk is, like, the only class that I really haven't played. I leveled 2 Monks. Sorry, I played Monks, but I leveled 2 Monks in the last patch, and I played Mace skills on both of them. I played Molten Blast on my Invoker, and I played Shield Charge on my Chayula Monk, so in terms of Monk skills, like, none of them really appeal to me. I'm more of, like, if one of them was actually a punchy spec, like a Brawler, I would have played that. But none of the quarterstaff skills really vibed with me. I needed, like, something that was, like, running through the map just punching people's heads off. And they just didn't have that. Like, if you played Marvel Rivals, Iron Fist, how he just kind of, like, auto-tracks onto people, just punching them, blinking them, like, kind of like how Flicker Strike works. Like, that's what I wanted from Monk Ascendancy, and I didn't get that. Gotcha, Onko. I am very much not a math guy. I'm a feels craft, left click my way through the game guy. So I just don't know if I'm blocking enough to know how much I'm getting that, but we'll go with it for now. I have no block right now. It's funny because with Warbringer, you don't really have to care about the block value on your shield, but now I'm actually going to probably have to care about it. Cause I was thinking, oh, I'll just be able to eventually move my shield from my Warbringer over here, but no, I'm probably going to have to get a different shield. Maybe not, though. I'll have to see what the shield does. Is that multi, like, lowering the damage that, that the Quill Bursts and Barbs are doing, Onkel? Like, is that multi off of, Rapid Assault, whatever, lowering that Thorns Burst? Because the Rapid Assault damage I don't care about, it's the, Thorns damage that it's doing that I care about. So if it is doing that negative multi to the Thorns damage... Which I have noticed on bossing, by the way. I've noticed recently that my Rake hits, like, does relatively the same DPS as my Rapid Assault does at times. Does Herald work with this build? Herald of Blood works with a bleed version. I'll have to look into that, Onkel, because that might be a good late game investment indeed if that's how it works that way. Why, Infernalist? I wanted to do Fire Thorns, and it seemed like a good idea. Oh, no! It seemed like a good idea for Fire Thorns. That was before I learned about a bunch of techniques that make it even better, though. Yeah, I was thinking about setting a weapon swap up to Mace Strike for bossing with my Lightning Mace. I just don't know if that Lightning Mace, I forget what it's called, the one that I put on my new Lightning Tree, though. I don't know if that's worth it, but I've been thinking about, like, getting a... Like, the problem, I wish you could only weapon swap your weapon, and you didn't have to weapon swap the shield. But, yeah. If what you're saying, like, is working that way, then yeah. I feel like there's a lot of testing there that needs to be done with, like, higher skill gem levels and different types of weapons. Yeah, Ulro Vasara. That one. I don't know how good that is. It felt like I was doing good damage with it, but if what you're saying about Mace Strike is true, then that might have just been the Mace Strike itself doing a lot of the heavy work. And the mace itself was not the problem, or doing as much as I was hoping. So I need to go try other maces with it. And I've still been wanting to try Giant's Blood, getting the two-hander with the shield. If we could somehow find a way to make a two-hander work with it, that could be really good. But we would need a lot more strength. Yeah, it's stuff like that, Onkel, where it's just like... The information is not in the game, so that's why I stream and make the videos, is because I can't figure that stuff out on my own, and there's just someone in my comments gonna be like, hey, by the way, you're doing this wrong. And I'll be like, sweet. Now my build just got 10% better. Yeah, gotcha, Onkel. Yeah, and another part of the confusion is, like, there's some things in this game that, like, it doesn't work like in PoE 1. Like, they've changed some stuff, so there's so many question marks because it's early access. We'll have to test. But I did notice, like, I 100% I believe that what you're talking about with the multi, because I have noticed lately with my gear as big as it is, that when I swap to Rapid Assault for bossing, it sometimes does not feel like, because sometimes I'm being lazy or my brain's off, I pull a boss and I don't gem swap, right? I pull a boss with Rake, and Rake kills the boss reasonably fast, despite I'm not going through all the barb stacks. And then there's sometimes I'll swap the Rapid Assault, and it's like, why is this boss dying slower than it... Felt like it was dying, like, as slow or slower than it did with Rake, so... At least that multi-part of it, like... Based on... Like, I say I do feels craft, right? Like, I never do actual Path of Building math stuff, I do feels craft. And based off what I have felt, I feel like I was getting that vibe. That, like, something about Rapid Assault wasn't scaling the barbs as well as, like, Rake was. Whether that was just... I don't know, but... You notice the damage drop when you downgraded the Rake. That could be a big factor. Because, yeah. I'll have to test that. Whether it's true or not, you know, we'll do some testing, but like based off like the pattern I was seeing with bosses, like there was just really weird moments where it was just like, huh. And like if a low level has a negative multi, that makes a lot of sense. And that's honestly a good balance change for them to do to like prevent people from down ranking, like because you don't want people using rank 6 gems. Like that's stupid.
I tried to seek peace, and the Sekabas disgraced me. Rot the sack. This time, we choose war.
Not all the time though, Pookie, because you can tell when you hit a target multiple times with bards because it'll consume them all. And a lot of times on bossing with Rake, I'll only see one go down. Like sometimes Rake will consume all the charges of barbs, but on bossing there are plenty of times where I see it only going down one each time. No, I'm talking specifically for boss DPS. When I don't swap between Rake and Rapid Assault for bosses, I don't notice a DPS drop sometimes. I never map with Rapid Assault now. Rapid Assault feels awful on mapping now that I play Rake. My accuracy is a lot better on my Warbringer now. It's not 100%, but it's like 94% Wordahar. Like, I'll have to do more testing. Maybe it is, but yeah. You guys have given me something to look into at least. That makes sense on Kel.
The skeleton city of a once great culture. How adorable.
And that's cheaper than they were yesterday, Tisk. They were like 15 exalts yesterday. Yeah, someone told me you can only get them from the boss gauntlet. I don't know if that's the only place, but I've never seen one drop. So, it makes sense why they're so rare. I've only seen 2 boss gauntlets, and I've cleared a lot of my Atlas.
Slither for me. A fellow corpse raiser.
Level 50, only 2 more levels, and then I get the new chest piece. Oh, you don't need replies for Greater Rune of Teething, guys. If you're buying Greater Runes of Teething through the trade site, you guys are pranking yourself. Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. I have to, in case there's somebody that doesn't know, I have to show them now. You do not need to use the trade site to buy Runes of Teething. Talk to Alva, do the currency exchange. I want Rune of Teething. I have Exalted Orb. There's 7 Exalts right now. I can buy 5 of them, 4 of them, 3 of them. I'm broke right now. Don't be whispering people on the trade site. Come use the currency exchange. Because look. Boom. Instantly got 3. Don't have to talk to a single person. Currency exchange. Oh yeah, I always forget there's a search at the bottom. But yeah, either way, currency exchange. Nice, we got the relic. Now we just gotta find the way out. It might have been over there. It was probably over there. Probably block chant stuff. But for now, I'm just going to get this crit stuff. And we don't need a defensives yet, so I'm going to keep just plugging into the damage stuff. And we'll respec later.
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit is near.
Oh, nice. I was going the right way. Oh, right. I forgot some of you guys play standard. Yeah, I bet the standard market is awful for those right now. Yeah, that probably sucks. Damn, you start seeing greater runes this early. Nice. Figured it wouldn't be until maps. Too late, it's behind us. No, Tisk, that would not count as armor break. You would hit hard, but it does not count as armor break. What charms do you want to use? I don't know, to be honest. They added all the new unique ones. Like, I'm doing a weird cheese build that's using this right now. But I haven't looked at all the new unique ones yet. But for, like, Thorns specifically, like... I don't know what's really killing me right now that I would need a charm for. Oh, that was a rogue exile. I didn't even see him. Like, maybe... poison... bleed and freeze? I don't know. Of the normal ones. The only thing that kills me on my Warbringer right now is one-shot, so none of the charms solve one-shots for me. I think the charm system needs a lot of love. Charms are super boring. This one's cool, though. This one I'm about to be using soon, or I've been using and just not getting the full value out of. Yeah, anti-stun, anti-freeze, anti-chaos. Yeah, the anti-chaos would probably be good. The charm has a chance to defend with 200% armor. That's nice. Yeah, I would have to look through all the charms. I still only think about the old ones, and the old ones was just like... Most of the time you just ran get out of freeze, because freeze was a death sentence last patch. But yeah, I think the first thing, one of the first things I'm going to do on my Warbringer tomorrow is I'll try using a higher level Rake and Rapid Assault to see what that does to my boss DPS. See if it's a significant DPS increase or not. Because negative multis, if the negative multi is actually applied to the Thorns damage done by the attack, then of course it's awful. Which I think would make sense. Depending on how the code is structured, that makes sense to me. Fall of the Axe grants Onslaught during slow. What's Onslaught again? I remember I had a helmet with Onslaught on it at some point. I just forget what it does. Test it with Spear Stab? Okay. I'll do that tomorrow. That makes sense. I'll test it with Spear Stab. I would go test it right now, but I'm so tired. I'm just trying to get through the campaign right now. I'm just going through the motions right now. It's all the skill. It's the skill all spears have. Yeah, no, it's the basic skill stab. It's like Mace Strike, right? They all have ranged ones too, right? I don't like Sanctum. I like Ultimatum, though. I don't know why, but I could farm Ultimatum all day. I really wish Ultimatum made good money right now, or I would farm it more. But only like one of the Soul Cores sells well right now, so... But I love Ultimatum. But yeah, I hate Sanctum. I think there's some really bad balance to them. It does feel bad when you like lose at the very end and you just wasted 30 minutes of time. Onslaught is 20% movement, attack, and cast speed. Oh, nice. That's right. Did I have a helmet that did Onslaught? I had a helmet that... I did something that was doing Onslaught last patch. I mean, that would be nice. I really just hope they reduce move speed penalties on armor. Two things they need to do. There's two major problems I have with the move speed of the game right now. Armor is too much of a penalty, and for some reason, the developers put all of the move speed nodes on the passive tree in one spot. Like, all of the move speed stuff is in this area right here. There's literally no move speed nodes here. No move speed nodes here. No move speed nodes here. I think there might be one, like, here or something. Maybe not. Thought there might have been one here. Yeah, this one right here. So this one's like the this is like right here to like right over here are like the move speed options. If you don't path in this area, you get no move speed on the tree. Like, that's fucking stupid. Why doesn't every starting area have move speed if the game is gonna have this much move speed penalty? So either reduce the penalty or put more move speed passes in the tree. There should be like one in every starting area for sure, right? Like, I don't think I need to be as fast as my Deadeye, but come on, man. I'm literally not playing maces because of Rake in its move speed. Like, that's a problem to me. I don't remember what I was pathing to. I'm at that point in the stream. I just gotten this. I just got this. I could take these elemental damage stuff. Was I pathing to a block thing? I'm just gonna path to a block thing. We're too tired.
This place just gets better and better.
Oh, right. I was doing the crit stuff. I was doing the damage. Thank you, on Kel. I'll go move that to the damage spot with the crit stuff later. I was getting more crit stuff. Thrill Steel. Yeah, that's the Onslaught helmet. I knew I had an Onslaught helmet in the last batch. Yeah. If Onslaught is 20% move speed, I would do a lot for Onslaught. So if that mace works for the Thorns build, and I can move 20% faster, that just like, that's a big W for the mace builds for Thorns. Well, you can get hit in Ultimatum at least, but I agree, the no-hit part of Sanctum is really stupid. Like, I hate Sanctum. Like, on certain builds, it's fine, but I guess I just had really good builds at farming Ultimatum last patch that you could just full AFK on, so that's why I like Ultimatum.
Oh my, what a gorgeous ride. I'm ready.
I got Thrill Steel, 20% skill speed, 10% move speed. I will try it. That was cool. The Ignite's super fun. What was Ultimatum different in PoE 1? Like, how did it work in PoE 1 that made you not like it? I do think Ultimatum, like, the constantly choosing an RNG debuff is really dumb. Like, I don't like that. But once you have a build that can, like, doesn't... Like, essentially you can farm Ultimatum if it's a build that you can... The half of them don't matter to you, right? Like, and that's a problem. Duelist in PoE 1 had a notable that removed the armor speed penalty. That sounds fun. I think I played a Duelist Cyclone once. Now that I remember. I don't know if I took that one. I might have.
What fate brought their demise?
Yeah, there's also, like, you know, more like, yeah, more passives and stuff that could be anointed and stuff. That would be nice. I would love no move speed penalty on armor, that's for sure. Yeah, the devs have a vision of a slower combat, so I get why they're hesitant to add more move speed or remove move speed penalties to that extent. I don't know. My Warbringer moves pretty slow without Rake. Like, if I didn't have Rake, I would not be mapping on him anymore. But hopefully this Infernalist works. And sorry I didn't answer your question earlier. I don't think Infernalist will be better than Warbringer, but there is a chance. There is a chance. Oh. What is this path here? I was about to path away from it, but there's just like a weird... Oh, this is the waypoint. Nice. Gotcha, Jobber. That makes sense, yeah. There were leagues in PoE 1 I didn't like. What's the tower defense one? Oh, that was the stupidest fucking thing. I hated that league. Blight? Yeah, Blight. I hated Blight, dude. I fucking hate... Dude, all of my friends say they love Blight, too. They all love Blight. I fucking hated Blight. It was so boring to me. I just want to run through a map. I don't want to stand there at a spot. Yeah, so many of you guys are saying you love Blight. Yeah, Blight was just like... Maybe it's because I play Cyclone builds and I just want to spin through a map, but Blight was just... I hated Blight. I liked, what's the one with all the purple dudes? You kill them and then they come alive or something, and you have to kill them again. That one was always fun. Legion, maybe? Was it called Legion? It was one of the purple people. Legion was peak? Yeah, Legion. Yeah. Legion was... That one's my favorite, I think, that I remember doing. I remember when Ritual came out, I didn't like Ritual. I think it just had shitty drop rates or something. I don't remember why I didn't like Ritual when it first came out. Yeah, the Lightning Thorns has a bunch of variants. That's hard to test. That's a good point. Using normal Spear Strike, you are noticing more damage, though I believe that is from some other factors. Gotcha. We shall keep testing. That is interesting to note, though. Yeah, where you click a thing and then an army spawns. You killed all the army, and then they would, like, the ones that you killed would attack you again or something. That was Legion, I believe. And yeah, that one was always my favorite. It was always really good for Cyclone. You just, like, spin through the mobs, you kill as many as you can, and then you kill them again. Like, it was really fun. What kind of rolls on jewels should you be looking for? It depends on what kind of Thorns you're playing. There's, like, you obviously want Thorns damage. Depending on how much block percent you want. Like, if you're not block cap, block chance. If you're playing physical Thorns, there's a global physical damage roll you can get. That just increases your physical damage. That also buffs your Thorns damage. And if you're playing any form of elemental Thorns, there's an elemental Thorns damage roll. And then, of course, if you're adding in any ailments like bleed or poison, you can get bleed or poison hit chance. I sometimes void a ritual. I was farming a ritual a lot at the start of 0.2, but Audience with the King isn't selling for anything anymore. It's only like 40 exalts. I don't do Expedition at all right now. I literally do not touch Expedition anymore. I die so much in Expedition right now. Expedition is just so hard. I get one shot, like, by just, like... Even if I try and do baby modifiers, or I don't do all 5 spots, like... I'll just get fucking one-shot by that big rare that stabs. But it's been a while since I've done Expedition. How about Delve? I never got really into Delve. Usually my normal PoE... I say I'm a PoE 1 newbie. Like, normally my PoE 1 experience was getting to red maps, doing a bit of the Atlas progress, and then stopping some point in there. I never really dove too much into side league content or filling out that stuff, and Delve is one of the things... Is Delve the mine where you're going down all the floors? I never really got too big into that one. It always seemed cool to me, and my friends were always super into it, but I never really gave it a serious chance. But all of my friends loved Delve, but I just, yeah, I never, like, I think one of my friends loves farming Delve. And, like, what I remember from it, I would love Delve and PoE 2. It just seems like a really good brain-off farm. I don't know what it would look like in PoE 2, but... what was the one with the, where you had to, like, loot the... Oh, it's probably called Vault. Was it called Vault? Where you had to, like, go rob people. And you would, like, escape after, looting the thing. I didn't like that one. And then there was another one. Yeah, I didn't like that one. Heist. Yeah, I didn't like Heist.
One still lives. For now.
And then there was a third one where there was, like, a bunch of boxes and you would choose different locations and stuff. I didn't like that one either. I like Delve, though. I just never really gave it a deep chance.
You're quite possibly my largest victim. Farewell. Oh, it's warm. And now mine.
I wish the Atlas system worked differently in this game. I should be putting my Atlas points into these things, and it makes Breach spawn more in all of my maps. Like, the Atlas is really backwards in this game to me. Like, I should be putting points into a Breach section of my Atlas that makes me go to Breach more. Or see Breach more in my maps. It shouldn't be like this weird tower juicing game to get mechanics out. I should be dictating my content and maps by the Atlas, and the Atlas is just really bad right now. Okay, something really interesting. Spear Strike might be superior to Rapid Assault if using a fast spear, so I'm using a 1.89 martial tempo. I mean, that lines up with what Anka was saying about the multipliers with Spear Stab, so... If I'm reading that correctly. My brain's a little fried, but... I guess that's what I'll be testing tomorrow. That sounds cool. Damn, so for bossing... So then you just use Rake for mapping, and then for bossing you swap the Spear Stab. So is that 250% multi, like... That's just base Spear Stab, right? That won't change based off the level of the spear you're using? Oh, this one's 211. But this is going up based off of my player level, right? Like, your Spear Stab level is attached to your player level, right? That has nothing to do with the spear I'm using, correct? It's just based off my player level. So, like, as I go higher, this multi goes up. And it doesn't matter what spear I'm using. So, any spear... Wow. It's player level, yes? Wow, okay. And I'm guessing, yeah, maces aren't ever good. Like, I'll have to try maces and like see, but I'm guessing maces can't compete with that. But it doesn't like. I don't think maces are 250% multi. Maybe they are. Actually, they can. Oh, so if maces can, then that's awesome too. Then, because it would be awesome if both playstyles could use speeds, the stab like that. If maces can get as fast as attacking and have the same multi-value, then that's perfect. Maybe that is why my mace strike was clobbering on my lightning warbringer today. I felt like I was 1 to 2 shotting rares when I swapped to that lightning mace. I just didn't know if it was the mace itself, but it sounds like it was mace strike.
This whole operation
That's cool. I'm excited to play my warbringer tomorrow.
were dead. Nowhere left to hide now, sweet undead king.
Oh, I didn't think about putting Thorns stuff into hammer. That's funny. Alright, where's Dashar? I'm trying to hit level 52 so I can test this chess piece. PoE2 literally picked your least favorite mechanics to start with? That's funny.
So this is how they
Yeah, we'll have to say that these are a lot of the mechanics that I wasn't doing. I feel like Delirium was the one I was most... Delirium and Ritual are the two that I was most familiar with. And I was only familiar with Ritual because Ritual League was one of the leagues I just ended up playing the most, but I didn't really engage with Ritual a lot. I've always didn't mind Delirium because... Alright, let's see how this chess piece does. I'm supposed to have infinite charms now, so I should just be doing crazy AoE with it now, but... Delirium, like, I like Delirium because you just do it, and it follows you. I don't have to, like, go hunting the loot that drops. It just drops at the end and you get your win. Alright, so now I just need to be life stacking then. Because if all of my damage is coming from this Beerus, then we just gotta get life stacking now. Yeah, I see the cooldown ticking down here. It is very short. I wonder if you can have 2 of them. I probably can't, huh? You probably can, but they probably both use the charge at the same time and it doesn't stack. It won't actually use 2 or something, but maybe you could have 2. Damn. Unites don't stack, I think so. Yeah, it'd be pointless to have 2. I mean, it burns these mobs when it goes off, and I'm not even life stacking it. And it is proccing this off of Thorns. Like, I'm not attacking it, it's proccing it. Damn. cooldown is dependent on its duration. Interesting.
The Faraday.
And this charm has a low quality. If I assume the quality for charms can go up to 20%. Yeah. And it increases its duration too. So I'd even get a good quality roll on it.
They are still here.
Yeah, this is awesome. How do I increase my presence size? Is aura as present? Does aura skills count as present? I don't think so. No, you don't want quality. The longer duration, the less it procs. Oh, you want a short. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Jewels and no. No, there's a node up north. So jewels is probably the best way then, because I'm not going north. Oh, I can't spell. I got brain fried. Oh, these roads right here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points to get those from where I'm at right now. There's a node. Oh, there's a node right here. Shit. Shit. Oh, there's a lot here. I'm tired, guys. It's 3 a.m. 8-hour stream. Our brain's just in a spot right now. These load screens are killing me. I'm on an SSD too.
How can I myself?
And then we still have these nodes up here if I wanted to get my presence even bigger. I assume it's not going to be worth pathing up here. But, because we're going to have to give up, like, block to do so. It depends on how bad we need block. We might not need it. We might, I don't know. We're life stacking, so block might be, like, okay to be a little bit lower on. I'm not sure. It's all stuff to test, though. I'm excited. Like, all of the mechanics are working. Like, one of my concerns was Thorns wasn't going to proc it, but we have confirmed Thorns is proccing it, so. And without life stacking, it is doing a lot of damage. I want to see its range. Oh, yeah, I got that guy from pretty far. And that's without having a bigger presence. Pin the passive. Then close the tree and hover over the presence tooltip. Oh! What? Why isn't this baseline? Bro, GGG. How, like, there needs to be a way to, like, show the presence without doing this. Like, what? What? Are you kidding me? I have wanted this for so long. Thank you so much. Legit. Like, this is the best thing I've seen today. Look at this. I can actually see the presence. I just literally want to walk like this through the map now. Like, just have my mouse sitting over it in the corner. Like, that's how I want to play this. Just, like, leave the tooltip up there. That way I can always see my presence and just walk through the map. It does kind of look like Righteous Fire, doesn't it? Wow. Wow. That is so cool. Thank you for showing me that. This makes me so happy. I've wanted a presence aura, like, or just, like, to be able to just see this distance for so long. Yeah, they just added that. That's good. That's a really good change. Okay. I am, like, just silly goose time right now. It is, like, an 8-hour stream. It's 3 a.m. I'm going to call the stream there. I will be live again tomorrow, though. I will be playing more of the Infernalist and more of the Werebringer, but yeah, I am just too tired, and I have to actually do some work before I go to bed. So, I streamed way longer than I should have, to be honest. I should have ended like 2 hours ago. But yeah, I was having fun with you guys. It was a nice little stream. Thanks to all you guys who have just been helping out and pointing me in right directions. I'm actually excited to test out that Spear Stab stuff tomorrow, or with Mace Strike, whichever it ends up being, but, yeah, it was a fun little stream. There will be more leveling of this Infernalist tomorrow. Hey, Arco. Lurkin, man. Take care, dude. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. This will be, we'll be playing this tomorrow. This Infernalist is really cool, and it has some potential, so. You guys have a good night. Appreciate all of you guys' help and hanging out. Take care, boys.